At the beginning of the story, beneath the rubble at the foot of a ruined fortress, a hand suddenly emerged, then the rest of the boy's body followed. Judging by his attire, he looked like a swordsman. He was filthy, but there was a flicker of light hidden in his eyes. Sword in hand, he slowly pushed himself upright. The scene shifted. A handsome young man with blonde hair stood in front of a sword shop, staring intently at a blade hanging on display. "No matter how many times I see it," he murmured with awe, "this thing is still gorgeous." Just then, a woman's voice chimed in, "Knew you'd be spacing out again." The speaker was Jemina. She was a redhead with freckles sprinkled across her face, clearly irritated. "Hey Vlad, you realize you've been zoning out a lot lately?" Vlad replied, "Stop bothering me. It's rare that I actually get to rest." Jemina shot back, "Oh, is that so? Well, people have been talking behind your back about how you just wander around doing nothing." "What did you say?" he asked, puzzled. Jemina glanced around to make sure no one was listening, then lowered her voice. "You still hear voices when you pick up something like, I don't know, a stick or whatever." Vlad didn't respond. Taking that as a cue to continue, she went on, "What sin did you commit in a past life that you got struck by lightning on a clear day? And not just any lightning, it was black." She was referring to the time Vlad had been struck. She gave him a stern warning. "Just stay in the shop. They say the new bishop's really sensitive to signs and omens. He used to be an inquisitor, you know. So if he sees even the smallest hint of anything, you'll be burned at the stake before you can blink." Vlad immediately reacted, "Damn it, don't jinx me like that. That's just ridiculous. I'm saying this because I care, but you're still annoyed." Jemina huffed. "You think only 1 or 2 people saw you get struck by lightning? Everyone's talking. Don't just stand around out in the open. What if they decide to haul you off to church?" Vlad casually slipped his hands into his pockets and said flatly, "I'm not going to be dragged off to church just for admiring a sword." Jemina gave up with a sigh, "You're impossible. Put it on a tab or something." "That sword's expensive," Jemina remarked. "It's from a blacksmith in some random alley. How expensive could it be?" "What's the price? Want me to buy it for you?" Vlad sighed. 5 gold coins. "Are you insane?" Jemina did the math. "More than 5? For that rusty piece of junk? No thanks." Vlad knew her all too well. "I bet you'd rather spend that money eating and partying for the whole year." As the two stood casually chatting outside the shop, a furious voice barked, "What? Rusty junk? You little punk, scram." A burly blacksmith stormed out with a hammer in hand and snapped, "This isn't something lowlifes from back alleys like you can afford." Jemina snapped right back, "Oh yeah? Then who can afford it? It's hanging in some back alley where only folks from the back alley can even see it. You senile or something, old man?" The blacksmith was stunned. "What? Senile? Listen to this brat." But Jemina's sharp tongue didn't quit. "Why the hell did you even make a sword like that, something only knights would use? You're about to croak anyway." That pushed him over the edge. "Yeah, I am about to croak, you little bitch. Now go back to your shop and wash some damn dishes, you useless street rats." Jemina shouted, "Street rat? Did you just call me a street rat? I'm a grown woman, you know." She was about to go off again, but Vlad grabbed her by the head and dragged her away. "Don't start something for no reason, Jemina. We're leaving." Still fuming, she muttered as she was pulled along, "Let's go." "What'd I even say that was wrong? The blacksmith's pissed and can't do anything about it? Huh? You're seriously not gonna stop me?" As they walked off, the blacksmith kept grumbling under his breath. "That damn brat, never knew hunger in her life, now look how spoiled she is. She doesn't even know how much food I gave those kids back then." He turned to head inside, muttering, "Damn punks." But then he noticed the muddy footprint Vlad had left behind. It looked like the boy had been standing there for a long while. He should just be focused on surviving. A kid like that, finding ambition in a place like this, that's no small thing. I know it better than anyone. Someone born in the back alley never really escapes it. That's why I'll only sell this sword to someone who can. He picked up the blade, gently brushing the dust off and admiring it for a while. Then something seemed to occur to him. He looked again. Even in a place like this, a filthy, forgotten alley, something was still managing to shine on its own. As the economic center of the north and home to the prestigious Bayezid family, the beacon of the northern lands, the city of Shora gleamed in radiant light. But behind that brilliance, inevitably, lay a darkness veiled by the glow, a slum where everything dirty and ugly festered. That slum was the night hidden beneath the day. Inside a brothel tucked away in Shora, chaos reigned. Girls draped themselves seductively over half-drunk men, laughter mixing with loud chatter. Suddenly, a shriek pierced the noise. A prostitute was being dragged across the floor by her hair. A large, fat man was cursing at her. "You bitch. All you had to do was shake your hips and stay quiet. Who the hell are you trying to fool?" The woman cried out in protest. "What scam? I didn't trick anyone." But the man kept dragging her while shouting, "I've been a merchant for 20 damn years. You're selling me opium that doesn't even work." Right then, Vlad stepped into the scene. Not a single day goes by without something. The fat man pointed straight at him and snapped, "Ah, right, candle boy. Perfect timing. Go get your madam." Vlad's face remained stone cold. "If you want to speak to our madam, you'd better bring gold, not silver." The man exploded. "Your service is trash, and you're still asking for gold. If the madam's not here, then bring me your mother or whoever." Vlad's brow twitched slightly. "That candle you bought, it's a scam, huh? The wick burns out and the whole thing's gone." He didn't even bother engaging properly. "What were you expecting from a 5-minute candle? No money? Then stay home and screw your own wife." The man turned red with rage. "What did you just say?" Vlad sighed in exasperation. "My God, how annoying. Want to test it? You see that clock over there? Let's see if the candle lasts 5 minutes. If it doesn't, you can do whatever you want to the woman behind you." The fat man growled. "Why the hell should I listen to a con artist?" But Vlad's gaze sharpened like steel. "I said do it. But if it does last 5 minutes, I'll beat you to death." The man was clearly rattled by Vlad's presence. "What the hell's with this punk?" Before he could recover, Vlad was already seated, lighting the candle with a click of his tongue. "Chech, so who's the real con artist here?" As the minutes ticked by, a crowd began to form around them, all eager to see how this would play out. Eventually, the candle burned out. The fat man stared at the clock, beads of sweat forming. "Damn it, how long was that?" Just then, Vlad said calmly, "Hey sir," and without hesitation, smashed a club across the man's face. Blood sprayed from his nose as Vlad followed up. "That was 5 minutes, asshole." He didn't stop there. He kicked the man so hard he crashed into one of the back rooms. Vlad walked in after him, calmly closed the door and locked it. His expression turned cold and deadly. "You're dead today." The man scrambled back in fear. "Wait, you're the con artist here?" Vlad didn't even acknowledge that. He laid into him while sneering, "Some merchant you are. Why the hell are you so damn fat? And what was that crap about my mother? You've really pissed me off now, because I don't have a mother." Fists flew. Screams echoed through the walls. Cut, scene change. Vlad, now speaking to an older man, wore a suspicious look. "I think someone's been messing with the candles. They're not burning for the full 5 minutes. You get what I'm saying?" The old man kept eating without reacting. Vlad couldn't hold back. "George, someone's sabotaging our business. Are you even listening?" George finally looked up and sighed, but before he could respond, a woman's voice rang out with urgency. "What? Who would dare? Who dares mess with our precious rose garden?" Vlad answered flatly, "Guess we're going to have to find out who's behind this." Marcella quickly chimed in, "Of course. Go investigate." Vlad looked confused. "Why me?" George cut in with a wry smile. "You already found her." "Found who?" Vlad asked, puzzled. Marcella, looking a little sheepish but clearly used to being caught like this, raised her hand. "It's me. I messed with them a little. I was just trying to scam the drunks for some extra cash." A quick introduction: Marcella is the madam of the Rose Smile brothel. After her confession, the 2 men with her were completely speechless. As Vlad walked away from Marcella's place, he sighed in frustration. "Huh. So I beat up an innocent guy. Well, what can I do now? When the boss is the one stirring up trouble, what can the staff even do?" Just then, someone appeared as if they'd been waiting for him, clearly expecting him to pass by. "Hey there, little brother," the man called out. "I heard you stirred up some trouble yesterday. Doing a great job in your role, huh? Funny how that all went down when I wasn't around. You pocketed some cash after selling those candles, didn't you? See, we big brothers have places to spend money, but our wallets are looking thin lately. We're out of pocket here." Vlad stared coldly at him. "What do you want, Burley?" Burley grinned slyly. "Oh, I'm not asking you to hand it over. Let's make a deal. Vlad narrowed his eyes. A deal? What kind of deal? Burley smirked. If you toss us some spare change, I'll give you something in return. A pickpocket. Stupid kid, clumsy as hell, and had a terrible plan. He yanked up a small boy by the hair and held him up. Recognize him? I'll hand him over for 40 silver coins. Real bargain, huh? Vlad clenched his jaw. What about his fingers, his ankles? Burley shrugged. You think I would have brought him to you if I'd already chopped them off? I only roughed him up a little. He's still in one piece. Vlad cursed under his breath and tossed a pouch of coins their way. The men laughed as they caught it. See, that's why you're the pride of our crew. Careful though, next time, it won't be this easy. They left the kid behind and walked off with the money. Noticing Vlad's look of disgust, one of them joked. What's with that face? We're gangsters, not murderers. Vlad muttered. Still disgusted, yeah? Robbing from your own people and still have the nerve to talk. They ignored him, laughing among themselves. Told ya he'd pay up. That's why he's in charge of all the street rats out here. Now you know. Once they were far enough away, Vlad finally called out Ned. The boy flinched. I'm sorry, Vlad. I just wanted to steal a little, that's all. He didn't say much else. But Vlad understood. After a short silence he asked, anything broken? The boy replied, no, nothing's broken. Seeing that the kid was okay, Vlad pointed away. Get lost before I change my mind and break you myself. The kid teared up with relief and ran off. Got it. Thanks, Vlad. The scene shifted. Near a ship dock, a handsome young man held up a hand with 2 missing fingers. He looked fine otherwise and commented. He should be grateful it didn't turn out like this after trying to pickpocket someone. This was Harbin, a whaler from the crew of Captain Hoover. He had once been a thief too, but got caught, and paid the price, losing his fingers and ankles. That incident had made him a cautionary tale for everyone else. He moved on to a new topic. By the way, I heard something about the Rose Smile messing around with those candles again. Is that true? Vlad was caught off guard. That story already reached here, Harbin replied. It's been a while since rumors spread this far, but people aren't sure if it's true. The madam might have made the candles, but she's not the kind to stir up trouble. You know that, right? Vlad agreed. That's what I think too. Even George seems to be aware. They're not the type to cause chaos for no reason. Harbin offered his theory. If they're not that kind of people but did it anyway, then they must have a reason. What kind of reason? Vlad asked. Harbin's voice grew serious. 90% chance it's money and they need it fast. Be careful, Vlad. There's only one reason a gang starts scrambling for cash. They're preparing for a turf war. Shora's slums were ruled by 5 key figures: George, the knight of the prostitutes; Black Bear, the butcher; Dice, the gambler; Captain Hoover, the whaler; and Greed, the money-hungry opportunist. Darkness always creeps in silently, hiding behind the veil of night, ready to strike when least expected. Just like now. A hulking man approached, his left arm ending in a pirate-style iron hook. He stopped in front of Vlad and asked, "Hey, where are all your little street rats hiding? Accidents don't come with warnings, you know? And the destruction of a life. That's the same way." The burly man named Jack towered imposingly in front of Vlad. With a sly grin, he glanced down at him sitting in his seat, prompting Vlad to think. This money-hungry bastard came here himself. The thought made Vlad instantly wary. Narrowing his eyes and furrowing his brows, he shot Jack a sharp glare and muttered to himself, "Does this mean we're headed for war?" Jack's scrawny, rat-faced underling grew irritated seeing Vlad remain dead silent. His face twisted in anger as he clenched his jaw, pointed straight at Vlad, and barked, "Hey! I asked you where your boss is." Hearing that, Vlad frowned, visibly annoyed. His piercing blue eyes suddenly gleamed like a car's high beams. He looked calmly at Jack's underling, an emaciated guy with a scarred face, and replied flatly, "I have no idea. I just sell candles. That's all I know." Vlad's casual response made the skinny thug practically vibrate with rage. His teeth ground together with an audible creak, veins bulged grotesquely on his face, and he sputtered, You little punk," still wet behind the ears. Without warning, the underling stormed toward Vlad, his expression black with fury. He slammed the table with a loud crack, splitting the candle box clean in two. "Don't know? Then go find him and drag his ass here for me," he roared. The broken box hit the ground, scattering candles everywhere. Yet Vlad remained completely calm and composed, untouched by the chaos. Meanwhile, the underling was boiling over, veins pulsing in his face like they were about to burst. He looked like a furious monkey, jaws clamped so tight they could shatter. And at some point, his teeth ended up falling to the floor. The room grew painfully silent, the tension so thick it rang in the ears like a bike bell. He still stood there, frozen in front of Vlad's table. Behind him was a whole swarm of gang members, packed shoulder to shoulder like ants. The floor was littered with splintered wood and waxy candles. People all around started whispering, eyes glued to the confrontation. Some looked genuinely uncomfortable. A few girls in the shop broke into a cold sweat. Older men sipping wine froze mid-drink, their mouths agape, letting liquor dribble out. Jamina sat nearby, eyes wide and jaw dropped in stunned silence. Then Vlad's voice cut through the tension, laced with deadpan annoyance. Well, that's ruined. Jack's underling looked utterly baffled, like he had no idea what was even happening anymore. Vlad dropped to one knee, using his cane to tap the scattered candles and muttered again, all ruined. Guess I won't be selling anything today. His detached attitude sent the scar-faced thug into a fit of rage. Trembling with fury, he clenched his teeth and snarled, You blind or something, punk? While crouched on the floor picking up candles, Vlad suddenly looked up at him and murmured, Hey, your leg. He paused, tilted his head, and asked, almost innocently, what's wrong with it? Vlad's blue eyes glowed again, an unmistakable sign someone was about to get wrecked. He looked up sharply, brow furrowed, and delivered flatly, Your leg's about to snap. That leg of yours. The taunt sent the thug over the edge. His face turned bright red like an overripe tomato. Lips trembling and teeth clenched so tightly they looked ready to shatter, he screamed, You! As Vlad still knelt on the ground, the underling lunged at him, shouting furiously, You bastard! Fighting's just a small part of war. He charged in for a kick to Vlad's face, but his technique was sloppy, wild and undisciplined. In a flash, Vlad's expression hardened. Without even standing up fully, he swung his cane with precision, smacking it squarely against the thug's shin with a loud crack, making him leap up and howl like a squirrel on fire. It was as graceful as wielding a sword. Vlad gripped the cane with both hands, drew it back, and his glowing blue eyes lit up the room like streetlights at night. That's what real victory looked like. He unleashed a full-force swing, the cane landing with a thwack right across the thug's face. Blood spurted from the guy's nose as he flew backward, knocked out cold. The girls in the shop gasped so hard their eyes bulged like ping-pong balls. Their jaws dropped so wide they nearly unhinged. The gossiping onlookers, who had been eavesdropping the whole time, were now sweating bullets in surprise. Jack's face darkened as he took in the scene, only to curl his lips into a sly, unreadable grin, as if plotting something. In this seedy corner of the world, the rules never changed. With a disdainful glance downward, he sneered, I may sell candles, but my skills are top tier, kid. The victor always stood above. Vlad stood firm like a mountain, gripping his staff as he towered over the fallen disciple sprawled out on the floor. The rest of the disciples, seeing their comrade beaten so effortlessly, were livid, practically seeing stars from fury. Weapons in hand, they charged forward, shouting, How dare you fight in front of the boss? Just then, Jack's metal hook gleamed into view, and his voice boomed, Stand down. As soon as their boss spoke, the angry disciples froze mid-charge. Who knows if they ever listened to their mothers that well, but when it came to street hierarchy, they obeyed like clockwork. Jack, a hulking brute of a man, grinned at Vlad, flashing a row of crooked teeth. Still smiling, he clapped his crippled hands together and said politely, I really like this kid. I've only got one hand, so this is the best applause I can give. Hope you understand. Vlad, completely unfazed, replied coolly, I don't discriminate against the disabled. Jack, who had never met anyone like Vlad in his life, burst into raucous laughter, tilting his head back like he'd just won the lottery. Through squinting eyes he howled, You crazy bastard. Suddenly Jack's expression shifted. With an eerie smirk, he used his hook to gently lift Vlad's chin, locking eyes with him. Let's talk in private, he said. Their pupils glinted like headlights in a dark alley, sending chills down everyone's spine. Jack, looking sly and just a bit unhinged, leaned in and murmured cryptically, So, what do you think this chaos will lead to? But Vlad didn't back down. In fact, he matched the energy with unnerving calm. I don't know, he replied. But honestly, they should have died a long time ago. Just then, a loud, grating voice broke the standoff-tense atmosphere. George's voice rang out, cutting through the air like a siren. Hamtai, what are you doing here? The interruption made both Jack and Vlad turn to see what was going on. George strutted in, flanked by a whole army of henchmen, acting like a damn peacock. Smiling like he was on a parade float, he said, "If you'd told me you were coming, I would have grilled up some meat for you." At the sight of George's smug face, Jack's mood darkened again. He forced a greasy, scheming grin and threw out a mood-killing line. "Well, we're not that close, are we?" George kept up his fake customer service smile and suggested, "We've got guests downstairs. How about we take this upstairs?" Jack sighed, partly annoyed and partly resigned. He shut his eyes, scratched his head, and muttered, "Forget the meat. You got any knockoff booze?" And just like that, George did a 180. He squinted at Jack, grinned mysteriously, and replied in a cryptic tone, "Marcella never lets her guests down." Jack immediately caught on. He gave George a knowing half-lidded look, baring his teeth in a cheeky grin. "Then I guess I'll have to give it a try," he said, flashing the kind of roguish smile that could scam a nun. Without another word, Jack led his crew deeper inside. George stayed behind, waiting for the gangsters to clear out and restore peace to the other guests. One of the more thoughtful disciples even went back to help the poor guy Vlad had beaten to a pulp earlier. Meanwhile, Vlad remained where he was, still gripping his staff tightly. Once Jack had disappeared, Vlad finally let out a sigh of relief, sweat still beading on his face. Turns out he'd just been pretending to be calm the entire time. Vlad's voice trembled as he blurted out, "Phew, that was close." He looked over at the pile of candles that had just been gathered and returned to the box, each one mangled beyond repair. Some snapped clean in half, others broken into thirds. With a helpless sigh, he muttered aloud, "How many of these are ruined?" Suddenly, Jack's voice rang out, calling to him, "Hey, superstar." The sound caught Vlad's attention, and he turned slightly to glance over. Jack, one hand casually tucked into his pocket, strolled toward him, trailed by a small crew. Flashing a grin, he said, "Your boss has been singing your praises. I knew I had an eye for talent." After the compliment, Jack fixed his gaze on Vlad and leaned in with a sly smile, adding, "If you ever get tired of the candle gig, you should come work with me. I like you." Getting an invitation from the one and only big shot Jack might have made anyone else giddy. But Vlad didn't seem interested. He scratched his neck and replied honestly, "I actually kinda like it here. They give me food, a place to sleep, and they even pay me." Jack burst into laughter like he'd just heard the best joke of the day. Squinting his eyes shut and throwing his head back, he laughed heartily before saying, "Oh come on, we can do all that too. When it comes to recruiting talent, I spare no expense." As soon as he said that, Jack flicked something golden and shiny into the air. "This candle place really knows how to treat people. Fair and square." Vlad looked up and instinctively held out his hands. A gleaming gold coin landed neatly in his palm, making Vlad blink in surprise. A gold coin. He whispered to himself. He stared at it, visibly thrown off. This is too much. Classic psychological manipulation. Jack shot him a sly sideways glance, flashing a crooked smile before growling in a mock-threatening tone, "If you join me, I'll give you one of those every time. I'm a sucker for talent, and I pay well." Then, without waiting for a reply, Jack shut his eyes tight and raised his hook high into the air, shouting to his gang, "All right, time to eat." His crew responded in perfect unison, all shouting, "Yes," before marching off like an army of ants behind their boss. Vlad watched the group disappear and stood there quietly, thinking, he's in a good mood. Must have had a successful negotiation. But before his thoughts could drift any further, a voice called out from the staircase on the second floor. Jamina stood there with her hand cupped around her mouth, shouting Vlad. The sudden call startled him, and he whipped his head up. Jamina, calm as ever, simply pointed upstairs and said, "George wants to see you." Upstairs, the vibe was more subdued. Only a few customers lingered, quietly sipping drinks and chatting idly. Vlad's face went slack, like he'd just stepped in something foul. Whatever he saw made his eyebrows shoot up in surprise. Then, out of nowhere, a gleaming short sword appeared in front of him, along with George's voice. "I was planning to give this to you later, but I guess now's the time." George's tone was cryptic. But before Vlad could ask what he meant, the man's face turned serious. With a stern expression he warned, "Keep it with you at all times." Vlad's expression froze into a blank stare, but something about the situation didn't sit right with him. Though he said nothing aloud. A thought bubbled up in his mind. I can feel it in the air. The dark look on George's face, the nervous sweat running down Marcella's temple. And the uneasy glances from everyone else drinking on the second floor, all of it told Vlad something wasn't right. The conversation between George and Jack, that greedy bastard, had been downright awful. As the memory of it crept into Vlad's mind, the images of both men flashed before his eyes. He and George were sitting at the drink counter when George turned to him and said, "From now on, stop selling candles." Hearing that, Vlad flailed his arms dramatically, baffled, and asked, "Then what am I supposed to do? Go around collecting money from the shops or start patrolling the streets?" Suddenly George wore a pensive expression. Stroking his beard, he muttered, "I got word that Jack brought someone in from outside. Supposedly a mercenary who used to be a knight." Listening to his uncle ramble, Vlad couldn't stop his questions from tumbling out. He blurted, "Like you, Uncle George?" George, who'd been lost in thought, suddenly lit up like a pair of headlights. Still mumbling, he replied, "Yeah, like me. Jack the one-handed commands a lot of men, but I, George, a former knight, am still a wall he can't get past. A whole flock of sheep can't take down a lone wolf. No matter how many followers you've got, kid, you still can't beat your old man." Hey ha ha. But if Jack were to bring in another knight, one in full steel armor with a gleaming sword, the scales would quickly tip. As the two sat there talking, George suddenly shifted to a pitiful tone and sighed. "We're in a bad spot right now, that's why I need you." Confused, Vlad stared at him and asked, "Huh? Me?" Seeing his nephew's face frozen in a mix of confusion and what the hell, George grew serious and said, "I'll be giving you your first mission soon." That snapped Vlad out of it. His expression went from confusion to shock in an instant. Harbin was a cripple, missing fingers and unable to walk. Just the thought of him stuck in one place reading books all day was enough to bore someone to death. He used his sharp mind to learn how to read and do math, and now served directly under their leader, Hoover. Looking at Harbin, Vlad realized he could work hard to use knowledge to climb his way up. While he was deep in sword practice, a voice suddenly echoed in his head, "Hey kid." The shock of it made his eyes pop wide open. The voice kept going, "You need to drop your elbow lower." Someone yammering while he was trying to train was seriously annoying. Vlad froze in place, fuming. He scrunched up his face and grumbled, "Every time I train, this guy just won't shut up." It had all started a month ago. After he was struck by some black lightning. Since then, he'd started hearing a voice whispering to him whenever he held anything sword-like. Annoyed, Vlad clenched his eyes shut, his face twisted in irritation like a monkey's backside. He clicked his tongue and muttered, "Maybe I should buy holy water instead of a sword." Then he stormed off, deciding to ignore it. He told himself, whatever. They say the more you respond, the more it talks. Focus. Focus. Always give it everything you've got. With his resolve firmed up, Vlad closed his eyes, gripped the sword tightly with both hands, and lifted it as he carried on his internal monologue. Focus your mind and strength. As the thought finished forming, he suddenly popped his eyes open, mind screaming, and strike. Think it, do it. He swung the sword. With deadly seriousness, he raised the staff high. That voice piped up again, "Lower it." Vlad's eyes went wide as he slammed the sword into the ground with enough force to shake the heavens, smoke bursting everywhere like he'd just summoned a lightning storm. All at once, Vlad's demeanor changed completely. He stood there stunned, thinking, that was different. If what I just did was just a swing, then this. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he grew more anxious. Around him shimmered a radiant glow. It had to be the aura of a main character. He thought again, swordsmanship. Then, suddenly, the image of a faceless black figure holding a gleaming sword flashed in his mind. Vlad gasped and thought, "What the hell is this thing inside my head?" His face froze in pure confusion, eyes blank, sweat pouring down his cheeks. Night had fallen, blanketing the sky. A full moon, round like a ball, lit up one side of the heavens. Below, layers upon layers of mountains stretched endlessly, cloaked in a poetic layer of snow, serene, picturesque. And yet, out of nowhere, a hand suddenly entered the frame, casually wiping blood from a sword blade with a cloth, completely ruining the mood. Godwin, with snow-white hair and a thick cloak shielding him from the frigid air, exhaled mist and muttered, "I can feel the eastern wind cutting straight through my bones." Godwin, one hand gripping his sword, the other still wiping it clean, went about this gruesome task with no hint of emotion. Heartless old man. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed from the dark forest, prompting Godwin to raise his head sharply, eyes narrowing in the direction it came from. Alone in the cold wilderness, yet unfazed by the eerie noise, Godwin actually smirked slyly to himself and muttered under his breath, like some unhinged loner. Seriously. Can't tell if that was careless or intentional. Without missing a beat, he confidently strode toward the source of the sound until he abruptly came to a halt. He spoke out into the void, addressing nothing and no one in particular. You there. Stop right there. I'm here now. The atmosphere turned deathly still, as if trying to suppress the awkwardness. Then a voice replied from the darkness. Vlad's. Are you Stanga? His figure finally came into view through the heavy mist. Standing face to face now, Godwin calmly confirmed, yeah, that's me, Stanga. You must be Vlad. Vlad stood in a black cloak, fully covered, his face guarded and wary. His stunning blue eyes glowed like headlights through the fog. Godwin, as chatty as ever, kept droning on in the dead of night. The guide told me you were street-born, but with blonde hair and blue eyes. Anyone who didn't know better would assume you're from some noble family. Uninterested in the old man's rambling, Vlad wordlessly held out a red sealed letter. This is from the boss, he said curtly. Godwin immediately opened it, reading while flashing a cunning grin. He muttered as he skimmed the contents. Meme. The enemy has a mercenary knight. No wonder the higher-ups want my help. Vlad, still cold as ice, turned to face Godwin with the bare minimum of acknowledgement, speaking flatly, I'll be your guide. We move out the day after tomorrow. Godwin watched him walk away, face unreadable, before suddenly scrunching his expression into a sour grimace. Folding the letter, he muttered with a groan, should I even be following this idiot? Vlad instinctively glanced back, confused. His expression said exactly what he was thinking. What the hell is this old man on about? He stood frozen in the snowy path, staring at Godwin, then calmly replied, at the very least I know how to lead the way. For some reason, the scar-faced geezer just couldn't seem to stand Vlad. He poked and prodded, insulted him, then turned around and acted like he couldn't trust him. Squinting, Godwin's violet eyes lit up eerily in the dark. A mischievous smirk spread across his face as he retorted, a guy who uses summer animal calls as a signal, in the middle of winter. You really think that's clever? That comment wiped the calm right off Vlad's face. His brows drew together in a tight frown. Godwin, now visibly irritated, clenched his teeth and threatened, if you say anything remotely like I don't think there are enemies nearby, I'll kill you on the spot. Godwin's intimidation didn't go unanswered. Vlad shot him a side glance, then coolly turned away again. Just follow me, he said with steady calm. I'd rather not screw up my first mission. Seeing how Vlad refused to take the bait, Godwin looked visibly deflated. His face froze into a dumbfounded scowl as he thought to himself in disappointment. Look at this guy. I went out of my way to create such a dangerous atmosphere, and he's not even a little bothered. Then, just 2 seconds later, Godwin's demeanor flipped completely, and he cracked a cryptic smile. Standing stiffly behind Vlad, he just chuckled to himself like some weirdo on a sugar high. Lost in his own thoughts, he mused, George is gonna love this kid. A young man like him deserves to be sharpened. Under the dark, snowy sky, the roads were completely buried in snow, and not a single leaf remained on the trees. Vlad and Godwin huddled inside a cave, warming themselves by the fire. Vlad kept staring at Godwin without even realizing it, until eventually Godwin noticed and shot a glance back. After being silently stared at for a while, Godwin's irritation started to bubble up. Scowling, he finally snapped, what you staring at me for? Never seen a retired knight before. But Vlad, eyes still fixed on Godwin's face, showed no shame at all, his curiosity practically glowing in his eyes. He even muttered under his breath, now that I'm this close I can see. Before he could finish that thought, Godwin cut him off with a disgusted tone and snorted, you look like some country bumpkin. Vlad couldn't have cared less about the insult. Still curious, he asked, where are you from? Refusing to engage with the kid any further, Godwin just replied flatly, here. Vlad shot him a look of utter disdain. He sighed and turned his face away, sneering, wow, that's also a village. Getting sass from some brat made Godwin flinch in disbelief. Fuming, he stood his sword upright, grinding his teeth as he growled, I swear, if you lead me the wrong way, I'll chop your damn head off. Godwin flared up like someone had just kicked him in the groin, while Vlad just sat there calmly, opening a pack of meat and glancing over. Man, why are you so scary? Can't even make a joke around you? Godwin ignored the question, his eyes locked on the beef like high beams flicking on. With a pleased grin, he mumbled, oh, that's some fresh beef. Hope you saved me a piece. But just as Godwin's hopes were rising, Vlad killed the vibe without blinking. I didn't bring any for you. Didn't you bring anything to eat? Godwin froze up like someone sprayed him with concrete. His face turned pale as he silently held up something misshapen and dark as tar. He gave it a quick glance and mumbled, "I got something." But moments later Vlad's juicy beef was already skewered and roasting over the fire, the aroma wafting through the air. Godwin stared longingly. Drooling, still holding that unidentifiable lump in his hand, thinking to himself, "Damn, that smells too much." Suddenly, Godwin reached out and asked, "Hey kid, didn't you have something you wanted to ask me?" Out of nowhere this guy was throwing around the most random conversation starters. Vlad raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's up with you all of a sudden?" "A bite of food is worth your pride," Godwin muttered, closing his eyes dramatically. Then, with the pride of a man trying to save face, he declared, "I'll answer one question. In exchange, you give me one bite of beef. You won't get another chance." Looking at the old man who clearly hadn't eaten and was starting to lose it, Vlad just stared at him for a while, chewing his beef slowly. Then, instead of asking anything, he casually called him out, offering zero room for dignity. "How much do you want? If you want it, just ask." Godwin flinched, wide-eyed, then snapped, "You little brat. I have to maintain some dignity here." Already begging for food but still clinging to pride. What a complicated geezer. One moment he's offended, the next he's offended you noticed. Then, Godwin quickly shifted back into serious mode, like a proper knight. He leaned against the wall, arms crossed, and started preaching, "Knights only accept rewards worthy of their service." Clearly not fond of this guy either, Vlad didn't let that slide. He twisted the words right back at him with a smirk, "But you're retired, aren't you?" Godwin remained unfazed. "But all this time I've," he started. Before he could finish, Vlad raised a skewer like a mic drop and cut in with a single word name. Godwin blinked and answered obediently like a trained dog, "Stanga." Next came age. Vlad grinned slyly and said one word, "Age." Godwin answered without hesitation. But when he realized the kid was treating him like a nobody, he barked, "Hey, you little." Too bad Vlad's favorite hobby seemed to be cutting people off mid-sentence. He turned to Vlad with a smile, and asked another question, "Do you know how to use aura?" Seeing the kid fire off questions like a machine gun, Godwin finally caught on. He shut his eyes again, smiling in a way that was 1 part helpless and 7 parts amused, muttering, "Looks like the kid's ready to lay his cards on the table." No sooner had he mumbled that, he calmly answered Vlad's question. "Every knight is capable of using aura, but putting it to use in real combat, that's a whole different story." Still curious, Vlad pressed on, his voice cold and detached, "So can you do it or not?" Faced with the blunt question, Godwin simply closed his eyes and gave a cryptic smile, stalling. "Well," Vlad immediately picked up on his hesitation. He widened his eyes, grabbed a few skewers of meat, furrowed his brows, and offered them to Godwin. "Take them all." Godwin's eyes flickered with suspicion, as if trying to read the boy's expression, but Vlad's face was deadly serious, and the determination in his eyes said more than words ever could. Something about that look softened Godwin's stance. He bent down, gripped the hilt of his sword, and mumbled, "A knight should only take the reward he deserves, but sometimes, we need to treat ourselves. I've been eating nothing but dried meat for days anyway." With that, he drew his sword from its sheath. Vlad's eyes widened, practically bulging from their sockets as excitement surged through him. "No way. Am I really going to see it?" A sharp shing rang out. The white-haired man with a cross-shaped scar and a fierce look on his face raised his sword in front of his eyes and closed one of them. Vlad asked, puzzled, "Why did you close your left eye?" Without answering directly, the man brought the blade up to eye level, its tip pointed skyward. "I have to reveal the world within my soul." Suddenly the space around him was engulfed in a deep ocean blue hue. "Watch closely, kid. This is the essence of a knight." A blinding white light enveloped his blade as he snapped his eye open. Vlad could feel the overwhelming power radiating from that strange light. He instinctively raised his arm to shield his eyes. The white-haired man performed a flawless sword technique under the moonlight. Aura. His cloak flapped wildly in the wind. Under the dark night sky, the ruins echoed with the sound of his heavy breathing. "Damn it, I feel like a total failure," he said between breaths. Vlad offered, "It's not that bad. Looking like a beggar is still better than looking like a knight." The old man's face twisted up in exasperation. "I meant how I feel inside, not how I look. A knight full of honor reduced to this." Vlad added, "I'll take you out through the secret passage. You won't make it out the main gate like this. Let's move." I'll get a bath ready for you when we get there." The two moved quietly in the dark. "Too quiet," muttered the white-haired man. "Probably because it's late," Vlad replied. Suddenly they both froze. The sight before them was chilling bodies strewn across the ground, each impaled straight through the heart with gleaming blades. The older man frowned. "Is this normal around here?" Vlad, stunned, answered no. The man's tone grew grim. "Then someone attacked this place." Vlad lowered his head. "Let's go. There's a gate only members know about." "And what about you?" the man asked. Vlad replied calmly, "I'll go through the main gate to draw their attention." "See you then," the man said. With that, Vlad bolted like a shot. After a while he stopped, wiping sweat from his chin as it poured like rain. The carnage before him was bleak and haunting. George was sitting with Marcella. He looked at Vlad and spoke in a grave tone. "You've made it back safely. That's good. The greedy bastard has made his move. And the skills of those driven by greed are truly formidable." Vlad looked up. "Are you okay, uncle?" George replied. "It's been a long time since I've fought a knight-level opponent. But more importantly, did you bring him?" Vlad quickly nodded. "Yes. The main gate was being watched, so I told him to come through the back. He should be arriving any minute now." George's eyes grew cold and sharp. "Good. Tomorrow we'll corner the greedy bastard once and for all. This time I'll make sure it's a permanent end." "What does he look like?" "He's not going to run off somewhere, is he?" Vlad replied. "No, he'll be fine. Honestly, he seems like a good guy. Pretty agile too." George narrowed his eyes. "He lost weight or something?" "Well," Vlad chuckled, "if you want to live a long life, taking care of yourself is the way to go." Vlad added with a slight grin, "And yeah, he's a knight who can use aura. Tomorrow's going to be our day for sure." George raised a brow. "Is that so?" Vlad placed his hands on his hips. "I'm serious." Just as the two were talking, the sound of heavy footsteps thundered from outside. George immediately stood up and grabbed his sword. "He really used aura, you say?" Vlad blinked in confusion. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." George's expression turned grim. "Get behind me," he muttered under his breath. "Stanga doesn't know how to use aura." Vlad froze in place, but it was too late. The white-haired man was already at the door, blood dripping steadily from his blade. He spoke in a cold voice. "You've come a long way lately." "It's been a while, old friend." His gaze was as sharp and cold as ice. Godwin sat on a rock amidst the freezing winter, thick snow blanketing everything around him. As he wiped the remaining blood from his sword after the battle, he muttered under his breath, "Can't outrun old age." Ha! The eastern wind had been brutally cold lately. It sounded believable enough, but were they truly that dumb, or just pretending? Sensing someone approaching, he deliberately raised his voice at the end, making sure the newcomers could hear him. As they drew closer, he stood up with the half-cleaned sword in hand. Blood from his earlier victim still stained his face, their lifeless bodies now lying motionless on the snow-covered ground. A sly smirk crept onto his lips as he spoke. "You've changed a lot." George, his chest wrapped tightly in white bandages from his wounds, stepped forward, sword in hand. Behind him, Vlad trailed cautiously. George's face was tense with fury, veins bulging on his forehead as he growled, "Why the hell are you looking for me?" Godwin replied calmly, "Duke Gaydar has passed. It's a complicated matter, so it hasn't been made public yet. But soon everyone will know." He poured himself a drink, raised the glass, and said mockingly, "To our poor, departed Duke Gaydar." At that, George lost all patience. He glared daggers at Godwin and spat out, "You son of a bitch," as he swung his sword in a powerful strike. But Godwin remained composed, savoring the moment. George's image reflected in the wine glass right before the attack landed with a thunderous crash that split the ground beneath them. The wine glass shattered in Godwin's hand, red liquid spraying in all directions, but George's blade never touched him. To the astonishment of both Vlad and Marcella, Godwin had evaded the strike, and now stood behind George. With a calm voice he added, "And to the new Duke, Lord Siegmund." George roared in rage, "Godwin." And the two clashed with fierce intensity. The sound of steel against steel rang out violently as Godwin parried George's attack. With every blow, he relayed the new Duke's message, "Solitary Knight George, return to headquarters immediately. That is Duke Siegmund's first order." But George, unable to accept the truth, shouted back, "Siegmund is not my lord." Godwin didn't miss a beat. "Of course not. The Duke never expected you to come quietly. Frankly, he doesn't want you to." The battle resumed, blades flashing with deadly intent as objects around them were caught in the chaos. Vlad shielded Marcella with his body and urged, "Marcella, it's too dangerous here. This way," he shouted, and the two dashed toward the exit. As soon as they made it out safely, a few people were already waiting at the base of the stairs. Burley, visibly worried, asked, "Hey Vlad, what's going on up there?" Rushing to the railing, Vlad leaned over and yelled, "Burley, hurry. Gather everyone and get up here now." But before he could finish his sentence, George's large frame came crashing through the doors, hurled out violently in full view of everyone. There was no time to react. He plummeted down through the open space. Vlad gasped in horror. George. Godwin, unimpressed by George's response, watched his defeated form with irritation. "You still make the same dumb decisions," he muttered coldly. Around the fallen George, people were frozen in shock, cold sweat dripping down their backs. They rushed to his side, now surrounded by debris and rising dust. One of them stammered, "Leader, what happened?" Despite his serious injuries, George struggled to get up, his entire body trembling from the pain. The man stood on the second floor, looking down with unmistakable contempt in his eyes. Suddenly, a sword came flying out of nowhere, and he swiftly caught it mid-air. Vlad kept taunting him, glaring with defiance. But the man didn't care. He summoned his inner energy and launched himself down to the first floor. Vlad couldn't stop him. He could only watch and panic and scream, "George, run." Without hesitation, the man struck the spot where George had fallen earlier with terrifying force. But George, despite his pain, had managed to lift himself up just enough to narrowly avoid the blow. The man glanced at him coldly and said, "You should have obeyed the Duke's orders that day." Gritting his teeth, George shot him a furious glare and retorted, "I'm human too. I couldn't follow that damn order." The man instantly barked back, "No, you're a knight." The knights who served under George were ready to strike at any moment, unwilling to stand by any longer. The man tightened his grip on his sword, cautiously gauging his surroundings. His voice sounded weary. "This night's gone on far too long. I need rest." On the other side, Vlad, seeing the situation unfold, bolted toward him, eyes full of desperation. As Godwin raised his sword, a fierce energy surged through it, surrounding the blade in a blinding blue glow. His eyes glowed the same color. Vlad raced forward, shouting furiously, "Stop." He tried everything to interfere, but it was too late. The slash had already landed, and its power had spread like a spiderweb, inescapable and deadly. The man unleashed a barrage of strikes, each one radiating such brilliance and force that Vlad had to shield his eyes. The entire space was torn apart, the very air fracturing around them. Dust and smoke filled the air, and when it all finally settled, there was only ruin left behind. Vlad slowly regained consciousness, coughing violently, his body riddled with wounds. Dazed and disoriented, he croaked out, "What just happened?" When he looked up, he was stunned. The room around him was littered with corpses, blood smeared across the floor. His jaw clenched, and he cursed under his breath. "God damn it." In the distance, he spotted someone standing silently, watching. Then, with a sinking heart, he recognized George's blood-covered face. Panic surged through him as he cried out, "George." Blood soaked the floor, and in that moment, memories of the past came rushing back one after another. The man who had first extended a hand to a nameless child wandering the Black Valley. The one who believed in him more than anyone else. The one he had always seen as the strongest. Under the still blue moonlight, Godwin grabbed George by the hair and lifted his head. That image reflected in Vlad's eyes, and in that instant, the boy's world shattered. His rage boiled over. Vlad snatched the sword lying on the ground and let out a feral roar. The blade's voice echoed in his mind, trying to stop him, "Don't do this." But he was beyond reasoning. He charged forward and unleashed a vicious slash. Godwin looked genuinely surprised. "That swordplay, how the hell did a kid like you pull that off in a place like this?" Despite the situation, he didn't hesitate to offer praise. "Not bad, kid." Vlad ignored the words entirely and lunged forward once more, shouting, "Die." But before he could even brush the hem of the man's coat, a crushing blow landed square in his abdomen, the pain searing through him. Godwin kicked him several meters away without breaking a sweat. After delivering the blow, Godwin remained composed, calmly analyzing the situation. That was instinct. That spin's his natural defense. Vlad crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach while his other hand clenched tightly in frustration. He groaned in agony as the voice of the sword echoed with concern. "Breathe, don't pass out on me." Godwin didn't leave right away. Instead, he stood there, deliberating. It'd be such a waste to kill off something with this much potential, even if he comes back with a sharper blade. Suddenly, a memory surfaced, words once spoken by the Duke. "Observing potential is always a fascinating endeavor, Godwin." That seemed to seal his decision. A sly grin spread across his face as he walked up to Vlad. "You were my guide, kid. And a knight only accepts fair compensation." Still clutching his side, Vlad looked up through the pain, confused. "What?" Godwin sneered, tossing a few pieces of raw meat onto Vlad's chest. "My name's not Stanga, and I'm not 42. Because you were wronged. And because I gained something from you, I'll repay you. But I'll be taking this as my rightful compensation. It's only fair, and the right of the victor." His gaze then shifted coldly toward George's severed head. Vlad gritted his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. "I'll kill you." Godwin closed his eyes, already turning away. "Don't expect life to hand you compensation twice." He left. But Vlad, tears pouring down like rain, kept screaming after him, "Godwin, I swear you won't be able to hold it back forever." And all he could do was lie there, helpless, watching that distant silhouette fade away. On a desolate road, Jamina struggled to support Vlad as they walked. Suddenly, pain surged through his wound, and he pulled away from her, collapsing to the ground with a groan. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his breathing became labored. Standing in front of him, Marcella glared and barked, "Get up! Get up! You want to die here." But Vlad didn't move. He just sat there, staring blankly like a lifeless shell, offering no reply. His defeated look made her furious. She slapped him hard across the face. "Snap out of it, kid. Do you even know the difference between people like us and those bums living on the street?" Seeing that he had calmed a bit, she continued, her tone razor sharp. "It's opportunity. Even if those people fail, they can still pick themselves up because they have something to trade. But us? Look at this. This is what failure looks like for people like us. For us, falling down means dying. We were born this way." Her mind flashed back to the image of a house full of corpses, bodies scattered across a pitch-black room. Fighting back tears, Marcella grabbed Vlad's shoulders and gently shook him, her voice softening. "So don't throw away the one chance you've been given." Vlad lifted his head and looked at her, as if finally accepting the reality. Jamina rushed over with concern. "Are you okay? Should we slow down a bit?" Wiping the sweat from his face, Vlad gritted his teeth and answered firmly, "No, we keep going. It can't end like this." Suddenly a distant voice rang out, "Find him." George's little errand boy went this way. Panic hit them both. They took off running, Vlad grabbing Jamina's hand. "Shit, run," he whispered urgently. Their pursuers followed quickly. "The nest destroyed, so even the weakest chick has to learn to fly now," one of them sneered. By the time they reached a narrow alley, Vlad and Jamina were gone. "Where'd they go?" one of them asked. "They definitely came this way," another said. "They're in this alley somewhere. Rats like them always run into holes." The leader snarled, "Find them no matter what. Big reward in it for whoever does." He clenched his fists, his grotesque face contorting with rage. A few teeth were missing, making his already twisted expression even more disturbing. Grinding his teeth, he growled, "They'll pay for the humiliation I suffered that day. Spread out." They couldn't have gotten far. Meanwhile, Vlad and Jamina were hiding inside a nearby house. Jamina had to cover her mouth with both hands to stifle any sound. Vlad gripped a dagger tightly, ready to strike if needed. "We can't keep running like this forever," he muttered. Then he turned to her. "Jamina, stay here. Don't come out until it's quiet." She looked at him, worried. "What? What about you?" His eyes were firm. "I'm going to find us a way out. Those bastards stick together. It's too dangerous to move as a pair." She shook her head defiantly, her eyes fierce. "I don't want that. Let's just go together." He tried to reassure her gently. "Marcella promised, didn't she? She'll help us get to the right place, either back to the Abbey before sunrise or to Harbin's." But Jamina stood her ground, fists clenched. "I said I don't want to," she shouted. Frustrated, he snapped, "You never listen, do you, idiot? Look at me. Do I look like I can protect you right now?" Her lip trembled, tears welling up. But before either could say more, a voice suddenly rang out. "Who are you people?" Both froze mid-argument. Jamina quickly reached for a nearby knife and held it up defensively. Standing in front of them was a stout, elderly man with a beard as white as snow. He held a lantern up and squinted at them suspiciously. "You two, what are you doing in my house?" Though fear churned inside her, Jamina put on a fierce front and pointed the blade at him. "Don't move, old man." The man frowned, clearly more confused than frightened. "What the hell's wrong with you? You just break into people's houses now." Seeing that he wasn't the least bit intimidated, she raised her voice, trying to sound more threatening. "I said don't move. I'll stab you, I swear." He looked at their faces, studying them carefully. Then, lowering the lantern, he spoke calmly, "I get it. Now put that ugly thing down first." She gritted her teeth, clutching the knife even tighter in her hand as she made her demand, "Give me a sword." The old man stared at her in shock, barely managing to get out a single word. "Huh?" She grew impatient and explained. "That sword hanging over there. It's dangerous outside the town right now, I'm not joking. Just give it to me." The man beside her immediately tried to stop her. "Jamina, put that down." But she ignored him and yelled, "Give me the sword now." At that moment, the man beside her realized something. So this is the true nature of the people who survive in the alleys. This is who they really are, people who rob and take just to stay alive. And the old man saw all this unfold and simply muttered, "How sad." Seeing his reaction, tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to fall. She clenched her jaw and raised the knife. Alarmed, the man beside her reached out, trying to stop her. "Jamina." The old man closed his eyes, bracing for the end. But what happened next left both men stunned. Jamina swung the knife not at anyone, but at herself, chopping off her long, ink-black hair. With tears streaming down her cheeks, she held the cut hair out to the old man. "Here. I know this isn't enough, but I swear I'll pay it back. I promise. So please. Please give that sword to Vlad." The old man stood frozen for a few seconds before turning to the young man and asking, "You're planning to leave, aren't you?" The young man bowed respectfully. "Yes, sir." The old man stared at him, lost in thought. This young man is doing something I've dreamed of my entire life, something I was never able to do. He could see the boy hadn't yet spread his wings to soar under the open sky. Rubbing the center of his forehead and sighing, the old man grumbled, "Kids really do trouble adults so damn much." Then he turned and said, "Follow me." Both of them followed the old man to the back of the house. He arranged for the boy to lie down inside a garbage cart, while Jamina cloaked herself and followed behind. The boy winced as he settled in, groaning, "Ugh, the smell." Snow kept falling heavily, piling high like mountains, making it difficult to see the road ahead. The old man pulled the cart while giving orders, "Quit complaining. This is the only way." Suddenly, a group of men blocked their path. "Hey old man, what the hell are you doing out here this late?" The old man tensed, "Damn it, are these bastards really trying to stop me?" One of the men circled around, inspecting everything before speaking. "You're taking out the trash. At this hour?" Feigning anger, the old man pointed at him and shouted, "Damn it, it's because you people turned the alley into a mess and blocked the way. My house is full of trash now, can't even throw it out." The thug gave him a dirty look and sneered. "Damn, this old man's got a temper." Then he turned to Jamina, who was trailing behind. "Who's that? You're not alone." The old man snapped, glaring at him. "I'm too tired, so I asked him to help out. Gave him bread in return. Why don't you help push if you're so curious?" The thug walked around the old man and toward Jamina, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. "Tech. I'll let you off cause you're the only blacksmith in this dump, but I still gotta check this guy. Don't move unless you want to get cut." He raised the blade to her face and slashed her hood off. The old man broke into a cold sweat, his heart pounding. Jamina had disguised herself well, appearing like a shabby young man. Her once vibrant red hair had just been cut short by her own hand, her face made up to look plain and rough. Her body trembled as she muttered nervously, "Man, making a living's tough." He frowned in disgust and muttered, "Fine, get out of here." The old man looked relieved, as if a burden had been lifted, then turned and asked, "What the hell are you looking for?" The man didn't bother hiding it and answered bluntly, "That blonde kid, one of George's men, he's the only one still missing." The old man grunted, lifting his cart. "Tech, can I go now?" Just as he was about to leave, the man spoke again. One more thing. We need to inspect it properly." He ordered his subordinate, "Hey, check the cart." Lying beneath the pile of trash, Vlad held his breath, terrified to make even the slightest sound. The other two nearby looked equally horrified by what was happening. The man added, don't do it here. We don't want dirt flying everywhere. The subordinate stepped forward with a makeshift spear, just a sharpened stick, saying, got it. The man pointed off in another direction. Do it over there. The old man, dragging the cart, thought nervously, damn it, should I take them somewhere else? No, there's nowhere left. As the subordinate walked alongside the trash cart, eyeing the overstuffed contents, he remarked, this is a lot of stuff. Suddenly he glanced at the girl, making her flinch and lower her head in shame, her face clouded with sadness. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke quietly, don't look so down. I'm just doing my job. Then he raised the spear and jabbed it hard into the trash. She recoiled, shielding her face in fear, while the old man clenched his teeth helplessly. The jabs continued, with no sign of stopping. A whisper reached them. Harbin had launched a search operation near the river. That must be where he is. There has to be a reason Harbin's doing this. That was all the man offered, but it was enough to paralyze the pair with tension. The spear swiped past Vlad's face just inches from a fatal strike. The man finally withdrew it, his expression unfazed. All right, you can go. Turning away, he called out, consider this my way of repaying the 40 silver coins I owed your brother. Vlad, overwhelmed with emotion, whispered, thank you. And with that, the three moved on toward the dumping grounds. When they arrived, the old man spoke softly, we're here. Then he turned to the girl and pointed ahead. This is the dumping site. She trembled, eyes filled with tears. Goodbye, Vlad. Please take care of yourself. The night deepened, and the wind howled stronger. Vlad was pushed off along with the pile of garbage, and the old man could only watch with pain in his heart. The boy's journey, once full of hope, had become the bitter dream of an aging man, and had stolen away the tears of a young girl. She pressed her hands together in prayer, tears rolling lay silently down her cheeks. The moon hung high overhead. In a small cave lit by a pre-made fire, Vlad emerged from the trash heap and sat down. Holding his sword up before him, he called out, can you hear me? The blade responded, I can. His expression hardened. Who are you? The sword answered simply, I don't know. Vlad frowned. I don't get it. You've given me so many tips about using a sword, and yet you don't know who you are. The blade remained silent. He clicked his tongue and continued, fine, whatever. I'll help you. And you'll help me. I'll be your memory. And you'll be my sword. I don't care if you're a demon or something else. The only thing I fear is having nothing at all. At last the sword replied, very well. I'll teach you everything I know about this sword. Snow blanketed the military camp in a soft white, as Joseph Bayezid delicately lifted a game piece from the strategy map. Too easy, he muttered. The second son of the noble Bayezid family. This is far too simple. Just then, Jaeger entered and reported, I have returned, my lord. Ah, yes. There you are, Joseph replied softly to the man standing at the doorway dressed in polished armor, with one eye covered by a black cloth. Jaeger, his bright blue eyes steady, asked, is something troubling you, my lord? Joseph lowered his gaze and answered, it's the ease of it that bothers me. Jaeger looked puzzled. The monster hunting expedition went smoothly. Few casualties and only among the mercenaries. Joseph fell into thought. A battle with no deserters, no unexpected developments. Everyone will start to question my capabilities as a commander. My father, the vassals, all of them. He furrowed his brows. And of course my half-brother Rudiger as well. Jaeger said nothing. Joseph's irritation grew. At this rate, everything could fall apart. If I fail to become the next duke, Rudiger's next moves will be obvious. The Bayezid family has always earned its glory through military feats. History proves that. Ever since his father and his uncles had fought tooth and nail for the title, the pattern was clear. Joseph tapped the table with his fingers. I don't have enough skilled swordsmen. Then he gave a glance to Jaeger. Present company excluded, of course. Jaeger stepped closer to the map table. Aside from that, there's something else I need to report, he said. Go ahead, Joseph replied. There's a soldier who seems suspicious, Jaeger said, his voice lowered. A spy sent by my brother? Joseph asked. That's not the reason I suspect him. You'll understand when you see it yourself, Jaeger answered. The two made their way to where a row of goblin corpses had been strung up, hacked apart by brutal slashes. Their chests and abdomens bore deep, jagged wounds. Disgusting, Joseph muttered, pulling out a handkerchief to block the stench of blood. A child just learning to wield a sword could have done this, he asked. Take a look over there too, Jaeger said, pointing to another row of corpses. These sloppy cuts. They're all exactly the same. Joseph examined the bodies. This one looks a bit cleaner. And so does this one. Suddenly he froze. Wait, they're all from the same person. But the styles are different. Jaeger, don't tell me one person did all of this, he asked. The freezing wind whistled through the yard, making the hanging goblin corpses sway in the cold. Jaeger bowed his head. Yes, my lord. Those over there are from yesterday. The ones you just saw were from a month ago. Joseph stared in disbelief. In just 1 month. Who is it? His eyes sharpened with icy focus. Meanwhile, deep in the snowy mountains, a well-armed squad of mercenaries had surrounded a group of goblins. Don't let them escape. Swords, spears, everything. The weapons drove into the goblins' twisted green bodies. Finally, we're getting somewhere. All right, round up the rest. The squad leader, grinning at the situation, didn't notice the silence that suddenly swept over the group. A massive shadow loomed behind him, a giant wielding a spiked mace, his eyes burning with murderous intent. Huh? What the? The words barely left his mouth before the giant brought the mace crashing down on his head, splattering blood and brains across the snow. The other mercenaries panicked, rushing to ready their weapons, but the giant charged through them barehanded, flinging them into the air. Where the hell did that thing come from? One of them shouted. Screams of terror filled the air. Squad 5 is down. Fall back. The survivors turned and fled only to find the one who had hired them calmly approaching on horseback. What the hell are you guys doing? Get moving. You think you can earn your reward slacking off like this? The employer shouted. The group of soldiers grumbled back in frustration. No one told us there were goblins in the mountains. You should have hired elite mercs for this job. While the employer stood flustered, unsure of what to say, the sound of footsteps crunching over the snow drew everyone's attention. Golden hair, yes. It was Vlad the Prayer. The young man had hair like sunlight and eyes of a cold, piercing blue. His entire demeanor radiated confidence and intensity. In a low voice, he said, I'll take care of it. With that, Vlad charged straight at the massive goblin, sword in hand. One clean strike slashed deep into the creature's back, leaving a gaping wound. But it wasn't enough. The damage hadn't reached fatal levels. The goblin retaliated swiftly, throwing a fist like a meteor aimed directly at Vlad's skull. But thanks to his main character plot armor, our golden boy dove between the goblin's legs and narrowly avoided death. Breaking into a cold sweat, he thought to himself, I failed again. Then came the scolding voice in his mind, you idiot. Even after all I taught you, you still can't pull it off. Vlad snapped back, if I could I'd be a freaking genius. Before he could catch his breath, the massive beast roared and charged again. Yeah. It growled, swinging a giant spiked club overhead and slamming it down where Vlad had just been standing. The ground cracked, a crater forming in the snow, but Vlad had already slipped behind it. His eyes lit up with a sharp, icy blue gleam. This time for sure, he muttered, swinging his sword down once more. Meanwhile, back at the military command tent, Joseph furrowed his brow. Vlad the Prayer, Jaeger. Look into that name immediately. Jaeger gave a small bow in response. As he left, Joseph remained in deep thought. It doesn't make sense. His sword swings were clumsy and unrefined, but they're improving. He's mastering the blade in under a month. Thinking of those cold blue eyes, Joseph let out a small smile. He's a prodigy. Over on the mercenary side, they were busy collecting loot from the goblins' corpses. I was hoping for something useful here, but it's all trash, the leader grumbled with a scowl. One of his men, however, chimed in cheerfully, come on, boss, wasn't this haul pretty great too? Riemann sheathed his sword, eyes cold as ice. Cut the chatter. Just take what I marked. His subordinate chuckled obsequiously. It's all done. No one's contesting your number 1 spot, boss. Just then, a fellow mercenary sidled up to Riemann, trying to cozy up and hint at teaming up next time. Before he could finish his pitch, Riemann turned and walked off, tossing back only a cold sentence. I don't work with Conan. The guy's face twisted in anger. He forced a tight-lipped grin and muttered, that merc badge of yours, how long do you think you can keep flashing that around? I know someone who makes perfect forgeries. Before he could finish, Riemann turned back and shot him a deathly glare. Grr. Watch your mouth. If that was an offer, consider this a warning. If it was a threat, I'll kill you. The man flinched and stammered, I'm just looking out for you, man. Boss. Using your title as a cavalry captain to scrape pennies, it's beneath your talent. Riemann's voice dropped. If you want to keep breathing, shut up and clean up. Yeah, I'm on it, the man muttered as he scampered off. Leaving the cleanup to the others, Riemann quietly headed into the snowy mountains. Those left behind whispered, "There he goes again, off to pray." Guys seriously committed. As they watched the golden-haired young man kneel in the snow, hands resting on his sword under the glow of the setting sun, someone muttered, "This is insane. He's gotta be nobility, right? No way he's like us, he was born different." But Riemann, face buried in the snow, was muttering bitterly, "Damn it, still couldn't kill it." Then came the disembodied voice again, "Told you it doesn't happen overnight." "Then what's the real issue?" he asked. "When you lift your sword and focus your strength, you need to identify your enemy's weak spot first," the voice answered. Riemann grumbled, "Do I seriously have to understand all that? Just go for the weak point when it shows up, what's so hard about that?" The relentless scolding from the voice was wearing him down. Fine, I'll pay attention," he muttered. Meanwhile, his subordinates were all kneeling behind him, facing the same direction, joining him in prayer. The next morning, inside the command tent, Riemann stared in silence at a bowl of murky brown liquid that vaguely resembled stew, bits of meat floating on top. "This is supposed to be meat?" he asked, unimpressed. One soldier laughed and shrugged, "Beats me. It's free. Most places don't feed you at all. You know, guy's name is Bayezid for a reason." Others chimed in, "Salty, but still tasty." Riemann got up and left. "Enjoy your meal." As he walked off, some of the soldiers speculated, "He's off to the priest again. Should I try praying too?" One laughed loudly, "You think prayer will make you as good as him? Keep dreaming." At the priest's place, Father Andrea welcomed Riemann warmly. The young man bowed slightly in greeting. "Father Andrea, I hope you slept well last night." The priest smiled kindly. "I always do. I heard you came by to pray again, must been cold, huh?" Riemann replied simply, "When you're under God's protection, the cold doesn't matter." But inwardly he was screaming, "That lunatic had me training with a sword all night." Father Andrea laughed. "You're starting to sound more like a priest than I do." Just then, a young boy appeared. "Father, breakfast is ready." "Thanks, Jiang," the priest said, then turned to Riemann and gently ushered him toward the table. "Come on, eat with me." Riemann stammered, "I didn't come here for breakfast," but Andrea cut him off. "Let's pray first." The three of them bowed their heads and made the sign of the cross over the meal. Seeing Riemann's reverent posture, Father Andrea couldn't help but think, so sincere. Even in a place as humble as this, he never lets go of his faith. I must guide him well. A young man who throws himself into blood-soaked battlefields, he is one of God's tears. Amen. Let's eat. As the warm soup and fresh bread sat before him, Riemann's heart soared. Hot soup and real bread, what a blessing. Time to dig in. Just as he was about to bite into his bread, the priest casually asked Riemann, "Oh, about your swordsmanship, word seems to have reached Lord Joseph. 2 days ago, the young lady even came to inquire about you." Still chewing with his mouth full, Riemann responded, "Oh yeah? What about it?" The priest continued, "I put in a recommendation for you. You're an earnest young man, and I've been expecting you to go far." Seeing Riemann's stunned expression, the priest added, "The Bayezid family is a noble house of great renown even in the north. Getting to work for them would be a great step forward for you. You deserve that kind of future." Cut to another scene. Riemann was kneeling in the snow, speaking to a mysterious voice. "This is bad. I've drawn too much attention. There's no avoiding it now." The voice replied, "My sword technique can only be learned through actual combat. Didn't you think getting too cozy with the priest might become a problem?" With a cold gaze, Riemann responded, "I needed to confirm it for myself." The voice questioned, "Are you sure I'm not some evil spirit?" But Riemann ignored that, and continued, "People say Father Andrea is extremely well known and powerful in divine arts. He's even been considered for bishop. But since he hasn't managed to catch me yet, things are still under control. Still, I should probably prepare for the worst, just in case." The voice replied with indifference, "At your current level, they're just turning a blind eye to your fake identity." Riemann remained deep in thought. "If they investigate and find out I murdered and stole the identity of that mercenary, I'll be guilty of both impersonation and murder." The voice teased, "You're quite the savage." Riemann pointed at his sword. "You're an accomplice too." The voice replied, "I think it's best if you just run. Unless of course you're clever enough to argue it was all self-defense." Riemann's green eyes lit up. "If I escape tonight and take Goethe with me, I'll have another fake ID in my hands." The voice warned, "I don't think escaping is an option. Someone's approaching you from behind." Riemann tensed up. What? The voice clarified, judging by the presence, it's a high-ranking knight. His expression hardened and body tightened. Quickly, he drew his sword and prepared for a fight, as the figure stepped into range. It was Jaeger. He thought to himself, did he sense me? This kid's more capable than I expected. Jaeger said plainly, Lord Joseph wants to see you. Riemann replied politely, it's an honor. Then Jaeger asked, you knew I was coming? The priest told me, Riemann answered. Though I didn't expect you to come this soon. Jaeger quietly assessed him. Interesting. This young mercenary is pretty calm around me. Come with me. As Jaeger turned and walked away, Riemann thought to himself, should I make a break for it? But the mysterious voice cut in, don't even think about it. A knight of that caliber would have your head in 3 strikes. With no other option, Riemann followed. Inside the command tent, Joseph spoke calmly as the two entered, a book still in his hand. A pleasure to meet you. Riemann bowed respectfully. The honor is mine, Lord Joseph. Joseph asked, any difficulties during training? Riemann replied, thanks to your leadership, we're all deeply grateful. Joseph's gaze drifted over him. Blonde hair. Blue eyes. Let me guess you're the fallen son of some noble house. Your name is Riemann, correct? Yes, sir, Riemann answered, unaware that danger was looming. Joseph's voice stayed calm. Ah, I almost forgot to mention, and before Riemann could react, Jaeger, standing beside him, slapped him across the face with enough force to rattle his skull. Right as Joseph finished, I absolutely despise liars, Vlad of the Shora clan. Joseph Bayezid's venomous gaze bore down on him like a death sentence. Riemann wiped the blood from his mouth and muttered, so you know everything. Joseph, calm as ever, continued, someone confirmed your mother was nothing more than a prostitute, yet no trace of your father could be found. Do you even know who he is? His sharp, probing stare shifted to Vlad, trying to catch the slightest twitch in the boy's face. What a joke, Riemann. No, Vlad now said quietly, asking a horse son if he knows his father. Jaeger immediately slammed his boot into Vlad's leg, forcing him to his knees. Know your place, kid. Joseph stepped closer, letting his words drop like poison. No, on second thought. This is rather amusing. A band of mercenaries. Perhaps we should kill him and ship the body back. I've found out why you fled Shora. So tell me who taught you swordsmanship. Towering above Vlad's kneeling form, Joseph made it clear who held the power. But Vlad's eyes sharpened, drawing a sneer from Joseph. There's a lot hidden behind those eyes. Behind Vlad, Jaeger wordlessly unsheathed his sword. And finally, Vlad spoke, his voice thunderous, it was my teacher. He never gave his name, but he said his divine sight could identify those with potential. Joseph's eyes narrowed. No hesitation in his gaze, he noted. Then aloud, apologies, for the way I treated you. Did I do it? Vlad wondered silently. But Joseph continued, I may not know you well, but I find myself in a difficult position. That's why I have a proposal, Vlad of Shora. Don't you want more? Power, freedom, survival, the honor of knighthood? I, Joseph Bayezid, will help you reach it. The scene shifts to the snowy field outside, where the sound of clashing swords rings out. Vlad and Jaeger locked in combat. So he's become Jaeger's apprentice, one soldier asked. His skills must be incredible, another added. I'm jealous, I wish he'd train me too. Jaeger's attacks came relentless, his voice sharp with criticism. Pathetic. And you dare raise your head before Lord Joseph with skills like this? He rapped Vlad hard on the head with his sword hilt. You don't even know your place. Vlad, increasingly overwhelmed, could only defend as he panicked internally. His skill is on another level. If I dodge, he'll only strike harder. He's too strong, I can't keep up. But then, reading Jaeger's next strike, Vlad found an opening. This is it. His sword landed a hit. The watching soldiers clapped. He's got some skill after all. Jaeger gave a faint nod. At the very least, that much. While our protagonist gasped like a dying ox, Jaeger barely looked winded. That wasn't real, Vlad admitted to himself. He let me land that hit to test me. Jaeger turned away. Morning session's over. Didn't want you resting too long. A session in the morning and one at night? Vlad muttered in disbelief. As Jaeger walked off without so much as a word of encouragement, Vlad sighed. He's never straight with me. Won't even offer a hint of advice. Then came the familiar mysterious voice, you fought well. He didn't hesitate to strip away your fear and insecurity. Some lessons can only be taught through pain. Back inside Joseph's war tent, the man asked, "So, you fought him yourself, what do you think?" Jagger answered plainly, "He's not bad, sir. If he had noble blood, even the counts would take interest." Joseph smirked, cruelty dancing in his eyes. "I knew my instincts wouldn't fail me." But Jagger added, "He doesn't know his limits, and he's a bit reckless. It's our job to teach him manners. And I've already found the right person for that role." Jagger hesitated, trying to interject. "A sword that lacks loyalty cannot be trusted, sir." But Joseph remained composed. "Even if he bows to me, I won't trust him. If he shows his true colors early, that's fine too. A relationship of mutual benefit is a stable one." Jagger bowed. "As you wish, sir." Joseph's tone darkened. "He's like a wolf, arrogant, untrustworthy, noble in spirit. I don't want to, but I have no choice. Even if it takes time, I'll build a cage. A cage so large that the wolf inside believes he's still free." A flash of cold ruthlessness flickered in Joseph's eyes. Cut to the snowy courtyard, where he huddled near a fire, shivering. "Ugh, it's freezing. Why is there so much frost this winter?" "Our leader, no, Vlad is now Jagger's student. I've got to push myself harder. Success was one thing, but surviving in this weather was another." As Goethe grumbled, a soldier appeared behind him and asked, "Everything all right?" Goethe turned and quickly answered with a cheerful tone, "Ah, yes, Sir Roderick. Nothing out of the ordinary." Roderick gave a brief nod. "Stay alert and get back to work," he said before heading toward the forest. Watching him walk away, Goethe mumbled, "Just making rounds, he probably won't come back. Maybe I can get a bit of shut-eye." With that, he leaned against a tree and dozed off. Suddenly, a voice jolted him awake. "What are you doing here?" Goethe's heart nearly leapt out of his chest. He didn't leave yet. But to his relief, Roderick was still standing near the forest's edge. Who is he talking to? Goethe. He strained his ears and caught fragments of the conversation. Roderick said, "Looking for children? Are you out of your mind?" Goethe noticed the other voice was female, but she had gone silent. Creeping closer, Goethe tried to make sense of it. "That's not the way back to camp. Where's he going?" Just then, his breath caught in his throat. A swirling mass of dark energy began to envelop Roderick. "What the?" Goethe slapped a hand over his mouth, terrified to make a sound. The next morning, Vlad was massaging his sore muscles after a training session with Jagger. "Couldn't he have gone a little easier on me?" he muttered. A familiar voice scolded him. "Most people would pay to be sparring with Jagger. He's one of the best knights out there." Vlad grumbled. "Feels more like he just wanted to beat me into the ground." The voice replied encouragingly, "That's exactly the kind of thing that sharpens your will." As he sat brooding over his lack of progress, a quiet voice called his name from behind a tree. It was Goethe. What was he doing here? "Leader, hey leader." Goethe approached cautiously, glancing around before leaning in. "Do you want to sneak out of here with me tonight?" "I'm only doing this for your sake." "What do you mean?" Vlad asked. Goethe continued in a low, tense tone, "Don't brush me off. Last night, I saw something in that forest. The one we've been marching through, it's cursed." "What?" Vlad exclaimed. Goethe nodded with a frightened look in his eyes. "You've heard that many soldiers have deserted, even though the pay and conditions are excellent, right?" "Yeah, so. That's because the forest took them," Goethe hissed. "They didn't run away. They vanished." Vlad could see the deep unease in Goethe's eyes. "A spirit has been taking them," he added ominously. Vlad raised his hand, ready to slap some sense into him. "You idiot, if you're going to make stuff up, at least try to make it believable." "I'm not making it up," Goethe shouted. "Even last night another knight disappeared." "Wait, you mean Sir Roderick?" Vlad's hand stopped mid-air. Yes, Sir Roderick," Goethe quickly replied. "And on the way back, I realized something. Everyone who's gone missing had black hair." Vlad froze in shock. Soon after, a mounted team led by Jagger was assembled to follow Goethe's recollections into the forest. Goethe, filled with dread, thought, "Oh God, I should have just packed my stuff and left quietly. Why did I open my mouth?" "On horseback?" Jagger asked Vlad quietly. "Can we trust him?" "No," Vlad answered plainly. "But he's not crazy either." "Himph," Jagger mused. "Joseph sees this as an opportunity. Instead of some pointless conquest, having something to investigate is more worthwhile. But it still leaves a bad taste in my mouth." He asked aloud, All the missing soldiers had black hair, you said? Vlad replied. Are you thinking of Joseph? Jagger said. There are 3 knights stationed at the outpost. Something might happen to them. He fell silent again, deep in thought. If Roderick's already gone, then someone even more dangerous may be involved. Just then, Gerda called out, Sir Jaeger. The vanguard camp is just up ahead. A bowl-cut soldier stepped out from a tent and saluted. Sir Jaeger, I'm Irin. Under Sir Roderick's command. From atop his horse, Jaeger asked, You scoured the forest and still couldn't find Roderick? Yes, sir. Even with the best hunters guiding us, we didn't find a single footprint, Irin answered. Looks like I'll have to check for myself, Jaeger thought. He gave an order, split into groups of 3 and search the surrounding area. Keep your groups in sight of each other. Yes, sir. The soldiers shouted in unison. As the sun dipped toward the horizon, Goethe grumbled to Vlad, You're a fraud. You tricked me and took advantage of my kindness. Vlad remained unfazed. Save the drama. I'll make it up to you later. Jaeger approached and asked, Did any of you find something? When they all shook their heads, he muttered, Useless. Vlad spoke up, Sir Jaeger, I'm from the city. I'm not exactly trained to find people in the woods. Jaeger shot back, Then how did you find people in the alleyways? Vlad replied nonchalantly, Oh, easy. Just beat up someone until you get answers. Jaeger sighed. You're hopeless. The sun's almost down, don't tell me we're going back empty-handed, he thought. His gaze drifted to the frozen river. Have they searched the far side of the river yet? The soldiers responded, Seems like they haven't crossed the river yet. It's not the usual route for conquest anyway. Jaeger mulled it over. There are no tracks in the forest, we've already searched once. No way I can't find Roderick and that mysterious woman. Then he gave the order, regroup. We're crossing the river. Yes, sir. Gerda gathered the troops. Tech, winter's ending, but the river still isn't fully frozen. Vlad remarked. It's solid enough to get across. Jaeger nodded. If we go in small groups, it'll be fine. The soldiers behind them asked, Did you find them? But Gerda waved them off. No, that's not why I called you here. Jaeger raised his voice. We're expanding the search to the far side of the river. It's not completely frozen, so we'll cross in groups of 3. Goethe shivered. I've got a really bad feeling about this. Vlad dismissed him, You're just scared. Goethe admitted, Of course I am. I'm not as capable as the rest of you. I've survived this long by trusting my instincts. Vlad kept his tone even. I don't know much about instincts, but I do know this: if you run away now you won't die easy. As the only witness who fled the scene, even I'd have to hunt you down and kill you. Enough talking. Follow me. He turned and stepped onto the ice. Left with no choice, Goethe followed, muttering under his breath, Something's definitely wrong. Halfway across the lake, Goethe stammered, Captain, is this going to crack? Pointing nervously at the ice. Vlad replied flatly, If you keep whining, I'll break it myself and drown you right here. Goethe dropped to his knees on the ice, paralyzed with fear. Vlad snapped, Get up. We're the last ones still behind. Suddenly Goethe screamed, There's a body under the ice. A corpse, it's floating right under us. Vlad froze. He shouted, There's a corpse under the water. The entire squad turned in shock. Cracks spread rapidly across the ice with loud snaps. The ice is breaking. Get to the shore. Someone shouted. This is insane. From beneath the fractured surface, the corpses suddenly surged upward, smashing through the ice and attacking the troops. What the hell is going on? We're surrounded. The soldiers scrambled into formation, but they were clearly outmatched by the wave of bloodthirsty undead. Commander Jagger, what do we do? One shouted. Jagger's eyes were razor sharp. This is a trap, an elaborate one. It's like they knew we were coming. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Jagger grew tense. Nightfall and darkness. This isn't the realm of the living. Grotesque roars filled the air as the green-eyed undead closed in from all sides. Elsewhere in camp, inside the priest's tent, the cleric prayed alongside young Jiang. Lord, bless and protect us. Then he noticed something dark, energy swirling slowly around the chalice of holy water. The wind howled through the night. In the middle of the snowstorm, a woman's corpse floated forward, draped in a long white dress. Her jet-black hair dragged through the snow, while a sinister aura surrounded her. Her mournful voice echoed, slow and haunting, My child. Where is my child? The ghostly woman drifted closer to the military camp, her dark aura spreading further with every passing second. Back at the frozen river, the army was being overrun. The undead swarmed like ants. One particularly vicious one lunged straight at Gotha, who screamed, "Captain, help me." Vlad dashed forward, slicing its head clean off. But the noise drew even more ghouls toward him. With blade in hand, Vlad fought fiercely, severing limbs and heads. One arm went flying, landing right at Gotha's feet, making him nearly faint. Vlad roared, "Get up and grab your damn flute." Gertie was still paralyzed with fear. I can't do it." "Damn it." Vlad gritted his teeth as the mysterious voice echoed again, "Stay calm. Choose your path before you think about escaping." Staring at the approaching horde of corpses, Vlad thought to himself, "I can't push forward. Is Commander Jagger still safe?" Elsewhere, Jager's sharp blade slashed through over a dozen undead in one swing, but they kept coming. Some had already managed to grab a few soldiers and snap their necks. Jager growled in frustration, "Damn it. This won't end anytime soon. This was all planned in advance. I don't know who orchestrated it, but their goal is painfully clear. There's no time left to hesitate." A ghostly green glow flickered in Jager's eyes like poison. His grip on the sword tightened as he dove back into the horde, cutting through them mercilessly. Inspired by his bravery, the soldiers rallied with a renewed sense of purpose. "Push forward. Commander Jager is still fighting with us." Jager shouted toward Vlad, "Vlad of Shora, fulfill the pact now." Vlad yelled back, "I'm on it." Jager barked out more orders, "Retreat to the stronghold immediately. Hold them off as long as possible." A splash of blood hit Jager's face, making him look even more fearsome. "Protect Lord Joseph, as the pact demands," he roared. Vlad responded with a cry, then turned and bolted at lightning speed, dragging Goethe behind him. "Goethe, move. The captain's counting on me." Back in the fray, Jager drew a steady breath and opened his eyes wide, hoping that those he'd entrusted would reach Joseph safely. Then he resumed his furious onslaught. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged from the shadows. It was Roderick, now a reanimated corpse. Jager clenched his jaw. "Forgive me, Roderick, I was too late." Inside the command tent, Joseph was flipping through books when a loud noise erupted outside. Let me go, are we under attack?" he gasped. One of his subordinates burst in, panicked. "Lord Joseph," the soldier stammered. "What is it?" Joseph demanded, but the man couldn't get the words out. "You rush in here and don't even know what's going on." Joseph snapped. The soldier fumbled. Your safety came first," Joseph roared. "Then why didn't you bring your sword?" The soldier froze, then realized his scabbard was empty. As he dropped to his knees to beg forgiveness, Priest Andrea hurried in with 2 more soldiers. "Lord Joseph, it's a demon." Andrea raised a Bible. "This passage is written in sacred ink. Look at how the words tremble. This is no ordinary event." Joseph's face went pale. "Is there any way to stop it?" The priest replied, "I'm no exorcist, but I'll channel as much divine energy as I can. Still, against a demon like this, I might not be able to do much." Joseph frowned. "Understood." He thought quickly, none of the knights left behind are strong enough to conjure a barrier to protect the others. "Still, they're all I have." With a wave of his cloak he gave the order, "We're moving." His eyes were as cold as the blizzard outside. Beyond the tent, hundreds of soldiers writhed and screamed across the snow. "Let me out. I'm not your child. Let me go." Joseph squinted into the thick fog and quickly tied a cloth over his nose and mouth. "So this mist is what's dulling their minds?" Andrea answered grimly. "Not exactly, but I can say with certainty this isn't a natural occurrence." Joseph's frown deepened. "It's affecting me too." The ghostly woman appeared once again, cloaked in an aura of shadow. She was terrifying. Her gaping, blood-colored maw kept muttering, "My child, where is my child?" Her limbs were freakishly long. Joseph and his men stood frozen in place, unable to look away from the horror unfolding before them. When it saw Joseph, it opened its gaping mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth and screamed, "My child, I've finally found you." A radiant golden hand shot forward. It belonged to the emaciated woman with jagged, fang-like teeth. She shrieked wildly, "My child! My child!" Andrea stood with his hands clasped, as if in prayer. All around him, crooked letters shimmered with light. Beside him, Zhang mirrored the posture, both hands raised to the sky in supplication. The two were chanting an incantation meant to destroy the demonic woman. Joseph Bayezid frowned in frustration. So there's no other way to defeat her without Lord Heir. He glanced at the two who lay sprawled on the ground. Kale, Maxim, they're not worthy. Not worthy of Father Andrea's blessing. The demon could only repeat the same words over and over, my child. Joseph stared at her intently. It felt like a curse meant for him alone. He could see her fingers beginning to ignite. The feeling of helplessness made him see. Who is she, really? Jian coughed up blood. Andrea barked out a warning, hold your ground. Jian gasped, the sun will rise again, I know it will. But the magical shield they had summoned was beginning to crack as the demon's clawed hand pierced through it. Jiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his hand still raised to the heavens, as he poured every ounce of strength into the barrier. The demon was forced back once again, unable to advance. Joseph Bayezid looked over at him. That assistance reached his limit. The hymn is almost over. He clenched his jaw, sweat clinging to his cheek. Is this really it? We won't last until sunrise. Then his eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? A blur of white hair streaked behind the demon. Is that? The demon sensed something approaching and turned around. It was none other than Vlad, sword gripped tightly in his hand, power surging through it in preparation for the clash. Just minutes earlier, they had discovered that the demon couldn't be harmed by normal weapons due to a curse. Vlad had asked, then what should I do? The sword had responded, can you wield aura? Vlad scoffed. You're kidding, right? The sword went quiet, then spoke again. Actually, there is one way. Vlad picked it up. And what's that? The sword replied, let me take control of your body for a while. Vlad was skeptical. Can you even do that? The sword sounded unsure. It's the only option we've got now. I'm confident I can use aura on my own, but whether I can channel it through your body, I'm not certain. A current of blue electricity surged through Vlad's body. Even if I could use it, I won't be able to move afterward. I wouldn't recommend this. But Vlad's eyes were cold, resolute, filled with fierce determination. Then it's simple. If I don't kill her, I'll be the one who dies. That's the rule of the sword. He gripped it tighter. Let's do this, you're sure? The sword asked again. Vlad's gaze was sharp as a blade. I made a promise to Joseph. I have a duty to uphold. I offer my conviction, not just loyalty. Very well, the sword said quietly. I'll respect your decision. Back in the present, Vlad charged toward the demoness. She spun around and shrieked at him, the sound piercing and maddening. Vlad winced and shut his eyes. It's time. He closed his right eye and a beam of bluish-green light crashed down from above. Is this the realm of divine voices? His aura exploded in a violent surge, engulfing him in overwhelming energy. He struck a powerful stance. His gaze was razor-sharp, his blue eyes blazed with intensity. The sword in his grip pulsed with life as energy flowed through it. The demoness was blinded by the radiant light. Vlad roared forward, slashing with full force, his blade cleaving through her midsection. The demon shrieked in agony. Everyone watching stood frozen in shock. Even Joseph Bayezid stared, wide-eyed. Just that single slash had been enough to bring Vlad to his knees. His legs buckled, dropping him to the ground. The power now coursing through his body was immense and excruciating. He let out a loud scream. Joseph Bayezid's voice called out in panic, Vlad. Vlad collapsed face first into the snow, his entire body trembling. Joseph immediately realized what had happened. That was definitely a sign of aura. I have no idea how he managed to achieve it, but whatever it was, it came at a heavy price. The demon woman was still alive. My child, she whimpered, crawling toward Vlad, who was in too much pain to move. Joseph gave a sharp command, stop the chant and run. The others called out in surprise, Lord Joseph. But he had already rushed to Vlad's side, slinging Vlad's arm over his shoulders. Vlad, lean on me, he said. Vlad could only groan in pain. The demon woman's obsession hadn't faded. Her hand stretched toward them, releasing swarms of dark spirits from the black aura surrounding her. Then her clawed hand clamped onto Joseph's ankle. She yanked him down, making him fall to his knees. Joseph gritted his teeth in shock. This damn fragile body, I can't even free myself. Suddenly, someone shouted, Lord Joseph. Jagger grabbed Joseph by the collar. Forgive my rudeness, sir, he said, then hurled both Joseph and Vlad through the air, flinging them out of the demon's grasp. As her prey disappeared, the demon shrieked in rage. Andrea looked over and saw the two young men land beside him. Joseph gasped for breath. That's the first time I've ever been glad someone was nearby, he muttered. A voice replied, Thank you. Vlad, still in pain, forced himself to pick up his sword. He wasn't done fighting yet. He turned to Andrea and spoke with determination, Father, please bless my sword. I beg you. I have to help that woman be freed from her torment. Andrea remained silent for a moment, then nodded. I understand. He grasped the blade, letting it cut into his palm until blood welled up and dripped onto the steel. Vlad's sword is now stained with my blood. I have given him my blessing. Vlad took the weapon back. Thank you, Father. Strength returned to his body. Slowly, he walked forward. Standing before the demon, he listened as she muttered in delirium, Please, help me find my child. Vlad remembered. For just a fleeting moment, he had seen her, the woman locked away in a pitch-black dungeon. She had screamed in anguish through iron bars, my baby. Her child had been left on the cold stone floor. She wept, begging, Please, give my child back, I'm begging you. There had been nothing she could do but plead as her child withered away right before her eyes. That memory, her unbearable torment. Vlad raised his sword with both hands and spoke softly, mournfully, May you rest in peace. Still the woman searched for her child. Where is my baby? Vlad brought the sword down in a clean, final stroke, releasing her, banishing the cursed spirits. The first light of dawn crept over the mountain ridge. Deep in the forest, a figure in a black cloak with a hood drawn low over his face was performing some dark ritual. Flames of black fire flickered over a wooden box before him. He sneered wickedly, triumphant, until the fire suddenly died out. He froze, stunned. I can't feel her presence anymore. She's been defeated. But by who? Among them, only one knight knew how to wield aura. A voice rang down from above, So you're the rat pulling the strings behind all this? It was Jaeger. A chill ran down the hooded man's spine. Death was now unavoidable. In the morning's clear light, Joseph Bayezid stared at the severed head Jaeger was holding by the hair. That was the one controlling the corpses, he asked. Most likely, he concluded. Jaeger held a wooden box in his other hand, and beside him lay what appeared to be a tiny coffin, perhaps the very thing the demon woman had been desperately searching for. Joseph gave an order, Please deliver it to the priest. I'll investigate further once we return. Jaeger bowed solemnly. Yes, my lord. Joseph Bayezid stood atop a rocky cliff, gazing down at the camp now blanketed in white snow. Looks like our expedition was a complete failure, he said. Jaeger responded quietly, I have no excuse, sir. But Joseph didn't seem too bothered. Even in failure, for some reason, I feel strangely at ease. Jaeger asked, What about the boy? With a confident glint in his eye, Joseph replied, I think we've found him. He will become my sword. He was referring to Vlad. That boy will shine brighter than any other blade. Elsewhere, Vlad's face looked dazed as he sat up in bed. I slept for 3 straight days. The sword in his hand responded, That's right. Be more careful next time. I didn't expect the side effects to be that strong. Now fully awake, Vlad sat on the edge of the bed. Honestly, I thought they'd toss me into a cart like luggage the second I passed out. The sword reasoned, They were probably waiting for you to recover. That Joseph guy seems very invested in you. Vlad had already changed clothes, and was stepping outside the tent. Seeing the still and silent landscape, he muttered in surprise, Why is it so quiet out here? Not a soul in sight, I guess after what happened. It's not surprising everyone ran off. Right then, Gurth arrived. Captain, you're awake. Do you know how worried I was? Vlad responded with a hint of sarcasm. Oh, the first one who wanted to run is the last one still here. Gurta flashed a grin. Of course. They promised a bonus when we got back, remember? He chattered on. I brought you back to the camp, and even risked my life fighting alongside that night. You better not forget that. Vlad replied coolly, All right. I'll take it under consideration. Gurta waved it off. Commander JR told me to inform him the moment you woke up. Lord Joseph's in his tent too. You should go see him. Vlad nodded. Fine, I'll go. Keep up the good work. Gurta called after him, Say something nice about me while you're at it. Don't forget. Vlad muttered under his breath. Annoying as hell. Inside Joseph Bayezid's tent, the man poured a glass of red wine and asked, Do you drink? Vlad replied, I used to work at a brothel, so yeah. But I've never tasted wine this expensive. Joseph glanced at the bottle in his hand. This is true nobleman's wine. He rested his chin on his palm and looked at Vlad. "First of all, I want to thank you." "You could have run back then," Vlad answered plainly. "We had a contract." Joseph nodded. "Yes, you once gave me your word in faith." He observed Vlad, thinking, that promise was nothing more than words. Yet this boy actually kept it. He's a talent I can't afford to lose. Then he corrected himself. No, he's a talent I must have. Joseph lifted his glass. "In that case, it's my turn to honor my promise. You deserve a proper reward for everything you've done." He placed the wine before Vlad and declared, "I hereby invite you to officially join the House of Bayezid, under the Varna district of the Bayezid Dominion." Meanwhile, Jaeger quietly remarked, "Time moves fast." The scene shifts to the Varna district under Bayezid's domain. Jaeger reported, "Lord Joseph, the mercenary unit has been dismissed." Joseph Bayezid nodded approvingly. "Good. The report on the expedition hasn't been finalized yet, so we'll need to remain here for another day or two." Jaeger glanced over at Vlad, who was looking around like a curious cat. "First time here?" he asked. Vlad scratched his head and replied sheepishly, "Honestly, no matter where we go, it's always a first for me." Jaeger smirked. "What about Bumpkin District?" That shut Vlad up immediately. Joseph stood to leave but addressed Vlad before he walked off. "In that case, take the day off. Go explore the city if you like." Vlad bowed slightly. "Thank you, sir." Jaeger added, "Kid, don't get lost. And make sure you're back at City Hall before sundown." Vlad obediently responded, "Got it." Then shot him an annoyed look and muttered, "Man, I really can't stand that guy." With no one else around, the sword spoke up. "Seems like Jaeger's just as fond of you as Joseph is." Vlad groaned. "Then please, no more fondness. That kind of attention might ruin my life." Still, he was in a much lighter mood now. "Anyway, I made a decent chunk of money from that expedition. Time to treat myself to a proper meal. Wonder what they serve around here?" Just then, someone tugged lightly at his sleeve. "Sir Vlad." He looked down to see Jiang. "Oh, Father Jiang, what's going on?" With a bright smile, Jiang said, "If you're free today, the priest would like to meet with you." "Priest?" Vlad echoed, surprised. Soon they stood before a grand church. Vlad looked up in awe. "It's huge, even the shrines back in Shora weren't this big." Jiang raised a finger and explained, "That's because Sturma is the capital of Bayezid territory, and Varna is its religious heart." He smiled again. "Please wait inside. I'll go fetch the priest." As the doors opened, Vlad stepped in and gasped. "Pooh!" Before him was a majestic, breathtaking cathedral. A thought struck him. "Now that I think about it, I've always called myself a believer. But I don't think I've ever truly prayed once in my life." He rubbed the back of his head, feeling oddly guilty. "Why do I suddenly feel ashamed?" Just then, Andrea stepped out. "Vlad, sorry to keep you waiting." Vlad bowed respectfully. "It's no trouble, Father. Thank you for inviting me." Andrea gave him a warm smile. "No need to be so formal." He handed Vlad an item. "Here, this is for you." Vlad eyed it warily. It was his own identification card. Andrea explained, "I'm sure Lord Joseph has his own ways, but identification issued through the church carries the most weight. After all, his influence reaches across the entire continent." Vlad's eyes widened with astonishment when he saw the name of his listed guardian, Father Andrea. Andrea patted his shoulder and said gently, "If you ever need anything, come see me. From now on, I'll be your official guardian." Vlad didn't understand why he would go so far. A priest, offering to be the guardian of a street rat, who wasn't even properly registered at birth. Now I have someone who can help me stake a real claim in this vast world. Overwhelmed with emotion, Vlad dropped to one knee and bowed his head deeply, showing the utmost respect to Andrea. From this day forward he would no longer be just Vlad from the back alleys. He was now Vlad of Shora. Joseph Bayezid's carriage convoy was on the move. He turned to Vlad and began explaining, Bayezid's territory consists of 12 districts and 3 main cities, the commercial hub Shora, the religious capital Varna, and right here the central city of Sturma. The carriages pulled up at the gates of the central city. Inside, Jaeger stood with his arms crossed, clearly displeased as he glared at them. He reminded them curtly, "You're now guests of Lord Joseph. Remember that. If you act like fools, it'll tarnish his name." He turned his attention to Vlad and Goethe. "Don't go running around like country bumpkins visiting the city for the first time. Just sit still, got it?" "Yes, sir," they answered in unison. Jaeger added, A maid will bring food. But when they looked confused, he muttered, "Forget it. Don't touch anything, just wait. If you eat like a pair of savages, it'll make us all look bad." Vlad tried to reason, still, a small bite, but Jaeger was already walking away and cut him off sharply. "Shut it. Don't eat anything." The door creaked open as the two of them stepped into a luxurious guest room. A chandelier hung from the ceiling, and the furniture and carpet were a regal crimson. Goethe, clearly overwhelmed, looked around in awe. "This is a guest room. Man, Bayezid really is rich." "I knew it," Vlad muttered confidently. Then a voice spoke up from behind a curtain, "Never seen you two before." Vlad turned to see a figure behind the sheer fabric. "To be honest, I was planning to sneak in here for a nap," the voice continued. The figure stepped out, and Vlad's eyes widened. He seemed to recognize the man. With an icy tone, the young man asked, "Who the hell are you two?" Vlad froze. He looks familiar, but his presence is completely different. Vlad felt as though the guy could cut a man in half with just his stare. Goethe quickly introduced himself. "I'm Goethe. We met Lord Joseph during an expedition," the other interrupted. "Ah, so you're Goethe." Then he glanced at Vlad. "I'm Vlad, from Shora," Vlad said. The young man sneered slightly. "Really? First time I've heard that name." He studied Vlad with quiet scrutiny. "Look at this guy, those sharp eyes. He's not scared at all. Standing so confidently in front of me." Then he smirked. "Looks like Joseph brought back some interesting ones. I like you already." He casually slipped his hand into his pocket, pulled out a handful of beans, and offered them. "Want some?" Vlad eyed them cautiously and declined. "We were told not to eat anything." He repeated firmly, "We were explicitly told not to eat anything here." Goethe's face twisted in horror at Vlad's response. What the hell? Is this guy insane? How can he refuse a noble's offer like that? The young man's expression dimmed slightly. "I see. So Vlad from Schreier's first act in Bayezid Manor is to turn down beans offered by Rudiger, the count's eldest son." He tossed a few beans into his mouth and chewed noisily. "Still, they're good." Meanwhile, in the study, a pair of thin, scarred hands scribbled across a piece of paper. "Yes, father," said Joseph Bayezid. The elderly count looked at him and said, "I know. You've never taken to anyone before except Jaeger, the one your mother brought into the family." He fixed his son with a hard gaze. "If you can shape that boy into a knight as powerful as one of our own, I'll reward you." Joseph bowed respectfully. "Thank you, father." But the old man's cold eyes locked on his son as he issued one last warning. "I know you're not skilled with a sword, but never forget, you bear the name Bayezid." Joseph Bayezid didn't say much. He simply bowed his head and replied, "Yes, father." Then the count's expression softened with concern as he asked, "Are you feeling better now?" Joseph Bayezid answered, "Yes, father. I am." The count nodded. "Good, then you're free to go." Joseph bowed slightly. "Please rest well, father." Both men watched silently as Joseph walked away. The count's face turned somber, his eyes following Joseph's footsteps with quiet contemplation. Then he spoke to Ragmus, who stood nearby. "We should give him more of the medicine." Ragmus replied, "I'm sure he'll be grateful." "So will Lady Oksana." The count let out a dry scoff. "That woman really does care for her son, doesn't she?" Switching topics, the count asked, "What do you think, Ragmus, about Joseph's report?" Ragmus responded, "We should take it seriously. Strange events keep happening with increasing frequency." A vein pulsed on the count's temple, a clear sign of his rising fury. "We need to find out who's behind all this. How dare they commit such atrocities within my domain?" Ragmus added, "The report from Varna mentions what appears to be a fusion of necromancy and curses." The count rested his chin on his hand as he listened. Such a feat isn't possible with just one dark sorcerer. It would take at least two. He narrowed his eyes. If there are more than two, then they must be organized two groups, perhaps. Ragmus agreed. "That's certainly possible." The count stood up. "Not that it changes anything." He clasped his hands behind his back and strode out of the room. "Because House Bayezid will always stand firm here. And we are ready to crush anyone who dares stand in our way." He turned back with a piercing gaze. "I trust you'll find them soon, the ones who endangered my son and dared sow chaos in my lands." The night sky stretched over the Bayezid estate. Meanwhile, Joseph Bayezid entered the drawing room with Jaeger. "The report took longer than I expected. Have you been waiting long?" Goethe answered quickly, "Not at all, sir." Joseph eyed him for a moment. "You're Goethe, aren't you?" The man stood up straight and shouted, "Yes, Sir Joseph." Joseph added, "We'll talk about your reward tomorrow." That single sentence immediately deflated Goethe's mood. "But I've been starving all day," Joseph continued. "A maid will escort you to your room. You should rest." Of course Goethe wouldn't dare complain even with 10 lives to spare. He bowed and left. "Very well, sir. If you'll excuse me." Joseph sat back in the chair with a relaxed posture. "Now, let's talk for a moment." He turned to Vlad. "You saved me and said you intend to offer me your sword someday. Is that correct?" Vlad stood across from him and replied, "Yes, my lord." Joseph went on, "You also said you have a mission to fulfill, and I assume that means you need your freedom, correct?" "Yes," Vlad answered. Joseph crossed his legs casually. "So you're offering me your sword, yet what you seek most is freedom. That's a contradiction we'll need to resolve." He looked at Vlad and asked, "So tell me, what exactly do you plan to do with that freedom? If you're honest, I'll consider how far I can support you." Vlad remained silent for a moment. His emerald eyes gleamed sharply in the moonlight as he stared at Joseph. Then, finally he spoke. "The Azure Moon Knight, Godwin of Gaidar, do you know of him?" Joseph stayed quiet, assessing Vlad. "I thought he was just a gifted kid. Who knew he had such a background?" Calmly, Joseph said, "The Faceless One has been destroyed. The rose smile was Godwin, a knight of Gaidar." Vlad confirmed, "I've never forgotten the one who murdered my benefactor. He's the one who ruined my life." He paused. "And yet he's also the man I once admired." Joseph clasped his hands together and sighed with regret. "I'm afraid I can't help you. Those people are beyond my reach." Vlad had expected that. "I figured as much." Still, he felt a twinge of disappointment. "I already made peace with it. After all, Lord Joseph is just the Count's son. But at least he was honest with me." Both of them spoke at the same time. "In that case, let's make a slight change to our agreement." Joseph Bayezid was the first to speak. "I propose a 7-year pact of Shora." Vlad blinked in surprise. "What?" Joseph looked him in the eye. "Perhaps you didn't see this coming. I've just cast aside the pride of a noble. That wasn't an easy decision to make." Vlad noticed Jaeger staring at him, his presence exuding a faint killing intent. "I'm not completely sure," Vlad thought, "but he might be telling the truth." Joseph continued, "I will secure your future because you are my benefactor. For the next 7 years, I'll provide you with food, shelter and training. I'll make you into an unrivaled knight, one who fears no opponent." Vlad was taken aback. "A knight?" Joseph's voice remained steady. "In return, I ask for your loyalty, and that you only take on missions I assign. That includes anything concerning Godwin, as well as the Shora Valley. That's the full extent of what I can offer you." He then added, "The girl named Jamina is currently at a monastery." Joseph gave Vlad a knowing look. "You won't get very far with the sword alone. There are things in this world sharper than blades. I have my own weapon too." He posed a final question. "Well, Vlad? Hasn't our conversation already reached its end?" He turned toward the window, and his reflection appeared in the glass. "That kid, he's quite ambitious." Jaeger, still not understanding the decision, spoke up. "Was it necessary to go this far?" "I can always find more capable use for you," Joseph replied calmly. "I know there are many talented children born with potential. But it's another thing entirely to be able to use that power." Jaeger gave him a skeptical look. "Are you certain that boy will live up to your expectations?" Joseph responded without hesitation. "Of course I am. I saw it with my own eyes." Jaeger warned, "He's headstrong and reckless. He'll be tough to control." Joseph smiled faintly. "That's why I have you. 7 years is plenty of time to raise a beast and teach it to obey." Jaeger gave in with a resigned nod. "In that case, I'll give it everything I've got." Joseph handed him the responsibility. "I'm counting on you. The stronger he becomes, the more valuable he is to me." He gazed outside once more. "At first I thought he was just a useful wolf. But now it turns out he's a boy ambitious enough to chase the moon." Sunlight streamed down on the Bayezid estate. At dawn, Jaeger was already showing Vlad around. "From now on, this room is yours. It's a bit old, but you're free to use it however you want." Vlad lit up with excitement. "No way, this place is amazing." He looked absolutely thrilled. "The floors are clean, and there's even a bed. This is like a palace to me." Jaeger paused for a moment, realizing something. "Right, I forgot you came from the valley and those alleys. The other trainees come from well-off families, so it's been hard for them to adjust here. He added flatly, you shouldn't have any problems, unless you make one. At that, Vlad cautiously brought something up. About the peanut incident. It was actually Sir Rudiger who, but Jaeger cut him off. Forget it. You didn't listen to me in the first place anyway. Vlad shot back, annoyed. Yeah, well, you beat me to a pulp too. Jaeger walked off. After you eat, meet me in the military hall. We'll have training sessions in the morning and at night. Also during marches. As he stepped outside, Jaeger ran into Lady Okasana. With quiet respect, he leaned toward Vlad and introduced her. This is Lady Okasana, Lord Joseph's mother. Show proper respect just as you were taught. The two of them bowed in unison and spoke in perfect sync. Good morning, Lady Okasana. She returned the greeting with a nod. Good morning. Her gaze then shifted to Vlad. So this is the boy. Jaeger lowered his head respectfully. Yes, my lady. Lord Joseph personally selected him. Okasana studied Vlad carefully. I see. Vlad stole a quick glance at her, and Okasana responded with a soft smile. His face flushed instantly, and he quickly lowered his gaze. She stepped closer. Thank you. I heard you saved my son's life. Vlad stammered. I only did what I thought was right, ma'am. Now standing directly in front of him, Okasana said, you'll be rewarded. What you did was far more remarkable than you realize. Vlad bowed his head. Thank you, Lady Okasana. She gently patted his head. You have beautiful hair and those blue eyes too. Then she placed both hands on his shoulders, making him even more flustered. Your shoulders are broad, but you're still far too thin. You'd look much better if you ate properly. I'll have some clothes prepared for you. His face remained flushed. Thank you, ma'am. Okasana smiled faintly, then turned and left with her attendant. Do your best, Sir Jaeger. Have a good day, my lady. Only then did Vlad let out a quiet breath. Jaeger looked at him in surprise. What the hell was that just now? I didn't know you had that side to you. Why were you so flustered all of a sudden? Vlad admitted honestly, I've never met a noblewoman before. Jaeger nodded in understanding. Not a bad first impression, honestly. Between you and me, I don't feel all that comfortable around her either. Then he nudged Vlad forward. Go eat. Vlad nodded. Yes, sir. Inside the villa's dining hall, only a few people were scattered about. One of them suddenly spat into a bowl of soup, the one that had been placed in front of Vlad. Someone was clearly looking for trouble. Sobanin sneered. Oops, my bad. I thought you were the garbage can, since you smell like trash. His little group burst out laughing behind him. Vlad stared coldly at his soup. Calmly he scooped the spit out with a spoon and flung it behind him. Then he continued eating like nothing had happened. The whole thing unfolded quicker than expected. His lack of reaction left them stunned. What the hell is wrong with this guy? How can he be so calm? Vlad remembered Jaeger's warning. From this moment on, you're a guest personally brought in by Lord Joseph. Any stupid move on your part will reflect on his reputation. So be smart. Vlad began to think. Now, how do I smash these idiots without dragging Lord Joseph's name into it? Seeing that Vlad wasn't biting back, Sobanin chuckled and turned to leave. You'll be seeing me again real soon, trash. Suddenly Vlad called out. What's your name? The guy paused, confused. Huh? Vlad tilted his head, eyes sharp as blades. I said, what's your name? The cold, deadly look in his eyes made Sobanin break out in a sweat. What the hell is this killing intent? He thought. Then stuttered at Sobanin. Vlad stood up. Sobanin. Then he turned to leave, but not before leaving behind a voice like ice. I'll remember that name. Outside the Bayezid estate, a procession was passing by men of the Count. The Count himself stood at a higher level, looking down at the training yard. It appeared the trainees were all participating in a sparring session. He and Ragmus paused to observe. Let's watch a little longer. Yes, my lord, Ragmus replied. The Count's eyes locked onto someone. He stared at Vlad. That's the child, isn't it? I heard he had blonde hair. The Count evaluated him. Looks sharp. Ragmus glanced in another direction. Master, please look over there. The Count followed his gaze. Someone was hiding and watching them from afar, a dark figure silently observing the yard. The Count instantly guessed, that must be Jaeger. The kid probably ruffled his feathers. He crossed his arms as if settling in to watch some entertainment. Shall we go have a closer look? Two wooden swords clashed, one attacker, one defender. Vlad was sparring against a black-haired opponent. His strikes were powerful and relentless, forcing the other to retreat constantly. The Count remarked. Aggressive. Even though his opponent is twice his size, he doesn't back down. Ragmus was skeptical. Really? The Count explained, but at the same time the kid's courageous. He's applying everything he's learned into real combat. Mark my words, Vlad, every sword fight starts from the legs. You can plant fear into your opponent through your footwork, your shoulders, even the way you look at them. The two continued exchanging a flurry of blows. The black-haired kid launched an attack. Take this. But Vlad used his movements to control the fight. He dodged left, then right. The black-haired trainee was shocked to see Vlad suddenly up close. A critical strike landed a slash across the body. Fortunately, they were using wooden swords. If it had been a real blade, it would have been fatal. The black-haired student panted heavily, overwhelmed. I could have sworn he was aiming left. Wasn't he? Suddenly, his black hair was yanked back. Vlad's voice was cold. Sobanen's little errand boy. You had a lot of fun mocking me in the mess hall yesterday, didn't you? He stared directly into his opponent's eyes, enunciating each word like a warning. Keep laughing. Then he drove a punch straight into the guy's face. The act sent a wave of panic through the other trainees. Ragmus gasped. Oh no, we can't allow the kids to beat each other senseless during training. But the Count turned away. He'd seen enough. Let them be. Becoming a knight requires resolve. He glanced at Jaeger. Looks like the young man over there is pleased with how things are going. Ragmus agreed. It does seem that way, my lord. Vlad kept punching the kid over and over. One of the others rushed in. Stop it. That's enough. The instructor shouted. I said stop. Are you ignoring my command? Vlad's fist was soaked in blood by the time he finally let the black-haired boy go, bruised and broken. Standing tall like a true villain, Vlad muttered coldly, I'm sorry. I lost control. The instructor was shaken by the violent gleam in his eyes. What the hell was that look? Vlad began to walk away. As he passed Sobanen's men, he stopped and sneered at them. Tell your master this, he said with a twisted smirk. I tend to lose control when something excites me. Sobanen's expression darkened in fury. That bastard. Vlad stepped closer. Let me apologize to you in advance, he said, bumping his shoulder into Sobanen. I'm not going to let you off easy. And when I find the perfect spice, I'll come calling. Sobanen turned pale, his voice shaking. He's insane. Joseph went and dragged some rabid dog out of an alley. In the mess hall, Goethe spoke up. Captain, I heard you beat up some trainees. The rumors are all over the servant quarters. Vlad sat across from him, chewing on a sausage with his hands. Nope. What about you? How's stable duty treating you? Goethe laughed proudly. Great, actually. You think I'm just handling random stables? No sir, I manage Count Bayezid's personal stables. Wait. That's not important right now. Goethe's tone turned serious. I heard you've been beating up rich kids in every manor you visit. That's technically a crime, you know. Vlad didn't seem bothered. Why are you surprised? Did you forget already? I've always lived a sinful life. Violence just comes naturally to me. Goethe stared blankly. Right, I forgot about that. Vlad added, besides, I didn't exactly beat them up skillfully or anything, and it's not like I left behind any obvious evidence. Plus, they were the ones who picked the fight in the first place. Goethe was still uneasy. How do you expect that to just blow over? Vlad didn't see it as a big deal. Look around. No one dares mess with us anymore, do they? Doesn't that feel a lot more comfortable? Just then someone walked up carrying a food tray and greeted them. Hello. The boy looked nervous. I'm Portly. Portly Canor. Vlad looked him over. You need something from me. Portly fumbled for words. Vlad, lacking patience, snapped, sit down or get lost. Don't just stand there like an idiot. The boy's face lit up. Really? He plopped down beside Vlad. Thanks for letting me sit here. That wasn't what Vlad meant at all. I meant he should have just left. Portly spoke up. I've been eating alone since I got here. Usually in places that feel like bathhouses or something. Vlad grumbled. You can't see I'm eating right now? This sausage is the best thing I've got. Don't ruin it for me. Portly pointed at it. That's a good one. Right? He continued, my father's actually a meat supplier. The Kanor family provides meat and other processed goods to different parts of the kingdom. We've been raising livestock for generations. Then he offered, I saw you earlier, you looked like you wanted more sausage. Want some? Vlad immediately felt offended. What the hell's that supposed to mean? You think I'd butt before he could finish? Layers of delicious, savory meat and perfectly cured sausages appeared before him. Portly had led them into a storage room packed with meat. My dad sends me a lot of it. It's kind of a lot for just me to eat. That's when Vlad realized, all the students here were sons of noble families. I forgot. These are people I would have never even been able to talk to if I'd stayed in the alley. Having a few good connections might not be such a bad thing. His tone softened considerably. Hey Portly, would you like to eat with us from now on? Portly's eyes sparkled. Really? I can sit with you guys. Vlad patted his back heartily. Of course, we're classmates. We've got to stick together. He thought to himself, it's not like I'm doing this for the sausages or anything. Meanwhile, Jaeger walked at a steady pace. Serving Lord Joseph and training the newbies isn't the issue, it's just tiring. I can only rest once Kale and Maxim are back on their feet. Suddenly, a voice called from afar, Jaeger. Where are you rushing off to? Gregory's tone was sharp. Jaeger groaned internally. Damn it, what now? Gregory burst into laughter. You're clearly annoyed. As you can see, I'm quite busy. He kept laughing. Not that I'm surprised. Completing Lord Joseph's assignments must keep you really tied up, I get it. Jaeger's patience wore thin, and his voice grew cold. Do you have something you actually want to say to me? Still wearing his usual polite expression, Gregory said, a man of your caliber really ought to have an attendant to help with all this work. Honestly, I don't think it's too late for you to consider that. Jaeger snapped back. What? Oh, give me a break. Why don't you worry about your own business? What's with bringing up attendants all of a sudden? Gregory scratched the back of his neck awkwardly, and let out a forced laugh. My boys are all a bit too well fed, why no? They could use some trimming down. Jaeger frowned. What's that supposed to mean? I can't even tell what you're getting at. Sweat began forming on Gregory's brow. I'm talking about Vlad. That kid, he seems like a good fit for me. He's got guts, confidence, real manly energy. But no, I'm not from Haiphong, I'm not trying to be all roundabout here. I told you, I'm busy. Just get to the point already. This is exhausting. Gregory finally admitted, you know as well as I do, it's improper for a knight to meddle in matters of his squire. I'm honestly a little embarrassed. But Vlad, that kid, it doesn't feel like he's being looked after properly. So this was what he came for. That boy doesn't have friends. He thinks he's better than everyone else, so he chooses to be alone. Gregory's tone softened into something close to pleading. Please, just tell him there are people who care about him. He's my cousin's kid, you know? I can't just let him suffer like this. I'd tell him myself, but I'd feel a bit awkward. Jaeger's eyes narrowed, his voice cold. So what, you expect me to do this for free? Gregory thumped his chest confidently. If everything goes the way I hope, I'll owe you one hell of a favor. Then, a bit less sure, he added, the kid won't listen to me, no matter what I say. He kept pressing. But he's a good worker, I swear. Jaeger looked thoroughly uninterested. Gregory kept pushing. I already told you he doesn't listen to me. But really, he's capable of a lot. Just tell him that, would you? Elsewhere in a small stable, Goethe sat beside Vlad. From what I've seen, the problem's not really you, Captain. It's that you just can't ride a horse. He continued, all the horses here are well trained. They're used to people and don't spook easily. But whenever you come near, they bolt. Goethe went on, this isn't about riding skill. There's something strange going on. Even the other stable hands say the same thing. Vlad clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it. Always the same. Dogs, cats, every damn animal hates me. They always run the moment I get close. And now even horses. Seriously. Then it hit him. But wait, I did ride Commander Jaeger's horse that night when we escaped the undead. You were riding with me too, weren't you? Goethe nodded, confused. Yeah, and Jaeger's horse. That thing's crazy expensive. It's a full-blown warhorse. Vlad's face fell. So I can only ride elite, highly trained, expensive horses. That's not something I can exactly tell other people. I have to figure out how to ride a normal horse, whatever it takes. Just then, someone entered. Lady Okasana is requesting your presence. Vlad was caught off guard. Lady Okasana wants to see me. In a richly furnished room, Lady Okasana sat across from him. "Looking at you now," she said. "Who would ever guess you grew up in the slums? That outfit suits you well. But don't have it tailored too tightly, leave it a bit loose. She's only 17, still growing after all." Okasana continued, "Joseph is growing fast at this age. When summer comes, I'll sew him a new outfit. After all, seasonal clothing helps maintain physical health and mobility." Vlad, visibly embarrassed, his cheeks slightly flushed, replied, "Thank you, Mom." The lady smiled warmly, radiating kindness. "You saved my son's life. I should be the one thanking you and apologizing for calling you away while you were training. You're free to go now." Vlad said, "Yes, thank you very much," and stepped out of the room, letting out a relieved sigh. Being around the lady is so nerve-wracking. I wonder how much this outfit is worth. It's unbelievably comfortable. I can't believe it's mine now, it feels too good to be true. This isn't who I used to be. I can't let myself get too comfortable like this. I worked so hard to get accepted into the Bayezid family. But something still feels off. It's like I don't truly belong here. Looks like I've gained some weight. This comfort has dulled my edge." As he walked, he happened to glance out the window and spotted a brutal street fight going on. One of the men was yelling, "You fat pig. Forgot what this is all about. Huh, this is the price for your so-called peaceful life. Having fun. Get used to it. Enjoying your new friends, huh? All you trash just piling together. Just looking at you pisses me off." The man beat the other savagely, landing punch after punch. Watching from the upper floor, Vlad saw everything unfold. His thoughts raced. No matter where you go, people don't change. There are always those who live in comfort, and those who can't even have peace. In the end, it's just the strong bullying the weak. His gaze grew heavier, tinged with sadness, and he slung his coat over his shoulder. "I think I'll wear this outfit just for today." Later that night, Vlad went to knock on the door of the boy who had been beaten earlier that day. "Who is it?" came the voice from inside. "It's me," Vlad replied. The door opened, and the boy looked surprised. "Vlad, what are you doing here at this hour?" His face was covered in bruises, and one of his eyes was swollen shut. Vlad's heart ached at the sight. "I need something from you. Give it to me," he said, pointing at the pile of meat in the room. The boy turned and looked. "You mean the ham? For free? I kinda like it too, you know." He thought to himself. "Even though we're not exactly close like I hoped, I always wanted us to be a bit more friendly. Not like this. I guess he's just going to use me like everyone else. Still, this is better than eating alone. Maybe I can ask him for a favor someday." He handed Vlad a leg of ham. "Here you go." Vlad took it gently. "Don't think negatively. I'll repay you with something worthy of this." A knight I once knew said this. A knight only accepts payment equal to the effort he gives. The boy replied, "Yeah, even fights in the slums aren't this crowded, huh?" He was referring to the group of thugs who had jumped him earlier. The ringleader stepped forward, full of rage. "Shut your damn mouth. Let's see how long you keep that tough guy act. I don't give a damn who you are." Vlad stood tall, eyes gleaming with determination. "Come on then. Hurry up. I didn't come all this way for nothing. Might as well do something useful while you're at it." It was like a spark hitting dry tinder. The ringleader shouted in fury, "Kill him." The goons lunged forward. Vlad only sneered, a wicked glint in his eyes, his expression cold and deadly. "I'm glad you understood. Blood will be spilled tonight." One punch. Then two. Then three, each one slammed straight into the man's face. Panic quickly spread through the group. "Hey, stop backing off like that. He just laid hands on us. Cut him off from that side, surround him." "Damn it." Their leader realized he couldn't win and fumed helplessly. "Shit. He's completely different from that one-on-one fight. How is this possible? He's only been wielding a sword for 2 months. Don't fall back, hold the line. Anyone who retreats is dead meat." You'd think a leader should lead by example, stepping up to fight, but this guy just barked orders and steamed like a boiling pot. Vlad stayed quiet and dashed toward him. "You've got a lot to say, but have you got the guts to back it up? If you're so brave, step in here and show me what you've got, big man." The leader had no choice but to engage. "You psycho, what the hell are you even rambling about?" He swung his sword wildly, but to Vlad it was just time to reflect. "During that whole last expedition, I poured everything into each strike but didn't really take in the whole situation. That training with Jaeger really paid off. Use distance to bait the opponent, then find the opening. Putting thought into action, Vlad began landing precise, devastating blows. Now I get it, spacing, timing, breathing, and rhythm, they're all mine to command. His strikes hit hard and true, targeting weak spots. The leader screamed in agony, damn it, my leg. Vlad raised his sword high, poised to finish the job. The guy thought this would be the last thing he'd ever see. Tears and snot ran down his face like a terrified child. But instead of a killing blow, Vlad drove the sword into the ground right next to his ear. The near miss alone was enough to make anyone swear off ever stepping out of line again. Heart racing, knees trembling, it felt like his life had just flashed before his eyes. Vlad's voice was cold and sharp. Don't ever look me in the eye again. And don't you dare mess with anyone else either, got it? The man's face went pale and stiff, frozen like a mannequin coated in hair gel. All he could think was, he's dead serious. This guy really might kill me. Under the pale, shifting moonlight, Vlad stood out, his elegant features, piercing emerald eyes, and that sharp presence. Well, I'm done with this one. Who's next? With a face like ice, Vlad turned to the others. You all need to answer for what you've done. Am I right? But who would dare speak up or even move under that stare? A spark lit in Vlad's eyes. If no one's willing to step forward, then I guess I'll just have to go hunting for my next opponent. After witnessing those godlike moves and hearing his chilling banter, the lackeys were practically shaking in their boots. Faces turned ghostly pale, bodies trembling, they were terrified of being the next to get wiped out. And of course Vlad wasn't letting anyone off the hook. One by one he gave each of them a taste of the divine justice gifted to him that day. Blood-curdling screams echoed into the night, each one more desperate than the last. From afar, someone had been watching his every move. It was the Count. Impressive, he muttered. Scene changed to the monthly night assembly. 2 rows of knights faced off across the hall. Coincidence or not, one side clearly supported Rutiger, while the other stood behind Joseph Bayezid or remained neutral. Antelas, captain of the knights, stepped forward and began reading the agenda aloud. The schedule has been adjusted to prepare for Rutiger's absence, and a new deployment of knights. Next, we'll be distributing the offerings sent by the church. Sitting at the head of the room, the Count watched them all carefully. The mood in here today is entirely different. The Rutiger supporters looked furious, like they could rip someone apart right then and there. On the other side, Joseph's camp had reason to celebrate, his knights were finally regaining their morale. Suddenly, Jaeger blinked in surprise. He glanced up at the Count. Wait, is he smiling? After just the right amount of silence, the Count spoke. That concludes today's meeting. All knights, review your assignments. With that, the assembly dispersed. Outside, Jaeger was confronted by one of Rutiger's men. So you've brought in some rabid mutt who bites everything in sight. Guess that's what you get when you come from trash. The two sides exchanged long, contemptuous glares dripping with affection. One of them muttered, enough. Let's just go. Apparently a subordinate trying to prevent a fight. Gregory, watching the exchange, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Looks like someone's nerves just got fried. Jagger was puzzled. What do you mean by that? Gregory, in his usual upbeat tone, replied cheerfully. Oh come on, you know exactly what I mean. Don't play innocent now. Word gets around fast. I heard Vlad performed a full-blown exorcism ritual. The instructors even said they couldn't teach him anymore because he's already beyond the standard. You'd think Jaeger would be pleased, but he remained indifferent. Is that so? That kid's actually more trouble than he's worth. Gregory made a face. Seriously. What's with the attitude? Still he stayed upbeat and thumped his chest with a grin. Anyway, thanks to you, Jaeger, just like we agreed, I'll take on a mission with you. No matter how tough or dangerous it gets, I won't back down. Jaeger gave a casual wave. I'll hold you to that. That boy makes me proud, not that it's surprising. After all, I'm the one who trained him. He ought to be at least this good. Elsewhere, in a room where a suit of armor was neatly displayed, and a wooden box full of cords and tools sat nearby, a man spoke up. This is a gift for Vlad. Jaeger was taken aback. The Count prepared this himself. Gregory, too, admired it. He's generous with his men, I'll give him that. Jaeger leaned in to examine it. This is orc fur, gray orc, I think. That's right, said the man beside them. From back in the day, gray orcs were only found in the north. Armor made from their pelts is a mark of northern warriors. The speaker, none other than Joseph Bayezid himself, added, my father liked him, really liked him. I think even Vlad himself has proven he's worthy. After all, my father knighted him after only a month. Jagger nodded. Yeah, no other young subordinate can match him right now. Joseph reached into his coat and pulled out a letter. Word spread far and wide. I couldn't sit still any longer. Jagger asked, "What's that?" With quiet confidence, Joseph Bayezid answered, "Our next step." The letter wasn't too long, nor too short. "This isn't just a regular invitation," he said seriously. "Could I ask you to write a reply for me?" With Joseph putting it that way, how could Jagger refuse? "All right. Lately I've been dealing with the aftermath of his messes anyway." Joseph Bayezid gave a satisfied smile. "Perfect. Then it's settled. We're going." The three of them stood side by side, each with their own vibe like three superhero brothers straight out of a cartoon. Later, aboard a trotting carriage, two men were deep in conversation. Joseph Bayezid began. "Dermar is famous for its lemons. It's a city worth appreciating. People in the north rarely get to eat fruit. It's also one of the routes leading to the central region, which makes it a crucial point for trade." Vlad asked, "Is that why Sir Jagger's getting involved?" Then nodded to himself. "Makes sense. Crisis creates opportunity, especially when it's not your own crisis. The Heinel family is going through a succession shift, and a letter from the rightful heir is basically a cry for help." Hearing all this, Vlad could only sigh. The upper class is way too complicated. Their conversation continued. "In the end, it's all about who gets to control Dermar and their family too." Joseph Bayezid just let out a long breath. Infighting is practically a noble tradition. The official heir of House Heinel, Alicia, was denounced by her uncle, Endre Heinel, as an illegitimate child. After that, she vanished, leaving Endre as the clear successor to become the next Baron Heinel. Though Alicia was the only daughter of the late Baron, her position was never truly secure. After all, she was a woman, and her support base had always been fragile. In the end, she had no choice but to participate in a tournament organized by the church. Joseph Bayezid grew more contemplative as he recounted the story. "A distant relative, distant, but not too distant. She's my mother's 8th cousin, but that's close enough to matter." He turned to Vlad. "We'll take this chance to make House Heinel indebted to us. My father has already approved." Vlad nodded in agreement, then mused aloud. "Impressive. A knight personally invited by the head of a noble house to help preserve its honor." As he spoke, he glanced outside and there it was, Jagger's entire face pressed right up against the window. "What are you staring at?" Vlad asked, somewhat glumly. "I'm not doing anything." In stark contrast, Jagger burst in, visibly annoyed. "A low-born vassal like you gets to sit comfortably in a carriage, while the knight you serve has to ride on horseback." Vlad blinked, dumbfounded. "I really don't know what to say." The more Jagger talked, the angrier he became, as if a dark smoke was fuming off his body. "You want me to show my face around other vassals when my retainer can't even beat the others? You don't even know how to ride a horse properly. I can't believe I'm the one stuck training an idiot like you." Vlad's heart sank. "If it's a high-quality horse, I can definitely ride it." "Sure," Jagger snapped. "You might as well have said nothing at all." That only made Jagger more furious. "I should be the one riding the good horse. I'm way more noble than you." Vlad listened in silence. But suddenly he blanked out. A thought crossed his mind. What's wrong with me? Why has my heart been racing these past few days? Is it just the yelling? He shook his head slightly. Not that surprising, I guess. Sir Joseph keeps talking so kindly in front of me, and then Jagger's just constantly screaming beside me. Suddenly was that an earthquake? Indeed, even Gregory felt it, the ground trembled beneath them. "Alarm!" Jagger shouted, "spread out. Off the horses now." Everyone jumped down as ordered. Vlad pulled Lord Joseph Bayezid off the horse as well. "Damn it, my lord, get down." He was startled by the urgency of it all. "Your sincerity is admirable," Joseph said calmly, "but don't worry too much." "Huh?" Vlad muttered, puzzled. The tremor subsided, and Gregory exhaled in relief. "It's over." Vlad nodded slowly, still shaken. "That's the first time I've ever felt an earthquake." But Joseph, with his ever-knowing demeanor, quietly pointed. "That wasn't an earthquake. Look over there, the ground." A long stretch of earth had been violently upheaved. Most would assume a mole or some burrowing creature, but no. What emerged was a colossal deathworm, a remnant of a dragon. Vlad was stunned at first, then suddenly grinned with excitement. A dragon's remnant? That sounds amazing. Later in Dermar, the only city under House Heinel's control, Joseph Bayezid stood at the gate, and gave Vlad a final instruction. From here on, you're free to act on your own? Alone? Vlad asked, surprised. Joseph offered a gentle smile. You can tag along with that Goethe guy if you want. Go explore, see the world. Vlad was stunned. Freedom, seriously? His expression was so frozen that Joseph mistook it for displeasure. You're not satisfied? Vlad stammered. Who wouldn't be? Of course I want this, but before he could finish, Joseph's tone turned stern again. Think carefully about why I brought you here. He continued, a tournament of honor is a rare event, especially one like this, with teams and knights gathering from across the land. Observe them. Learn. His voice took on the weight of a mentor. Seeing it with your own eyes is better than hearing about it 100 times. I want to train you properly, and this is how I believe you'll grow through experience. Like a strict but caring father, Joseph Bayezid taught him lessons at every turn. Jaeger reminded him, don't go getting yourself jumped in some alley somewhere. We've got our match tonight, remember? Vlad flinched. I'm not that stupid, come on. Can't believe you'd even say that. Nope, Jaeger replied flatly. I've completely lost faith in you. You can't even ride a horse properly. With that, the group dispersed, leaving Vlad behind. Joseph Bayezid, ever thorough, gave one last instruction. You'll report to me every evening. If you notice anything unusual, you must let me know immediately. Yes, sir, Vlad replied. As they walked away, a sense of relief washed over him. Finally, I've got time to explore a little, he thought to himself. As he wandered through the city, he looked around, observing everything. Smaller than the Bayezid estate, and older too. Don't they ever renovate this place? This is the city famous for lemons. Doesn't look all that wealthy to me. Eventually, he came upon a door, opened it and froze. Wait, I've been here before, he murmured. I remember that tree on the hill. I came here once to pray. I'll give you a sword, and in return you'll give me your memories. I've been taking and taking, guess it's time I gave something back. Elsewhere, in a quiet room, a soft voice spoke. Thank you for coming all this way. Joseph Bayezid placed a hand over his chest. Of course. I had to come help the rightful heir. What's more important than blood? Lady Alicia, the Count of Bayezid, has already granted permission. Now, the final decision lies with you. From within the shadows, Alicia's voice was calm but resolute. I've changed my mind. Everything will proceed according to the Count's plan, but only if I win the match. Joseph Bayezid responded with steady confidence. There's no need for concern. The sword of House Bayezid always wins. On their way back, Gregory spoke up, clearly suspicious. We can't underestimate her. Jaeger nodded. She's got the presence of a head of house. Feels like a gamble, but yeah, she's got something. Walking ahead of them, Joseph agreed. I thought the same. She maintained control all the way to the end. Still, we move forward with our plan as is. Back at the gates, Vlad stood silently. Now, all that remained were memories. Perhaps that's why people are so eager to leave behind traces of themselves, because when you see those remnants, the memories come flooding back. Standing before his mother's grave, he couldn't help but feel a swell of emotion. I wish I'd done more for you while you were still alive. Looks like no one's been taking care of your grave for a while now. Still, showing respect to a lord isn't that unusual, I guess. Suddenly, a voice echoed behind him. I haven't said anything yet, you know. Vlad let out a sigh of resignation. Look, old man, I skipped the whole night thing and came here because you asked me to. The voice replied. I'm grateful. He drove his sword into the ground, the blade standing upright as he bowed his head like he was reciting a prayer. It feels like something is coming back to me. I remember this tree being a lot smaller. When did it grow so big? A figure appeared behind him. I think I've been here before, with someone. Something's watching us. It knows who I am. Mind if I borrow your body for a moment? Vlad answered cheerfully. What? Sure, as long as it's just for a bit. Go ahead. A flash of light erupted as their bodies fused into one. What the hell is that? Before him stood a massive white serpent. Is that a spirit? A spirit? Man, I've seen way too much weird stuff in this kingdom already. The two souls continued their back and forth inside his head. I think it's looking at me. It's looking at me, the one inside you. It's coming down. I don't think it's going to bite you though. How the hell do you know? Seeing the enormous white serpent slithering straight toward him, Vlad couldn't help but tense up. Wait a second. Now that I think about it, Yeah, it's freaky looking and all, but it doesn't feel threatening. Feels kinda warm, like a breeze on top of a hill. What the hell? This guy's got it backward. He's scared of people, but gets all giddy around some weird demon snake. Suddenly, footsteps approached from behind. Who are you? How did you get in here? No one outside of House Heinel is allowed on these grounds. Vlad turned to face the speaker and met her razor-sharp glare head-on. I'm sorry. I was just looking for a quiet place to pray, and I happened upon this spot. Her expression tightened. Pray? He raised his ID. I'm not a stranger. I serve as a knight's attendant under Sir Jaeger. Seeing the badge, she eased up. I see, so you're not an outsider. Fine then, I'll let it go. Thank you. Their eyes met in silence, the air between them still. Vlad grew uneasy. I guess I was kind of rude, standing in front of a noble's grave like this. Huh? If this woman goes back and starts talking, it'll put Sir Joseph Bayezid in a tough spot. And if he's in trouble, I'll be in trouble too. I'd better say something before she starts asking questions. He spoke up. Since you've seen my knight's badge, maybe I can help you with something. You're a servant, right? Aren't you here to tend to the grave? I did a little cleaning before you arrived. I gathered up the fallen leaves over there. She looked surprised. You cleaned it up? Vlad nodded honestly. I just thought it was the respectful thing to do for a lord. Let me handle it. But, I do have one favor to ask. Can we keep today to ourselves? If Sir Jaeger finds out I was here, he'll totally lose it. She gave him a small smile. Maybe if you finish cleaning all the weeds around the grave, I'll consider it. Great, see what happens when you act too nice? They take advantage of you. Damn it, beautiful women really are a pain. Still, despite the grumbling in his head, Vlad got to work cleaning the grave grudgingly, but also kind of adorably. Later, back at the castle, he was sneaking a peek at a duel. Hua. So this is a real match between top-tier knights of the kingdom. Impressive. The voice inside him spoke again. You mean Sir Colin, Vlad? Yeah. If he were up against you, he would have sliced you clean in half. He couldn't help but admire. He's really strong, no wonder they call him the Boar of the Midlands. But I think Lord Pablo is more impressed by solid defensive techniques. The other agreed. Yeah, his shield work is exceptional. He uses just the right amount of force to counter most attacks. Vlad was starting to feel nervous. I didn't think the practice match for tomorrow would be this intense. Do you think one has to be this good to become a knight? A question like that was clearly a plea for encouragement. Lord Vorden is a knight too, right? But then again, not all knights are the same. I didn't think much about it back in Shora, but I need to understand everything now. My place in this world, I still have a long way to go. I need to get stronger. When the day of the duel arrived, Vlad was helping Jaeger tighten the straps on his armor. Tighter, kid. Yes, sir, he replied, clearly still preoccupied. So he's the one trying to take the inheritance? Vlad glanced at the green-haired man nearby Endel Heinel. Just then, Jaeger's voice jolted him. It's not every day you get to witness a fight between knights of this caliber. And I don't know what happened yesterday, but forget about it. Vlad widened his eyes. Yes, sir. Seeing his expression, Jaeger couldn't help but tease. Why so surprised? It's written all over your face. You've probably got things swirling inside that no one else can reach. Truth be told, Vlad thought, I really was shocked. The skill level of these knights, they're on a completely different tier from me. Maybe Jaeger had read that thought in him. A child should learn to walk before trying to run. You're not ready to sprint just yet. The higher the goal, the harder you'll have to work. In that moment, something quieted in the boy's heart. He focused, truly understanding. I understand. Suddenly, a voice cut through the air. Everyone, bow your heads. The doors opened, and Vlad watched intently as someone stepped forward. The head of House Heinel. Come to think of it, I've never seen her before. I heard she's young and beautiful. Her face appeared in the light. And Vlad froze in surprise. Alicia Heinel had entered. Isn't that the girl who made me clean the graves? She was a young woman with pale skin, large sparkling eyes, and long, lustrous green hair. He froze. And worse, a sharp sting hit his chest. Now I've committed the crime of insulting a noble too. Just great. Alicia walked past, eyes forward, taking her seat. The priest stepped forward. Let us now begin the duel, as all participants are present. May the gods bear witness, and let the radiant sun be our proof. The duel to the death was about to begin, a battle worthy of respect, yet brutal to its core. The blood of a royal shimmered with a blue hue, like the color of the sea. Their veins carried duties and responsibilities no common red-blooded soul could ever shoulder. Yet Alicia wasn't ready, her blood had yet to turn blue. Suddenly, she shouted, "Enough. Stop this at once. We surrender." Down in the arena stood Duncan, soaked in blood. "This battle isn't over yet." The priest stepped in, trying to mediate. "Sir Duncan, your liege has surrendered. Please accept defeat." Even Duncan's opponent refused to yield. "Master, that was a magnificent duel." Gritting his teeth, Duncan snarled, "Am I still your master? I raised you to be a warrior, a shield to protect House Heinel. But instead you've become a sword, one that cuts down its own master. What a damn tragedy." The priest continued the ceremony. "The victor of this duel is Sir Shahjad, Knight of Lord Endel." The onlookers burst into cheers. "What a great start, Lord Endel. Just don't let it get to your head," he smirked. "Was there ever any doubt?" Then, stepping forward, the priest called out, "Let the next knight approach the field." The priest continued, "Let me repeat this for clarity, using aura will be strictly prohibited. The match will immediately end if either the contestant or their sponsor shows any intent to surrender. The duel will also be halted right away if one of the contestants is seriously injured." This was an exciting match for Jaeger. The priest turned to Vlad, tapping a finger under his eye. "Watch and learn. You hear me, idiot boy? Today's lesson would take place right here." The opponent was nearly twice Jaeger's size, but the moment he raised his sword high, Jaeger, with sharp instincts and flawless control, struck first. He steadied himself. "I only missed slightly. I can win this. Faster. Stronger." No matter how hard the brute tried, he couldn't land a single blow on Jaeger. The crowd buzzed with awe. His strength is unreal. Just like the rumors say, he's cornering his opponent. But Pablo stood silent, troubled. Cornered? Aren't you all noticing how odd the rhythm of this fight has become? The one wielding that sword, he must realized it by now. Back in the ring, the hulking man grew desperate. "Damn it. Why can't I even touch him? Boo-hoo, try and catch me." He launched forward with all his might. "You bastard, take a good look, what he's trying to teach you is about to be revealed." A voice echoed inside Vlad's mind. With a single clean strike, the man cried out in pain. "That's it. You see it now. He's making his opponent miss by redirecting every attack. That technique is called a counter." Vlad's eyes lit up. A counterattack used to deflect enemy strikes, turning their own momentum against them, exposing their weakness. Before long, the massive brute collapsed completely. "He's on a whole different level. Standing there like a wall I can never break through." Realizing he couldn't win, the man admitted defeat. "I surrender." And the match was decided. The priest raised his hand to announce the end. "The winner of this duel is Sir Jaeger, Knight of Lady Alicia." From her seat above, Alicia let out a quiet sigh of relief. Jaeger walked over to Vlad. "So, did you learn anything?" Vlad answered firmly, "Yes, sir. Thank you so much." And now the final match was about to begin. The two men on the field introduced themselves. "I am Pablo of Arnstein." The other didn't seem too pleased. "No need for that kind of polite introduction, we've met before, haven't we?" His expression turned dark, his gaze sharp. "Pablo of Arnstein." Even the other man hesitated at that tone before responding. "Shahjad of Juber." It looked like Alicia had just secured a formidable piece on her board. Pablo was on par with Colin, but Juber was in an entirely different league than both. Alicia looked surprised, and Joseph Bayezid was no less intrigued. Why is he acting like he's saying goodbye? Indeed, the man stood tall, turned toward her, and bowed deeply. "Shahjad Juber, of House Shahjad, formally surrenders this match." His words shocked the entire arena. Endel clapped loudly. "He surrendered. That settles it. This match is over, right?" Joseph Bayezid's face darkened. "So that means from the very start you already had 4 men under your command." Endel, brimming with arrogance, declared, "Now swear before the gods. Pledge your loyalty to me and to me alone before the heavens bear witness." But Joseph Bayezid's voice cut through. "This match isn't over yet." His tone remained just as smug as ever. "Alicia's knight has surrendered. I understand your concern, Joseph. But this match is over." Yet Joseph's face turned to steel, his voice cold and heavy with menace, the kind that could crush those who dared oppose him. "The House of Bayezid will not accept the outcome of a battle like this." A voice suddenly rang out, cutting in. "Sir Andrea, at the very least, We should hear what he has to say first. Joseph Bayezid stood silently, his brow furrowed in contemplation. His black hair, styled in a soft heart shape, drooped over his eyes, casting shadows across his intense gaze. Another voice added, "Lord Joseph, this man represents the Northern Territories, while the Night Order belongs to the Central region. If something goes wrong here, it could spark a conflict between the North and the Central forces." The room slowly filled with murmurs and whispers. Hearing the growing concern, Endel fell silent, contemplating. Eventually he asked, "Then what should we do?" Joseph Bayezid had his own thoughts churning. The best-case scenario is no longer possible. All that's left is to avoid the worst. Right now only a victory can lead us to the next step. His eyes reflected his resolve. Only then can we start building toward the future. With that, Joseph finally spoke up. "Please, allow the duel to proceed." He extended his hand forward. "We can't let Lady Alicia's honor be tarnished by a surrender." High above, Lady Alicia sat with a tense expression. Endel continued, "Does your side have anyone who can stand in for Sir Juber? If you do, we'll accept your request." His tone turned mocking, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Duncan is the only one from Alicia's Night Order. And the unspoken rule is that guests may not bring too many knights. There's no way they'll have another fighter to offer." Joseph Bayezid, seeing through the ploy, scowled in frustration before declaring, "Very well. I have someone." The answer caught Endel off guard, the response clearly not within his expectations. Joseph continued confidently, "I, Joseph of House Bayezid, under the honor of Lady Alicia, will choose our champion." He then pointed toward Vlad. The small-framed warrior with tousled hair, Vlad, looked completely baffled, as if he had no idea what was going on. Joseph introduced him firmly, "Vlad of Shora." Vlad flinched upon hearing his name, visibly stunned to be chosen. His bright blue eyes flickered with fear. Endel snapped, "But he's not even a knight. He's unworthy of this duel." Joseph answered calmly, "Respect the code of a duel. Anyone who bears a sword has the right to fight." Endel sneered, growing angrier. "But his opponent is a knight. To pit a mere vassal against him is an insult to the name of House Arnstein." Now visibly furious, Joseph shouted, "And what about you? You let this situation unfold. Have you given any thought to the honor of House Bayezid? You dare provoke us with your shallow, pathetic tricks." Each of Joseph's words hit like a blow, leaving Endel stunned and backing away. Joseph pressed on, his voice resolute, "I will vouch for his honor myself." His face was firm, unwavering. Endel, shaken, could only concede, "Very well. If that's what you wish." Inwardly, he scoffed, "What can a weak vassal even do?" Meanwhile, Jaeger stepped up behind Vlad, trying to help him stay composed. Vlad, still overwhelmed, asked, "I'm really going to fight in this duel? Against a knight? In front of everyone?" Jaeger, cold and steady, replied, "Yes." Vlad stammered, "I won't die out there, will I?" Jaeger reassured him, "If things take a bad turn, I'll step in myself." Vlad let out a sigh of relief, but still wanted reassurance. "But what if things don't go terribly wrong, just a little bad?" Jaeger, having heard too much already, didn't respond this time, leaving Vlad's mind swirling with suspicion, as he muttered internally, Hey, why aren't you saying anything?" At that moment, Lord Joseph came running toward Vlad and called out, "Vladik, hey." Then he suddenly embraced him. Vlad was caught off guard and stammered, "Oh, Lord Joseph, you didn't have to go that far." He was clearly flustered by Joseph's unexpected gesture. Lord Joseph leaned in close and whispered into his ear, "Just buy us 10 minutes. I already have a plan in motion, and orders have been issued. All you need to do is stall." Vlad understood but still asked, "Will 10 minutes really be enough?" Joseph answered with certainty, "The longer, the better." Vlad nodded. "Got it. I'll hold out as long as I can out there." His eyes were filled with determination. He released Joseph and turned toward the stage. "Good luck. Be careful," Joseph called out. Vlad pressed forward with resolve. "Yes, sir." He stepped up and respectfully bowed to Lady Alicia. Though a bit anxious, he noticed she simply nodded in return. Then, the duel commenced before Lady Alicia's eyes. Blue rays of light filtered in through the window panes, casting a cold, somber hue across the scene. Vlad introduced himself, "I am Vlad of Shora." Then he took his stance, gripping his sword tightly, ready to face his opponent. Hearing that, Pablo scowled, tossing aside his shield and armor. His eyes burned with contempt as he snarled, "You're not even worth me stating my name. The moment a worthless brat like you set foot here, this fight lost all honor." Vlad bristled at the remark and thought, worthless, I hate that word. Images of tall, glittering buildings in the capital flickered through his mind, places lit by dazzling lights, full of splendor. But Vlad's life had been spent in cold, dismal underground shelters. Why do people always cherish what's beautiful and shiny? He wondered. I might come from a place that lacks all those things. Clutching his sword tighter, he asked himself, what exactly is it that I'm missing? But then came a surge of resolve. No, I have no intention of dying here nameless. His eyes locked on his opponent ahead. What really sets me apart from someone like you? Pablo heard the question, narrowed his eyes, and sneered. The Bayezid family standards truly have hit rock bottom. He drew his sword, prepared to end the battle quickly. Forget the rules of this duel, come at me with everything you've got. I'll make sure scum like you is erased completely. With that, he unsheathed his sword, gaze full of disdain. Vlad grimaced but held firm. Somewhere, a voice echoed, today, this boy deserves his moment to shine. Suddenly, Vlad burst forward, swift and agile, darting in with his sword gripped tight and his body set in a low, ready stance. Pablo immediately reacted, eyes focused, and the two clashed, their blades sparking with fiery intensity. Vlad clenched his teeth, pushing with all his might to win. But he was clearly outmatched. Pablo's strength overwhelmed him. One parry from Pablo made Vlad's blade tremble. Seeing this, Pablo struck back with a powerful move, sending Vlad stumbling backward. A voice continued to echo, because for the first time in his life, he raised his sword not for himself but for someone else. Vlad was knocked back but quickly gathered himself and charged forward again. His face tensed up, brow furrowed, as another instruction came to him, aim for the left side, where he just used his shield to block. Habits can be dangerous. Their movements were so fast that the audience could barely keep up. The two swords clashed with sharp metallic sounds, and then flew apart. The two fighters constantly shifted their stances, and the spectators around them grew more animated, shouting in excitement, hua hua hua. He's fast. Doesn't look like just some average rookie. Watching the match, Endo looked tense, arms crossed and clearly annoyed. Meanwhile, Pablo responded to Vlad's strikes with a serious expression, thinking, this kid's got talent, he's got the brutality he needs. As he stared at Vlad, the usual disdain in his eyes faded, replaced by the hunger of a starved wolf. Pablo's attitude toward Vlad changed. At that moment, Vlad gave off the aura of a true predator. His piercing blue eyes locked onto his target, sword held firmly in hand. Pablo grimaced, his demeanor shifting. You've got good spirit, he admitted. But no sooner had the words left his mouth than he launched into another attack, eyes full of killing intent as he stepped up his assault. Charging forward, Pablo growled, you're nowhere near my level. The sheer force of his strike drove Vlad to his knees, forcing him to block with every ounce of strength he had. His body trembled under the impact, and smoke began to rise around them. Struggling to hold his ground, Vlad thought, feels like I just got hit with a boulder. Seeing Vlad falter, Pablo raised his sword high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Done playing yet? He asked coldly before swinging down with overwhelming power. Vlad braced for impact and was sent flying. The sound of steel clashing echoed through the room. Thanks to his instincts and resilience, Vlad managed to survive the blow. Another voice offered guidance, try redirecting the force of the attack. That's your chance to strike back. The suggestion sparked something in Vlad. He adjusted his stance, stood up again, and rejoined the fight. But his stamina was running low. Pablo continued to unleash ruthless attacks, slamming Vlad into the wall with bone-crunching force, eliciting a painful groan. Pablo, now confident in his victory, approached slowly, eyes cold and dismissive. I'm impressed, kid, he said. It's early, but you've earned my respect in this place. A shame it has to end here. He raised his sword again, intent on finishing the battle. Vlad, now on one knee, clenched his jaw, sweat pouring down his face. This is your choice, he said under his breath. A gentle voice followed, you've already done all you could. With that, Pablo brought down his sword with a devastating blow, but to everyone's shock, Vlad countered. Gasp rippled through the crowd, even the queen rising in surprise. Pablo's eyes narrowed in realization. Is that a counter technique? Vlad had nearly replicated Jaeger's signature move, blocking with one arm and striking back with the other. The match reached a critical point, the atmosphere electric with anticipation. Whispers spread through the room. How is that even possible? A mere guard blocking a knight's blade. Both combatants gathered themselves, ready to resume a true battle. Endel scowled in disbelief. It has to be a fluke. Look at him, he can barely hold his sword anymore. Vlad was exhausted, breathing heavily, struggling to stay upright, but he still gripped his sword with unwavering determination. Hearing the chatter around him, Pablo thought to himself, coincidence? No way. Something's off here. Even I was surprised he managed to pull that off. His eyes turned toward Vlad, who now asked in return, why? Why is it only you? Pablo raised an eyebrow, confused. Huh, did he lose consciousness or something? Looking closely, he noticed the fatigue in Vlad's eyes, exhausted, yet oddly serene. Pablo focused on him and mused. No, he's thinking about something, even in this unconscious state. Maybe a dream or a goal he's desperate to reach. Vlad's face went distant, his eyes dull as if trapped in a daydream, lost in memories of the past, of feet worn raw by endless walking across dry sand. He was a boy who had endured so much, always longing to rise above it. He dreamed of gaining strength, of becoming someone powerful, of getting a real shot at something greater. And he always believed that someday, he'd make that dream come true. He recalled the times he had stared longingly at a sword in a weapon shop window. He had then turned and looked toward the shimmering, majestic castles in the distance, his mind resolute with a single thought: to stand in a place that shines like that, I need to bury my past. As the memory faded, he declared firmly, I've always longed to reach it. At that moment, something clicked inside Pablo. A flower about to bloom, a radiant bloom the world has yet to see. The clash of swords continued, sparks flying with each impact. Everyone around watched in stunned silence, amazed by Vlad's performance. Even Endel couldn't hold back. What the hell is going on here? Vlad fought with every ounce of his strength, the strain causing his hands to bleed. Still, he gripped the sword tighter. Jagger, too, was taken aback. I never taught him those techniques, I only gave him the basics. Yet here he is, using knowledge I've relied on for years. Vlad launched another full-force attack, forcing Pablo to step back in surprise. The fear and hesitation in his eyes, they're gone. Replaced with sheer determination, his spirit steadier now. This just got interesting. Pablo narrowed his eyes at Vlad's relentless strikes. Where's that burning resolve coming from? Despite the blood loss, Vlad's determination only grew stronger. He fought not out of desperation, but to win. Then Pablo noticed something startling. The sword, Vlad's sword, was resonating, as if crying out. Wait, is this flower about to bloom for real? Vlad held the trembling blade, which pulsed violently as if it too yearned to end the battle. Pablo realized the weight of the moment. If that's true, then I'll do my duty as a knight. He counterattacked, his own sword blazing with blue light, as it sliced through the air, a dazzling clash that stunned the crowd. Pablo stepped forward, struck by a sense of admiration. A flower ready to show its most beautiful form. The two clashed again and again, fierce and unrelenting. Every blow echoed with power. Endel could barely speak. What is that? Vlad's sword suddenly erupted in a bright white flame, radiating sheer strength. The crowd was awestruck. It was resistance given form. Pablo sensed danger and shouted, shields. Bring them out now. His men scrambled. Yes, Sir Pablo. Pablo took a defensive stance, shield in his left hand, sword in his right. With a commanding voice, he called out, I am Pablo Arnstein. Boy, you've earned the right, state your name. Vlad, breathing heavily, sensed the respect in Pablo's tone. He prepared to answer, but exhaustion pulled his mind back into memories. He was a child born in the alleys, a place where law didn't exist. His thoughts drifted to footprints leading deeper into darkness. But even then, he had always wanted more, always looked to the gleaming cities in the distance, desperate to escape his old life. To do that, I have to prove myself. In his mind's eye, the palaces sparkled, grand and unreachable. But now, here he stood. Back in the present, Vlad's eyes lit with resolve, fierce and unshakable. I am. And then, he roared, Vlad Shura. Vlad unleashed his power, flooding the palace with a radiant mix of white and blue light that flared so brightly it left everyone, even the queen herself, shielding their eyes in awe. Pablo responded by summoning his own golden light, shouting, come at me, Vlad of Shuara. The two clashing forces, deep blue and brilliant gold, hurtled toward each other with explosive force, creating a massive blast that plunged everything into darkness. As the duel came to an end, Vlad collapsed, his hands covered in blood, yet he still clutched his sword tightly. Pablo caught him as he fell, acknowledging his strength with a quiet, "Well done." Vlad had passed out from overexertion. Just then, Endel's voice cut through the silence as he shouted from the sidelines, "The aura. He used aura. That's forbidden in this match. That bastard should have been disqualified on the spot." He pointed accusingly at Vlad while ranting. Pablo cast a scornful glance at Endel and silently scoffed, "Pathetic worm. The moment a flower blooms in front of you, all you can think about is tearing it down." At that moment Duke Joseph stepped forward. "Sir Pablo," he said respectfully, "thank you for carrying out your duty as a knight." Pablo bowed in return. "I simply did what had to be done. It was an honor to witness that moment." Turning to the priest, Duke Joseph asked calmly, "Reverend, was that aura?" The priest hesitated before replying, "Yes, it was." Joseph's voice grew firmer. "Then, let me ask you this. Between the sacred rules of this duel and the ability or spirit of a swordsman, which one truly matters more?" The priest seemed taken aback. "Ah, the master of swordsmanship," he murmured, referring to the legendary figure known for a power unmatched in human history. He spoke of duty in action in line with the noble title he bore. Joseph continued, "He also said a swordsman must fight with everything they have, not just for honor, but as an obligation. And that, too, ties into royal authority and the sanctity of combat." Then Joseph's voice turned sharp. "Endel," he barked. "The rules of this battle and the honor of a swordsman stand at odds. Which comes first? No one here can definitively say what's right or wrong. But I believe what has happened today must be reported both to the Sword Council and the Royal Palace." Endel flinched at those words. Joseph pressed on. "Until we receive a clear answer, the result of this duel shall be suspended." A new voice rang out. "Every young person across the kingdom with strength and conviction deserves the right to let their flower bloom. Talent and hard work are beautiful things. And when young swordsmen can express those virtues, it's something worth cherishing." Thus it became clear that these brilliant moments must be protected at all costs. Every person who bears a sword and upholds its honor must carry out their duty, in the spirit of the creed left behind by the master swordsman, the founding king himself. "I, Franz, entrust you with that solemn vow." The scene shifts back to a moment when the emperor sat upon his grand throne. Below him, tens of thousands of soldiers knelt in solemn reverence, bowing their heads before their king. The next day, the skies had returned to a peaceful blue. Birds soaring freely, chasing one another through the air. Inside a lavish mansion, in a quiet room, Vlad lay in bed with both hands bandaged, the result of a bloody battle the day before. He groaned in discomfort, eyes still shut tight, and mumbled faintly, "Water." Almost immediately, someone filled a glass and brought it to him. Vlad's face remained tense with pain as he muttered again, "Ugh, everything hurts." A voice answered, "Here." The cup was gently placed beside him, startling Vlad awake. He opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "Ah, Lord Joseph." Joseph Bayezid calmly held the glass, offering it to Vlad as he spoke in a composed tone, "I'm relieved to see your condition is improving." The kind words left Vlad flustered. He hurried to sit up and stammered, "I'm sorry, sir." But the Duke simply said, "It's fine. Don't worry about it." He gently placed the glass in Vlad's hands, and asked with quiet concern, "Where does it hurt?" Vlad replied awkwardly, "It's nothing really." Joseph continued, guiding the conversation naturally, "Thank you. Honestly, I didn't expect you to go that far." His eyes reflected genuine gratitude. "Thanks to you, the duel has been postponed." That revelation caught Vlad off guard. "Postponed?" he repeated in confusion. Joseph nodded and explained gently, "It means the match is temporarily suspended with no outcome. Due to the complicated conflict between the rules of the Holy Crusade and the traditions of swordsmanship, things had become muddled." For a brief moment, Joseph's expression turned serious. Vlad suddenly recalled the code of swordsmen, something he had only heard about once before. Joseph continued, "To become a knight, one must vow to uphold the principles of swordsmanship. If things go well, you'll one day take that oath yourself." Vlad's eyes widened in astonishment, his turquoise gaze sparkling. In his mind's eye, he suddenly envisioned himself clad in armor, mounted atop a warhorse, standing tall as a knight. The Duke rose to his feet and bid him farewell. "Take good care of yourself. If I stay here too long, I'll disturb your rest." Vlad quickly protested. "Ah, I'm okay now. I can," but Joseph cut him off gently, "I can't allow that. I'm someone who cherishes what's worth holding on to." With that, he turned and looked at Vlad with quiet determination, then left the room. The scene transitions to Queen Alicia, who asked calmly, "What about the guests?" Duncan, who had his head bandaged from injury, stood nearby and replied, "They've all left one by one." Alicia's face tightened with frustration as she stared out the window. How aggravating. I didn't even get the chance to properly warn them. Her expression darkened slightly as she asked, "Has Enda left as well?" Duncan answered, "Yes, since the match was postponed. I made arrangements through the clergy for the church to assign him a personal escort." Alicia frowned deeply. Unbelievable. I had to let the ones who dragged me through the mud walk away so easily. It feels like someone stomped on my heart. Duncan replied calmly, "There will be another chance. Given the circumstances, you had no other choice. What matters is that you now fully control Dirmar." Alicia responded, her tone distant yet heavy with meaning, "I had no choice." She then asked, "What about the lemon situation?" Duncan hesitated. "Not looking great." Alicia pondered carefully and asked, "If the yield keeps declining, should we switch to barley instead?" Duncan quickly advised against it. "Maybe we should wait a bit longer. Restructuring an entire sector isn't something we can decide overnight." Alicia nodded. "You're right. It's incredibly difficult to make a firm decision right now." After a thoughtful pause, she sighed and admitted, "Just when I thought I'd finally made it through a mountain of obstacles, it feels like a new peak has risen before me." Suddenly something caught her eye. She turned and asked, "Duncan, most knights know how to ride, don't they?" The question took Duncan by surprise. But he replied without hesitation, Of course. If you can't ride a horse, you can't really call yourself a knight. It's just as essential as wielding a sword." Looking out toward the garden, Alicia smiled softly and remarked, almost teasingly, "I suppose the heavens don't grant anyone everything." The offhand remark piqued Duncan's curiosity, and the moment he saw what was going on, he immediately understood and blurted out, "Ah, I get it now, Sir Jaeger, I feel your pain." At that moment Vlad was struggling to stay on horseback. It wasn't long before the horse bucked him off, sending him sprawling to the ground. Groaning and clutching his aching back, he cried out, "Oh, come on." Jaeger couldn't take it anymore and snapped, "You said switching to a more expensive horse would solve the problem." Vlad muttered, sulking, "Maybe I need an even better and more expensive one." From behind, Jaeger radiated frustration. He clenched his fist and punched Vlad squarely on the head, scolding, "Think before you speak." Vlad held his head, gritting his teeth as he grumbled, "Last time I did manage to get on the horse. Though Goethe was the one holding the reins." Goethe ran over and quickly added, "It's true, Sir Jaeger. He actually made it onto the horse." Jaeger's face grew serious at the comment. He muttered under his breath, "This is bad. I thought personal training would help. Maybe the horse is the problem. Even my horse seems to hate him. It's like it's afraid of the person standing in front of it." A mental image of Vlad with his icy, frigid expression flashed through Jaeger's mind. With a sigh of resignation he said, "That's enough for today." Vlad blinked. "We'll continue tomorrow then." Jaeger replied coldly, "We're taking tomorrow off too." The response left Vlad speechless. He gave Jaeger a look of disdain. "So when am I supposed to learn how to ride a horse?" Jaeger didn't answer right away. "We'll put it off for now." Vlad grumbled, "I've heard that line a billion times before even arriving here." Jaeger remained indifferent. "So what?" Vlad muttered irritably. Jaeger let out a deep sigh and said, "This isn't something that can be fixed overnight. Once we return to Shora, we'll revisit it. I've got other matters to attend to today." With that, Jaeger turned and walked away. Goethe looked over at Vlad and asked, "Why do horses seem to hate you more and more these days?" Vlad could only throw his hands up in defeat. What if even the more expensive ones act the same? "Any suggestions? Maybe I should try riding a cow instead. They've got to be wilder than horses." Vlad glared at him and snapped, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? Think it through before you open your mouth." But Goethe was quick to fire back. "And you're any better? All you ever do is ride in circles around the paddock. I'm sure Sir Jaeger loves that." Then, chuckling, he added playfully, "Well, I'll be off now. I'm escorting this extraordinary gentleman to meet the nobles." Vlad couldn't hold it in and cursed, "Damn it, what the hell is wrong with me?" Just then, the sword's voice echoed in his mind, offering a calm suggestion. "Maybe you're moving too fast. Animals tend to be sensitive to motion." Surprised, Vlad asked, "So what do I do?" The sword answered, "You need to learn to control your own inertia. That's part of mental discipline." If you can master your aura freely, you'll also be able to manage your own inertia. Vlad frowned, deep in thought. I still can't quite picture it. And honestly, my aura, it just feels so vague to me. The sword continued. Using aura effectively in combat requires dedicated training and hardship. That's completely normal. Remember what Jaeger said, don't try to run before you've learned to walk. Vlad had heard it so many times by now, he could only sigh in defeat. Fine. They said we'll head back to Shora after tomorrow's closing ceremony anyway. He looked up toward the horizon, eyes contemplative. Should I pay one last visit before we go? Elsewhere, light streamed in through a window as Shahjad walked cautiously, deep in thought. The mission failed. But once he hears the situation, I'm sure the master will understand. The tide keeps crashing against the shore, there's nothing I can do to stop it. I was powerless. Images of Vlad's imposing presence filled his mind once again. In the end, it was just bad luck. Damn it, the more I think about it, the more ridiculous it all seems. The lowly vassal's expression was dark, his footsteps echoing steadily down the corridor. Suddenly he came to a halt. His face betrayed no shock, only a cool indifference as he muttered, "Well now that's one hell of a greeting." Despite Jaeger's sword pressing right against his throat, the man stared back with that same hollow gaze and continued, "You really don't need to go this far." Jaeger shot back without hesitation, "No, I actually do need to go this far. So don't you dare underestimate me." Shahjad smirked and asked, "How long have you been waiting here?" "Got nothing better to do." Unbothered. Jaeger replied flatly, "I'm off today." The tension between them simmered as neither backed down. Shahjad's indifferent glance only added fuel to the fire. "Then you've wasted your day off, haven't you?" The smug tone in his voice made it even more infuriating. Jaeger's eyes narrowed, now filled with clear hostility. "Days off are for tying up loose ends." Shahjad kept his cool. "I know you're upset, but my hands are tied. I don't have many options either." As he spoke, he slowly placed his hand on the blade's edge. Jaeger didn't flinch. "It's sad, really. We do the same kind of work, so you should understand." "What do you even do? If your master told you to bark, would you bark?" The air turned heavy. Jaeger's killing intent radiated from every pore as he gripped his sword tighter. His eyes were cold, mournful. Shahjad's stare, laced with a violent purple aura, clashed with his. The atmosphere reeked of gunpowder. Any second, it could all explode. Jaeger glared daggers at him, but then Shahjad cracked a twisted smile. "I think that's enough of a warning." He lifted his hand in a half-hearted gesture of peace, but his words were nothing but mocking. "People call you a swordsman, but let's be honest, you're just a dog. When your master says bite, you bite. So now that you've done your barking, go enjoy your day off. One drop of my blood spills, and that means war with Shahjad." Before he could get another word out, Jaeger launched a solid punch to Shahjad's face, sending him stumbling backward and crashing into a door. Jaeger calmly declared, "My master is a good man. So what if I'm his dog?" Shahjad, blood dripping from his face, muttered, "You're real lucky." "Huh? Is that enough yet?" He winced, trying to wipe the blood away. "Not even close," Jaeger replied coldly and delivered a brutal blow to Shahjad's gut. His eyes bulged, and he crumpled to the ground, coughing violently. Cough you." Jaeger turned away as if nothing happened. Just before leaving, he looked back and said, "We're both swordsmen. I know you get it." His glare was pure disdain. Shahjad stayed there, hunched over, barely recovering from the pain. "Yeah, I think that's enough," he groaned. His face twisted in discomfort. Jaeger shot him one last scornful look and said, "I do hope we meet again. Because I'm not done making you pay for mocking my master." Shahjad slowly pushed himself to his feet, clutching his stomach. "I'm sure we will," he said bitterly. "The empire's falling apart. This isn't the time to be picky about allies." The malice in his voice was unmistakable. Then he turned, walking away with slow, stiff steps, and muttered, "I'm out of here." Leaving Jaeger behind, Shahjad didn't forget to wave goodbye. Jaeger watched him go, a serious thought forming in his mind. It's about time. His eyes were filled with contemplation. A time when people need a sword more than ever. Chaos raged across the battlefield, thousands of bloodied soldiers locked in a brutal war. The scene shifted to a quiet twilight. Vlad stood silently before a large, barren tree, no leaves, only branches stretching into the dusky sky. "Looks like an old friend," he said. Trying to start a conversation, the sword responded, "Yeah, honestly I'm surprised too." I didn't expect that spirit to recognize me. It caught me off guard. Without warning, Vlad dropped to one knee, clutched the sword tightly with both hands, and said, "Let's just get a look and leave before we run into Lady Alicia again like last time. I'm here." As he spoke, he drove the blade into the ground, activating its aura. A blue light flashed right beside his eye. Instantly, a massive spirit serpent appeared, its body pale and smooth, with a piercing sapphire eye facing him. Vlad froze, visibly sweating, and awkwardly asked, is this one of your friends?" The sword replied hazily, "Let's hope so." The serpent slowly slithered closer, curling itself loosely around him. Vlad, clearly nervous, tried to reassure himself. Maybe it's just saying hello." The sword muttered, "It better be." Suddenly, the spirit serpent lifted its head and stared into Vlad's eyes. Then, to his surprise, it smiled playfully and wagged its tail in greeting. Vlad blinked, confused. Why's it acting like that all of a sudden? The sword, just as bewildered, said, "Don't bother trying to understand spirits. They come from another world. The fragile minds of mortals can't grasp everything, including this world." The serpent raised its head high and began swaying, then suddenly lunged toward a patch of grass nearby. Emerald green magic surged up from the earth, running along the tree trunk and illuminating the area. Vlad stood still, watching in awe as fragments of magic floated toward him. "Wow, it's so warm," he whispered. Then realization struck him. "These are tiny shards of mana, drifting all around me." The sword, intrigued, replied, "Remarkable. I didn't expect to witness such a long-forgotten mystery here, a blessing from a spirit." The serpent spirit gazed at Vlad with gentle eyes. The scene radiated a deep warmth. A few days later, beneath a bright and beautiful sky, Alicia stood outside a grand castle, seeing off a noble guest. "I apologize for sending you off like this," she said. "I should have held a proper banquet." Joseph Bayezid replied with polite grace, "Your sincerity is more than enough. Besides, you have to mend the fractures in the Heinel family now, don't you?" Alicia gave a soft nod and said, "Thank you, Joseph." The rest of Joseph's group bowed in unison. "We'll be on our way." But just then, Duncan stepped forward. Please wait a moment." One of Bayezid's vassals, Vlad from Shora, stepped up. Still unsure of what was going on, Vlad turned to Joseph, who gave him a slight nod. "Go on." Vlad obeyed. "Yes, sir." From behind, Jaeger murmured to Joseph, "He probably thinks they're about to perform a knighthood ceremony." The Duke smirked. "Probably. I told them to keep it simple." Vlad knelt down as instructed. Queen Alicia stepped forward and said, "I'm truly grateful. Vlad, without you, I wouldn't be standing here today." She continued, "You defended our honor and helped us see clearly in that battle of wits against that wretched conman. There are no words to express my gratitude." Then, with calm sincerity, she extended a purple handkerchief toward him. "Though you are not a knight today, I want to present this to you." Alicia's eyes were full of meaning as she offered the token. Outside the ceremony, Joseph silently observed, thinking, just as I expected. She's clever. By tying her gratitude to Bayezid through Vlad, she shows her appreciation while subtly securing political favor. Vlad looked a bit overwhelmed, thinking, it must be valuable, should I just take it? He recalled Jaeger's stern advice. If a noble offers you something, you take it. That's basic etiquette. Breaking into a nervous sweat, Vlad thought. Last time I turned down Rutiger's peanuts, I got my ass handed to me. Not again. After thinking it through, Vlad cautiously reached out with both hands to receive the purple handkerchief, genuinely touched. Thank you, Alicia. The entire crowd around them was stunned into silence. Jaeger clutched his head in frustration, his expression darkening. Damn it, I didn't think of that. Joseph stepped in calmly. He grew up in the slums behind the district. He doesn't know the etiquette of nobility. Joseph seemed somewhat sympathetic. Duncan, standing nearby, hesitated but gently added, still, this isn't how it should be done. It's a bit naive. Then the system chimed in with a formal explanation. When a lady presents her handkerchief, a symbol of her honor, there are two ways to accept it. One is to tie it to the end of your sword. Vlad, completely lost, asked in confusion. Okay, and then what? The system continued. The second is to take it by hand, either as a gesture of deep respect or of love. Suddenly, the image of a blushing couple in a dreamy pink hue appeared in everyone's mind. Alicia's face flushed red instantly, while poor, clueless Vlad still had no idea what was going on. I'll make sure to use it well, he said earnestly. That final line from Vlad left the entire crowd speechless. He blinked and yawned. What? Did I say something wrong? Why are they all looking at me like that? On the way back, Vlad mumbled, it's been a while since I felt that moved, you know. Even Joseph couldn't defend that one, sighing. Well, I guess the bards in town won't have to worry about making money off your story anymore. Deflated by the sarcasm, Vlad mumbled an apology. I'm really sorry, but Jaeger wasn't about to let it slide. From now on, he barked. Whenever a noble gives you anything, you look at me first. Got it? Vlad quickly nodded. Yes, sir. I'll remember. Then Joseph suddenly chuckled and said, Congratulations. His gaze deepened as he looked at Vlad. You've just been honored by a noble of high standing. From this moment on, you're officially a knight of honor. Vlad's eyes widened in disbelief, completely floored. Vlad looked surprised and asked again, Honorary knight? Me? Joseph Bayezid leaned on his hand, smiling as he replied, Not exactly. But wherever she goes you'll be treated as one. Vlad was dumbfounded by that answer, a storm of confusion brewing in his mind. Knight? Me? I'm a knight now. Joseph slowly clarified, of course only within Dermar. She was just appointed as a baron after all. Everything suddenly made sense to Vlad. Ah, so that's why they called it honorary knighthood, he thought, gripping the purple handkerchief tightly. Makes sense. No way becoming a knight is that easy. Seeing Vlad deep in thought, Joseph added, To be clear, you received it by chance, but don't lose it. That handkerchief is more than just a piece of cloth, it carries Alicia's honor. Feeling a bit awkward, Vlad asked cautiously, What if I accidentally lose it? Joseph shot him a warning glance. Then it's on you. You took it with your own 2 hands, didn't you? The chill in Joseph's eyes sent a shiver down Vlad's spine. I can tell just from that look. This isn't something Joseph can handle for me, he thought. Clutching the handkerchief tighter, he muttered meekly, I'll make sure not to lose it, sir. Joseph then pulled out a document and chuckled. Funny how things turned out. Thanks to you, I won't be needing this anymore. Vlad tilted his head. A contract. Joseph nodded. Yeah, it's proof that Alicia borrowed 10,000 gold. Vlad's eyes widened. 10,000 gold. He stammered. Joseph went on, she needed it to support her soldiers just in case she lost the duel. If she were stripped of her title, she'd have to surrender herself. This was the only way to keep her from falling into Endel's hands. He paused, his voice turning grim. Of course she never actually borrowed the money. That made Vlad curious. Why did you choose Lady Alicia though? Losing the duel meant giving up the right to victory. Joseph's expression grew serious, his tone clouded with something deeper. Motivation is like a spark hidden in ashes. All it takes is the right gust of wind for the fire to reignite. With Alicia under the Bayezid's protection, Endel will feel the pressure. Vlad swallowed hard, thinking to himself, I think I'm starting to understand. Maybe this is how nobles live to prove themselves to the world. Suddenly, something caught Vlad's attention. He turned sharply. Joseph noticed and asked, What is it? Vlad responded cautiously, I heard something. From the western forest, across the lush meadow, clouds of dust began rising in the distance, growing larger by the second. The sound of hooves thundered closer and closer. Vlad's eyes widened in alarm. A herd of horses, they're heading straight for our caravan. Instinctively, Vlad reached for his sword, ready to fight. Bandits! He shouted, only to be stopped by Joseph. Joseph motioned for him to lower his weapon, his gaze icy and composed. I already made preparations before the duel. With that, they both stepped down from the carriage. The approaching riders dismounted and immediately knelt before them. Their leader stepped forward and spoke, Lord Joseph, my apologies for arriving late. Joseph's face remained stern as he looked down at him. Is that so? In the end I had to assign you another task. Then his tone softened. But you've done well. Stand up. The swordsman's eyes shifted warily toward Vlad. So this is the one. The young man who accepted Lady Alicia's handkerchief. Words spreading fast, Joseph. Joseph sighed. Yes, already. But you'll come to like him eventually. Just then, Vlad noticed the commander looking at him like a predator eyeing its prey. The aura from this guy, it's nothing like the other knights, he thought, breaking into a cold sweat. It feels just like the danger that lurks in the alleys back home. My gut's telling me stay far away from this man. Joseph extended an invitation. We're heading back to Sturma. Why don't you come with us? But the man declined smoothly. "We need to return immediately." Joseph seemed slightly disappointed. "A shame. But thank you nonetheless." The leader placed his hand over his heart and solemnly said, "I'm simply fulfilling my duty as one of Bayezid's secret blades." Hearing the phrase Bayezid's secret blades, Vlad was taken aback. Who are those people? And what's with that black sack? His eyes shifted to a large, blood-stained bag nearby. Joseph noticed the shift in his expression and raised an eyebrow. "Curious about what's inside?" Startled, Vlad replied. "Ah, yeah, a little." Joseph said calmly, "It holds the world of the nobles. A world that's cold, ruthless, and merciless. Inside that sack is the bloodied head of Endel." Meanwhile, back at the Bayezid estate, Ragmus reported, "A group of itinerant adventurers is passing through the Sturma territory. Should I greet them?" The count, seated nearby, responded with disinterest, "Doesn't seem like they want that." Jaeger added, "They said they only want to quietly observe the mark of the sacred dragon, then move on." The count, lost in thought, spoke in a voice that held no expectation. "It's been a long time since I met a group of wanderers that genuine." After a moment he gave the order, "Keep an eye on them quietly." "That should be fine." Ragmus, catching on, replied smoothly, "I figured you'd say that." The count chuckled with satisfaction. "We're entitled to the rewards we've earned." Ragmus agreed with a soft nod. "Then I'll make the arrangements." Suddenly, the count shifted the topic. "Marcella, my second son, and Vlad. I heard they pulled off something impressive this time." At the mention of it, Jaeger frowned. "Yes. There was a word in the report that made even an old man like me feel a thrill in his chest." The count was swept up in memory. "The first rule of the sword, huh? It's been a while since I've heard that phrase. Brings back memories." He continued. "The training of elite soldiers starts with selecting those with clear bloodlines and innate talent. These raw gems are treasured. That's why it's rare for anything to go so far that it requires the first rule." He nodded slowly and said, "Nowadays swordsmen are held in such high regard that it's rare to see that level of desperation." Ragmus added gently, "Had you been there you would been proud." The count answered softly, "Not just me. There are others. At this rate the old generation will have to start coaxing the new blood. I'm sure Joseph is enjoying it." Then, closing his eyes and thinking deeply, the count muttered, "He was barely hanging on, and I thought he'd given up. Who'd have thought he'd crawl out of the muck and bring back something this valuable? I have to weigh things carefully. In the end I can only choose one of the two." The count and Joseph stood at opposite ends of a brewing decision. At the mess hall the soldiers were abuzz. "Did you hear? Apparently Vlad completed his mission and came back." "No way. I heard he even challenged a knight. Rumor says he has his own following now." "Unbelievable. What a jokesome gutter using aura like that." Those around him started to tense up. Then, the door to the mess hall opened. "I'm starving. When was my last lunch?" "A month ago." Vlad walked in with his head held high. The entire room fell silent. Whether from noble lineage or humble beginnings, whether the gap in status was wide or narrow, it didn't matter. The battle for those born in the alleyways had ended, sealed by the arrival of someone who had set one foot into an entirely different world. He sat down at a table with a plate of fried breadsticks and broth. Picking one up, Vlad took a huge bite, his cheek puffed out as he chewed noisily. He mumbled through his food, "Geez, even during meals it's like this, so annoying." Portly, sitting across from him, commented, "I think it's going to be like this for a while. Everyone's heard what happened at Dermar." Vlad sucked the grease off his fingers, his eyes momentarily dropping as if deep in thought. Then he muttered, "Word really does travel fast." Suddenly remembering something, Portly asked, "Hey, by the way, what are you planning to do for the break?" "The break?" Vlad repeated, confused. Seeing his reaction, Portly realized Vlad had heard and explained, "You didn't know? We get 2 breaks a year. This week all the faithful are given time off." Vlad rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied, "I get time off too. But I'm not a disciple from some noble family. And I don't even have anywhere to go." Portly's eyes lit up and he quickly offered, "Then, do you want to come to my house? My father actually wanted to formally invite you. Honestly, I've never brought a friend home before." He scratched his head shyly. Vlad didn't hold back, teasing, "Sounds like you've struck out every time, huh?" Portly replied, "My place is super welcoming. We even serve fresh grilled meat, no limit." Still mulling it over, Vlad muttered, maybe." Suddenly, Portly's eyes gleamed with excitement. He He raised a finger and said, "Oh right, didn't you say you were looking for a horse? Remember I told you what my family does, right? We can get you a horse from anywhere nearby. I think we even have a few purebreds better than Sir Jaeger's." At that, Vlad froze mid-motion. His hand stopped rubbing his chin, and a glint appeared in his eyes. Clenching his fist with renewed energy, he asked, "Are you sure? I need to be absolutely certain I'm off duty." Seeing Vlad's excitement, Portly instinctively stammered, "Yeah, definitely." After the meal, Vlad found himself at the training ground. Wooden sword in hand, he was sparring with Jaeger. Though both were using practice weapons, the fierce exchanges between them showed just how strong they both were. Jaeger raised his wooden sword high and brought it down toward Vlad. Vlad, keeping one eye shut and teeth clenched, was dripping with sweat. Their wooden blades clashed with a loud crack. After a pause, Jaeger said calmly, "Focus." With that, his strikes came heavier, forcing a grunt out of Vlad. "Mum." Vlad pushed back hard, forcing Jaeger's blade off and then shifted into a stance, aiming to strike. But as if anticipating the move, Jaeger swung with a clean arc, striking Vlad square in the chest. Vlad let out a sharp breath, spit flying from his mouth. Oak was all he managed. Seeing the pain in Vlad's face, Jaeger said sternly, "I warned you. Don't push yourself beyond what you can handle. Just because you've fought a knight from Dermar doesn't mean you've got it all figured out. What I say, does it mean nothing to you anymore?" "Mim," Vlad grunted, then slowly raised his head and met Jaeger's eyes. He realized he'd let his confidence get ahead of him. Bowing his head, he said, "No sir. I'm sorry." Seeing this, Jaeger said, "If you're forcing yourself, then don't bother coming here. And if you think you can do this without me, then don't come looking for me. That's enough for today. You're dismissed." With that, Jaeger turned his back. Vlad responded quietly, "Yes sir." He walked away from the training ground, shoulders heavy, descending the steps in silence. Jaeger watched his figure disappear and quietly assessed Vlad by Yazid's strength. He's achieved a lot, something to be proud of. But it's still raw. Like grains of sand on a beach, vulnerable. One big wave and he could be swept away. Still far too dangerous. The image of Vlad in Jaeger's mind now was like a sandcastle facing a raging tide. No matter how beautiful or grand it might be, it would always struggle to withstand a crashing wave. As Vlad began walking forward, a voice echoed in his head. "I told you to focus on the basics. If it were me, I'd be angry too." Vlad furrowed his brows, eyes shut tightly as he replied, "I just wanted to make it appear one more time." The voice continued, "Not every knight can use aura, but that doesn't mean knights who can't use aura are weak. Aura only reflects someone's potential to grow stronger. You should remember you've barely held a sword for long. A radiant white flower will only bloom when its roots are solid. If you weren't worth anything, he wouldn't have yelled at you. Think about what Jaeger said, one more time." Vlad exhaled deeply and whispered, "All right." He couldn't help thinking to himself, "I've gotten used to being looked down on and mocked. But that was disappointment. Damn it, that expression hurt more than getting smacked with a wooden sword." Seeing him fall silent, the voice nudged him again. "In the end, you did get to ask about the break." Startled, Vlad blurted out, "Oh right, the break." Then he let out a tired sigh. "Forget it. No point asking about a break in this situation anyway. I should just train until my mind goes blank." Out in the clearing, the sound of his sword cut through the still night. He gripped his blade tightly, sweat dripping as exhaustion settled in. He wiped his brow and panted heavily. The voice spoke again, "That's enough for today." "Already?" Vlad asked. "You've surpassed today's quota for a while now. Pushing any further will just drain your strength. If you get injured, everything you've worked for could go to waste." Vlad chuckled softly. "All right, got it." He looked up at the glowing moon in the sky. Gazing at its light in the quiet of night, he thought, "That's right. All I've achieved is something that happens to shine." From a distance, Jaeger watched Vlad's silhouette, then followed his gaze toward the shining moon above. He murmured, "A wolf chasing the moon, huh?" Elsewhere, flames engulfed a castle, roaring against the darkness. This was the fiefdom of Varna Trunova. Screams of terror echoed through the halls. Corpses littered the floor, and in the dim moonlight, a cloaked figure slowly walked forward. "I was wondering where you'd gone," the figure said coldly. "So this is your final mission?" As he stepped through the carnage, his sword caught the moonlight through a shattered pane of glass, casting a pale, chilling glow. Blood still clung to its blade, fresh and dripping to the floor. A wounded warrior sat trembling against the wall, voice weak. So, you really came all the way here? Godwin, everyone always said that your master's reputation must come first, that your own honor comes second. But that doesn't mean you should follow orders blindly. The knights who once served the former Count Gaydar weren't like this. On the opposite side, Godwin's face grew dark and menacing. He spoke in a voice steeped in malice. That's exactly why they're all dead. The wounded warrior, though his voice trembled, pressed on. Godwin, your light will fade too. Pass this message to Count Gaydar for me. He'll be waiting for him in hell. Godwin raised his sword high, his grip firm and merciless. As he prepared to bring it down, he replied coldly, fine. With a single, brutal slash, the blade cut through. The warrior's blood burst forth like a torrent, splattering in all directions, a gruesome testament to the savagery of the one who had brought ruin upon this land. Vlad, clad in armor, stood in a room and asked, a vacation? Across from him sat Sir Joseph Bayezid, who replied, yes. The Canor family invited you, didn't they? Vlad asked, how did you know? Resting his chin on his hand, Joseph said with interest, word gets around quickly. Gregory's aide has been spreading the news everywhere. Vlad mentally traced the path of the rumor from Portly to Joseph and let out a quiet ah. Joseph continued, in any case, I've decided to give you some time off. Since you've already chosen where to go, I won't stand in your way. Thank you, sir, Vlad replied. Sensing that Joseph had finished speaking, Vlad instinctively turned his gaze toward Jaeger. He noticed Jaeger's eyes were shut tight. Observing the silent interaction between the two, Joseph thought curiously, seems like something's going on. I could cut in and break the silence, but some relationships are better left untouched. Seeing no response from Jaeger, Vlad thought. Even breathing feels difficult right now. Maybe I should just say goodbye and leave? But Jaeger's voice broke the silence. Even on vacation, a knight must never lay down his sword. Vlad was momentarily startled, then replied, ah, yes sir. Jaeger looked straight at him and added, if you skip training for a day, you'll notice it. If you skip for a week, everyone will. Then he thought to himself, even if I don't spell it out, he won't slack off. But I'll stay close just in case he loses his way. Jaeger nodded and said goodbye. Well then, until we meet again. Gladly accepting his mentor's words, Vlad answered, yes, I'll remember that. Joseph, now leaning forward with a more serious look, said, but don't get your hopes up. The issue you're dealing with, even the Canor family might not be able to fix it. Try to find out just how wild that horse really is. If it listens to you, figure out which stable it came from. Vlad gave a small bow. Yes sir. Joseph gave his final words. You may go now, I'll see you next week. Yes sir, Vlad replied clearly. As he approached the door, Joseph called out once more, you don't have to bring back any souvenirs. Vlad turned back slightly and answered, understood. But in his mind he thought, that probably means I should bring something. He seemed to really like the jam I brought back from Portly last time. Once Vlad had left and the door closed behind him, Joseph spoke, the Canor family? Huh? Jaeger replied, if luck's on our side, maybe they'll cross paths. Joseph nodded. Could be. They're both worth keeping an eye on. Jaeger, looking concerned, asked, but what if someone else starts watching them too? Joseph answered firmly, then they'll come ask directly even though I have no intention of giving them permission. Meanwhile, Vlad was being dressed in an outer cloak by a servant. Standing still, he suddenly thought to himself, how did I even end up here? Lady Okasana, sitting with poise and resting her hand on her thigh, remarked, that color suits you well. Armor really does suit your build. Strong body makes anything look good. You should try on a few more sets. Vlad blushed and lowered his head. Thank you, ma'am. She then asked, you're going to the Canor estate for your vacation, aren't you? When you're a guest in someone else's home, you need to present yourself properly. That's basic etiquette, don't bring shame to your parents. Vlad felt a pang in his chest at the mention of his parents. Just then, Lady Okasana stepped forward and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. With a soft expression, she said, you won't embarrass me, will you? His eyes slowly rose to meet hers, and in that moment he saw genuine warmth in her face. His own flushed bright red. Lowering his head to hide his embarrassment, he murmured, no, ma'am. Lady Okasana added with a smile, when your vacation's over, I'll invite your instructor. One mistake using your hands is enough. Don't you think? Vlad lifted his head and replied, please forgive me, Mom. She went on. The title of knight already places you halfway among the nobility, so you must learn to act accordingly. Yes, Mom. I understand, Vlad answered respectfully. Satisfied, she waved to the servant behind her, who stepped forward carrying a gift basket. Here, she said, take this with you. You can't show up at someone's house empty-handed, that just wouldn't do. Vlad was touched. You're very thoughtful, ma'am. Watching his reaction, Lady Okasana smiled and said warmly, all right, enjoy your vacation. Vlad stepped out of the room, the basket in hand. In front of the door stood a tall windowpane, and in it, his reflection clad in leather and cloak stared back at him. He looked at himself now and thought of who he used to be. This feels strange, like I'm wearing clothes meant for someone else. Then, a certain girl came to mind. Jamina. They said she's in a convent now, right? I hope she's doing okay. Guess I'm not the only one who'll be stuck in clothes that don't quite fit. Meanwhile, over in Jamina's part of the world, voices echoed through a small kitchen. Looks like Bayezid's is about to get famous, one woman said. Another asked, did he do well in Dirmur? A third chimed in, not exactly. He's just absurdly handsome. Blonde hair, blue eyes, noble background apparently. The three nuns chatted away excitedly. So young and already making a name for himself with the sword. He might even end up as the knight representing the north. While the trio gossiped, a red-haired girl knelt on the floor, quietly scrubbing. She didn't join the conversation, but her thoughts stirred when she heard blue eyes, blonde hair. Tech. Whatever. That guy hasn't made it that far. As long as he's still alive and well, that's enough. Suddenly one of the women barked, hey redhead. What are those hands for, huh? You're not even paying to stay here, and now you're slacking off. You should be working the rest of your life to pay that back. Move it. The dishes still need washing. Don't blame us if the head sister scolds you. As they turned and walked off, their mocking continued. Even if she left this place, she wouldn't last a day. She'd starve. One of them covered her mouth, giggling. She might as well get used to servant work. It suits her. With that, the three left in a hurry, tossing back one last remark, finish up before dinner, you hear? Jamina kept her head down and muttered to herself. I knew it. That smile gave it away. Her mind drifted back to that night at the convent gates, three nuns standing firm, blocking the entrance without a second thought, even as frightened children and desperate women stood before them. Their voices rang out coldly. This place isn't meant for just anyone. It's sacred ground, closer to the divine. We can't harbor girls who've come from such filthy places. Marcella pointed toward the small girls and shouted at the nun. That's nonsense. All these girls are virgins. They're children who've been under the bishop's care. The three nuns, however, quickly found another excuse to decline. Even so, we can't just take them in without warning. Marcella's face twisted in anger. Why not? I've donated so much money to your convent. That alone would cover raising them for 10 years. The nun hesitated. It's not that simple. Beside her, Jamina realized Marcella wasn't thinking about her own safety, only about the girls. She asked, but what about you? Marcella simply replied, you should be worrying about yourselves. Then, gesturing to the girls, she told them, over there. Go inside. Once the girls began walking toward the nuns, Marcella made a move to follow. But the nun raised a hand to stop her. You can't come in. Marcella responded calmly, I don't plan to. Just take care of the children. They'll be useful. As she finished speaking, furious voices rang out in the distance. A group of brutish men pointed in their direction and shouted. There they are. Marcella yelled at the nun, get them inside now. Suddenly, a crazed man lunged forward, grabbing Marcella by the hair. He yanked her close, sneering in her face, got you now, you bitch. One hand twisted her hair while the other clamped down on her wrist, dragging her away with brute force. Jamina reached out, tears streaming down her face, and screamed, no, Marcella. Despite the nuns holding her back, Jamina was forced into the monastery. Powerless, she could only cry out Marcella's name as she watched her friend dragged off across the frozen ground. The men were so brutal. They even left behind one of Marcella's shoes in the snow. As the monastery doors slammed shut, it was as if that memory locked itself deep inside her. Now, Jamina, our girl, was kneeling on the floor, scrubbing the filthy tiles. As the memory surfaced, she couldn't hold back the sobs. Hiccuping softly, she cried out a name, Vlad. At that very moment, Vlad stood stunned in front of the Kanor family estate. He couldn't help but think, he may not be a noble, But they say he's one of the most influential men in Sturma. And judging by this place, he's filthy rich too. As Vlad and Portly stepped into the house, a well-dressed servant bowed deeply and said, "Welcome home, young master." Recognizing who had come to greet him, Portly's eyes lit up. Spreading his arms wide, he ran forward and shouted, "Butler!" throwing himself into the man's embrace. "It's been too long, I missed you." The old butler chuckled warmly and said, "It's a joy to see you again, sir." Grabbing his hand, Portly asked eagerly, "Where's my father?" The butler replied, "He's entertaining some unexpected guests at the moment." Then turning to Vlad, he added, "If it's all right with you, perhaps you'd like to take a walk through our lawns. They're a great source of pride for us." Vlad, seeing how courteous the man was, nodded. "Sure, I'd like that." The butler bowed slightly. "Thank you for understanding." Vlad smiled and added, "Honestly, I've been curious ever since we got here. But more than the grounds, I'm especially looking forward to seeing your horses. I've heard so much about them." Portly replied, "Of course. Let's do it your way." The butler turned to Vlad and said, "The master said he would personally introduce you to the prized horses, but in the meantime, it wouldn't hurt to take a look at the rest. This way, please." The butler led the way to the stables. As soon as Vlad arrived, the horses immediately lifted their heads and stopped grazing. Then, to his surprise, they all bolted. Vlad stood there, stunned. The group moved on to the cattle pen, but the result was the same: the cows ran off. Then to the sheep pen, where the sheep also turned tail and fled. A heavy silence fell over the three of them. Embarrassed, Vlad thought, "Can I just die now? This is completely hopeless. Not just horses, I can't even ride a cow. And why the hell are the sheep running too?" The butler, concerned, spoke up, "This might be more serious than we thought. Have you visited a church recently?" Vlad replied, "It's not a curse. My guarantor is Father Andrea. He said so himself." "My apologies then," the butler said politely. Vlad looked off into the distance at the horses now grazing peacefully far away. He thought to himself, "This is driving me insane. So what if I can use aura? I can't even ride a horse." He turned to Portly and said miserably, "While everyone else charges ahead like badasses, I'll probably be the one choking on their dust, running after them." Seeing his friend in such a state, Portly said, "Let's check the rest of the horses in our pastures. Whether for riding, fighting, labor, or even slaughter, I'll show you everything. There has to be one that fits you." Vlad, face gloomy, asked, "You really think so?" "Of course," Portly assured him. "You haven't even seen the most beautiful and valuable ones yet. The ones from premium bloodlines that my father bought for a fortune. I'll try to convince him to show you. But for now, let's see the rest tomorrow. Just enjoy dinner tonight and let it go." Portly gave Vlad a reassuring pat on the back, and the two headed toward the dining hall. In the kitchen, a team of chefs was busily preparing a lavish meal. Vlad couldn't help but exclaim, "Whoa, this is incredible. Is there anything modest in your house? Everything is so over the top." A surprised voice called out, "Oh, there you are. Welcome. I'm the master of the house, Orson Kenor. Apologies for not personally greeting our distinguished guest sooner." Realizing who it was, Vlad quickly bowed and said, "It's an honor to meet you, sir. I'm Vlad, a bodyguard of Lord Jaeger." Orson beamed at him and replied, "I know rumors about you have already reached Sturma. Welcome, welcome." As he gave Vlad a hearty pat on the back, he thought to himself, "So this is the young man who reportedly showed remarkable talent during the sword tournament in the ladies' domain. The rise of a new star, what a pride for Sturma. Portly has made a fine friend indeed." The more he observed Vlad, the more pleased Orson became. He smiled and gestured warmly. "Please come in. Let's talk while dinner is being prepared. As the host, I'm delighted to welcome such distinguished guests tonight." Vlad suddenly remembered. "Ah, that's right," he said, "there were other guests too. Are we all going to eat together?" Orson continued, "And everyone here is from Bayezid. Isn't that something to celebrate?" Following behind Orson, Vlad wondered, Bayezid? Who could it be? When Orson opened the door, all three of them looked inside. As Vlad caught sight of the person in the room, he couldn't hold back his reaction. "What? Why is this person here?" The man seated ahead laced his fingers together and said calmly, "It's been a while, hasn't it?" Quite the surprise. As he turned around, both Vlad and Portly immediately placed their hands over their chests and bowed. Sir Rudiger, they greeted in unison. Vlad added, I didn't expect to find you here. Rudiger responded with a small smile. I wonder if you'd be alright sharing a meal with me today. The food being prepared looks far too tempting to refuse. Vlad thought to himself, who the hell is sitting here? Something about this atmosphere feels completely off. He glanced at Rudiger's companions, all of whom were glaring at him with clenched jaws and piercing eyes. They look like they despise me. There's no way Rudiger's offer was out of goodwill, but I've got no choice. Even his guards are eyeing me like they're ready to devour me. What am I even gaining by sitting here? After a short pause, Vlad forced a smile and replied, That's fine for today, I've actually been looking forward to it. Rudiger gave him a quick glance and let out a thoughtful oh. Before asking, I heard you're on break. Are you free tomorrow? Vlad asked. What do you mean? Rudiger said casually, let's go somewhere tomorrow. The next day, Vlad found himself traveling with Rudiger's group. Since none of the horses would let him ride, he had no choice but to sit in the supply cart. That's when someone barked at him. Why do you keep staring at me? First time seeing a beastkin or something? The speaker was Dorothea, a member of the Lu Beastkin clan, with golden ears twitching atop her head. Vlad waved a hand in front of his face and answered, There's a first time for everything. Dorothea snorted. Honestly, it'd be even weirder if you had seen one of us before. I heard you came from some rundown backstreets in Shora. How the hell did you end up becoming a Bayezid? Vlad replied coolly. Why does that interest you? Considering Lord Rudiger's mage is a beastkin too, I'd say my background's the less unusual one. Her ears flicked in annoyance. You seriously expect me to believe you've used aura before? And yet you can't even ride a horse? Even that useless fat guy can ride. Vlad shrugged. Life's full of surprises. Dorothea scowled. This is honestly too much. A knight who can't ride? Give me a break. Vlad sighed and turned away, thinking, does she know how to do anything besides yap? This vacation's going off the rails. Why did I even agree to this? What a drag. Dorothea snapped, hey. Are you even listening to me? Vlad snapped back. Do all beastkin talk as much as you? Dorothea retorted, wow. That's some casual racism right there. Vlad raised a brow. Or maybe it's just that all mages talk too much. She narrowed her eyes. Now that's class discrimination, you know. Up front, Rudiger, still on horseback, overheard their argument and called back. Dorothea, ease up on him. It was hard enough getting him to come along in the first place. Dorothea huffed. That bastard pulls a face every time he looks at me. Rudiger replied bluntly. Anyone would, if you kept pestering them like that. Dorothea's ears drooped as she let out a sulky groan. Ugh, just then, one of the guards rode up beside Rudiger and pointed ahead. Sir Rudiger, how about around here? Rudiger scanned the area and nodded. Looks good. The view will be better, too, it's nice and open all around. Portly, noticing the scene, said, looks like they plan to hunt here. Vlad, waving a hand dismissively, thought to himself, they don't look like they're preparing for a hunt at all, and they haven't even released the hawks from their cages to scout. One of the guards pointed ahead and called out, Lord Rudiger, over there. Rudiger glanced in that direction and nodded. Looks like luck is on our side. I didn't expect to run into a group of pilgrims out here. Raise the banner, make our intentions clear, so they don't get the wrong idea. Now then, I suppose it's time to begin the hunt. In a vast field of lush green grass, a beautiful prairie unfolded under the open sky. There, a herd of horses grazed contentedly. Among them stood a striking black stallion, noticeably distinct from the rest. Perched on a rise, it surveyed the endless plain. Then, it sensed something strange beneath its hooves. The ground had begun to tremble violently. With a piercing whinny, it sounded the alarm to the entire herd. Rudiger's procession moved in parallel with the group of pilgrims, his party on the high ground, theirs below. Despite the proximity, both groups moved in perfect sync without interfering with each other. Watching this unfold, Vlad couldn't help but think, a hunt. What hunt? This is clearly an escort operation. He never intended to train hawks out here in the first place. His train of thought was suddenly interrupted, as the carriage he rode in jolted violently after hitting a rock. He groaned, slumping in his seat. I think I'm getting carriage sick. Walking might actually be better. Portly, riding alongside, leaned in with concern. You okay? Do you feel like throwing up? Vlad replied. It's not that bad, as he lowered his head and placed a hand on his chest. But my heart's been pounding like crazy. Portly asked, "Is it because the carriage is shaking too much?" Without answering, Vlad stepped off the carriage and began walking beside the horses. "What is there to complain about, really? A little walk will fix me right up," he muttered as he walked. He glanced around at the scenery and remarked, "It really is beautiful out here." Portly smiled and said, "Right? I've been wanting to show you this place. The grasslands stretch all the way to Varna. Sometimes monsters show up. But thanks to Lord Joseph, we've had a lot less to worry about this year." "Lord Joseph?" Vlad asked. "Yeah, thanks to the campaign last winter you were part of it too." "Oh, that one." Vlad blinked in surprise. "So I helped make this peaceful scene possible." In the distance, a cloud of dust rolled across the plain like a moving storm. Vlad noticed it and asked, "Heim? What's that?" As the dust got closer, it revealed a herd of wild horses charging full speed. Vlad gasped at the sight. "Hua!" But a sudden jolt surged through his body like an electric current, freezing him in place. All he could think was, "What is this? What's going on?" Up ahead, one of Rudiger's guards saw it too and called out, "A wild herd of horses. Strong, healthy ones. Uninvited guests, it seems." Rudiger narrowed his eyes, something clearly amiss. "But why are they heading south?" Another guard replied, "Yeah, that's strange. They should be going north toward the new sprouting grounds." Rudiger frowned, his tone cautious. "Their urgency is unusual too. It's like something is chasing them." Back on foot, Vlad clutched his chest and stared at the stampede. A chill ran down his spine as a question surfaced in his mind. What are they so afraid of? At that moment, the ground beneath everyone trembled violently. Most assumed it was an earthquake since they were on horseback. A guard shouted, "Lord Rudiger! Earthquake!" But Vlad, being the only one walking, could feel the tremors directly. His eyes widened. "This isn't an earthquake. I know this sensation." Just as the realization struck, the ground where the herd had come from erupted. Earth flew skyward as a massive creature burst out from below, launching its enormous body into the air. The sheer size left no doubt in Vlad's mind. This was one of the draconian remnants, the death worm. The monstrous creature slithered forward, dragging its bulk across the plains, kicking up clouds of dust in its wake. It opened its gaping maw and lunged at the fleeing horses. With a vicious snap of its jaws, it clamped down on one, reducing it to nothing in a single bite. Dorothea shouted, "Something's wrong. Death worms aren't carnivorous, what's going on?" "There's a strange aura. It's leaking from the creature's head." One of the guards reported, "Lord Rudiger, the wild horses have changed direction, they're headed straight for the pilgrims." Rudiger's expression darkened. "No, it's not the horses. The death worm is chasing the pilgrims." He turned sharply and yelled, "Dorothea! What draws a death worm's attention?" Dorothea trembled as she replied, "They have no eyes or ears. They navigate purely through vibrations in the ground." Rudiger barked, "Then snap out of it, and figure out how to lure that thing away." Dorothea straightened up, her face serious now. "Yes, Lord Rudiger." Rudiger continued giving orders. "Vlad, get Dorothea to higher ground and protect her. The moment she finds a way to get that creature's attention, send me a signal." Vlad responded immediately, "Yes, sir." "Understood." Raising his sword high, Rudiger called out to his men, "Listen up. Whether this makes sense or not doesn't matter right now. What matters is that we stand where we must and do what we're meant to do. We were tasked by the Count to protect those pilgrims. That is our duty, now move out." With that, every single guard drew their sword and echoed, "With Lord Rudiger." Rudiger turned his gaze to the monster and thought grimly, "That worm isn't acting like a normal one. And this entire situation feels off. That can only mean someone's orchestrating this." Suddenly, a voice echoed around them, cold and taunting. "Bold of you, you dare trespass into Bayezid's territory?" Rudiger saw no one and gave no reply. But his actions spoke for him. He raised his blade, now wreathed in flames, and spurred his horse forward, charging straight at the creature. On a high ridge nearby, three figures stood, Vlad, Portly, and Dorothea, who was dumping strange trinkets out of her bag in a hurry. As she sifted through them, she muttered frantically, "Vibrations, vibrations. What color is suppression of vibration again?" Vlad stood guard beside her, deep in thought. "Suppression," he pondered. A voice within him responded, "It's a type of mystery, a one of the three pillars alongside divinity and aura." He nodded slightly. Ah, so that's why she's worthy of being Lord Rudiger's mage. In the distance, a giant flame spiraled up near the death worm like a twisting tornado of fire encircling the beast. Two people watching from afar gasped. What the hell is that? Portly squinted, then shouted, "It's Lord Rudiger's flaming sword." Seeing it, Vlad couldn't help but feel awestruck. He's incredible. His level is on a whole different plane. The voice inside him commented. The sword technique is still shallow, he didn't have time to prepare properly. Meanwhile, Rudiger stared down the monstrous worm, fury building in his eyes. Damn it, are you trying to say you're the toughest dragon out here? As the death worm lunged straight for him, Rudiger quickly drove his heels into his horse's flanks, just in time to evade the gaping, blood-soaked maw. Missing its target, the beast used its own momentum to dive back underground. It moved so fast that within moments, only the tip of its tail was visible above the earth until that, too, vanished, leaving behind a massive crater in its place. The guards called out, "Sir Rudiger, are you all right?" Rudiger shouted back, "Stay alert. That death worm is no easy foe." From his high vantage point, Vlad listened to the voice in his head. This is too much. No matter how skilled he is, there's no way he can fight something that attacks from underground. Rudiger barked out an order. Find it, it's somewhere nearby. The others responded in unison, "Yes, Sir Rudiger." Turning back toward the massive hole in the ground, Rudiger stared intensely and thought, where is it hiding? Suddenly one guard, panic in his voice, pointed frantically. "Sir Rudiger, over there. The pilgrims. The death worm is headed straight for them." Rudiger spurred his horse into motion and yelled, "Damn it. After it now." All the guards obeyed, whipping their reins as they galloped forward. The scene was tense and chaotic. From above, Vlad watched and couldn't help but urge Dorothea, "Dorothea, I think we need to move now." He glanced toward her, only to almost choke on his own words. She was half kneeling on the ground, holding her own tail while sketching a strange symbol on a piece of paper. His face darkened. "You're playing games now?" Dorothea snapped, "What the hell are you saying? This isn't a game, this is a werewolf-exclusive technique. If you'd shut up, I'd have finished it by now." The strange drawing on the paper glowed faintly for a moment, then dimmed. Dorothea handed it to Portly. "Portly, take this to Sir Rudiger. Just tear or slice the paper, and it'll activate." Portly blinked, pointing at himself. "Huh? Me? You mean me?" Furious, Dorothea yelled, "Creating that locator rune drained me completely. And now you want me to walk all the way over there. And that blonde idiot doesn't even have a horse." The voice in Vlad's head chimed in again. "Even with a horse you'd never catch it. That death worm moves faster underground than any rider on land. Rudiger's knights don't stand a chance." Vlad thought grimly. Then it's going to get away. He reached out his hand toward the piece of paper Dorothea was holding. "This is our last shot." The two behind him looked bewildered. Dorothea shouted, "Blondie, where the hell are you going? There's a cliff there, you moron." Ignoring her warnings, Vlad didn't hesitate, he leapt. As he fell, his thoughts raced. Rudiger and Sir Joseph already had tension between them over succession. Plus, Rudiger's knights are Bayezid's elite technically. I shouldn't need to step in. But I can't stop thinking about those animals. That memory's carved into my bones of being helpless as the vast world stole away my home. The voice called out again, "Focus, push off with your toes." Hoops, Vlad slipped. He blurted, slamming into jagged rocks on the cliff wall. "Roll." The voice instructed as he tumbled. He yelped with every painful impact. When he finally hit the ground, he screamed. "Ah! Ah!" Dust billowed around him as he landed in a heap, groaning. "Ow!" Up above, Portly wept. He actually made it." Dorothea stared, cold sweat dripping down her face. "He fell from that height. How is he not dead?" Vlad panted, "Huh, I'm still alive. Thought I'd definitely busted a bone or two." A soft green light wrapped around him. Not far away, the black horse stood watching him intently, unblinking. The voice spoke again, "That's a blessing. If it weren't for the spirit serpent's grace, you'd be dead." Vlad replied with a pained chuckle. "Well, I guess that's pretty damn lucky." The voice agreed, "Yeah, we'll go back there another time." Vlad stood up and said, "I'm sure we'll still have another chance. But for now we need to head this way." He looked off into the distance, thinking, "The pilgrims." As he approached, he caught sight of a familiar figure. "Huh?" he murmured, recognizing someone. "Father Andreas?" He's leading the pilgrimage group. But where's Sir Rudiger? Glancing toward Rudiger's men in the distance, Vlad frowned. They're too far away. That death worm is going to reach the pilgrims first. If this keeps up, the priest will be in danger. All right, time to mark its location. The voice echoed in his mind. Sometimes, fate wears the mask of coincidence and forces you to choose. Vlad clenched his jaw. Damn it. He raised the locator sigil and thought, I don't have the luxury to hesitate anymore. His hand gripped his sword. Drawing it in one swift motion, he thought fiercely, I have to act. No, I must act. There's no more room for doubt. He slashed the locator sigil open with his blade. The moment the seal was broken, a glow surged from the paper, and the symbols converged into a single point. Seeing that, Vlad gripped his sword tightly, thrusting it into the spot with all his strength. Take this, you bastard. As the blade pierced the ground, a powerful tremor rippled beneath his feet. The voice returned, that's not enough. Amplify the vibration, make it strong enough to summon your own domain. As he pushed the resonance further and further, Vlad tried to communicate with it through frequency. Look at me, he shouted in his mind. Fallen remnants of the dragon bloodline. His eyes lit up with a dangerous gleam as he cranked the frequency even higher. The death worm writhed in pain underground, bursting massive craters into the earth as it thrashed. The onlookers turned to Vlad, wide-eyed with shock. The death worm, realizing it could no longer stay buried, erupted out of the ground. And waiting to greet it was Vlad's sword in hand, unwavering. Through the sound waves he declared, I'm right here. The death worm opened its massive jaws, revealing rows of razor-sharp fangs in an attempt to intimidate, then began to shift its body. Instantly, dirt, rocks, and sand erupted in all directions. A wave of debris slammed into Vlad, throwing him backward. Furious, he prepared to strike back, but the voice in his head warned him, don't even think about fighting it. Fall back now. Truth be told, the death worm was truly revolting to look at. Its entire body was covered in thick, scaly armor, each scale tipped with a thorn. Its mouth was lined with needle-like spikes, perfectly designed to suck the blood from its prey. Perhaps that's why the voice pressed on, with your current strength, you don't stand a chance against that thing. The creature was monstrous, drooling relentlessly as it writhed. Realizing that continuing the fight could lead to Vlad's death, the voice urged him again, you've done more than enough just by stalling it. At that moment, something fierce flickered in Vlad's eyes. He glanced toward Rudiger's night squad, his face tense with frustration. They're still not ready, he thought. In that brief moment of distraction, the death worm seized the opportunity. It lunged forward, its mouth wide open, aiming to finish him with one quick strike. But instead, its massive head slammed into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. From within that whirlwind, Vlad rolled and twisted, narrowly dodging the attack at the last possible second. When he looked back, half the creature's body had already burrowed into the earth again. Cursing under his breath, Vlad muttered in frustration, damn it, it's gone underground again. He quickly gathered his composure and scanned his surroundings. His eyes darted left and right. Where is it? Left. Right, he thought, trying to locate the monster's next move. Then, a chilling realization struck him. Don't tell me, is it heading toward the pilgrims? Suddenly the ground beneath him cracked open. The voice cried out, get out of there. But it was too late. The death worm's massive, fang-filled maw burst from the earth and clamped down on him. Vlad didn't even have time to react. In that final helpless moment, the voice whispered, too late. From a distance, Rudiger watched in horror as Vlad was swallowed whole. In anguish, he shouted no. Then, from beneath the dust cloud that had engulfed the beast, something emerged, a figure riding a horse, charging out from that hellish pit. It was Vlad. Against all odds, he had survived. Even he couldn't believe it. It's a horse, a real horse. I'm riding a horse. Sensing his bewilderment, the voice calmly explained, use your soul's vision. Look at its forehead. Vlad did as instructed, and what he discovered left him stunned. It's a spirit. This horse carries the blood of a unicorn. The scene around him shifted into something almost dreamlike. The steady rhythm of hooves filled the air. Excited beyond words, Vlad shouted joyfully, the view from horseback, this is insane. Just then, Rudiger's squad finally arrived. Seeing Vlad, Rudiger called out his name and asked with concern, are you all right? Hearing Rudiger's question, Vlad replied, yes, Sir Rudiger. I'm fine. At that moment, Rudiger glanced at Vlad, then at the sword in his hand, thinking to himself, He's engraved his own seal onto his blade. And he threw himself at that vicious creature without a second thought. His gaze darkened slightly as a deeper thought crossed his mind. A willingness to sacrifice oneself for others. This young man charged in with the discipline of a true swordmaster. Caught up in his thoughts, Rudiger ended up saying aloud, "That was a bold and noble decision. You carried out your duty more honorably than any knight here." Vlad's eyes flickered with confusion. "Pardon?" Then he realized Rudiger was complimenting him and replied politely, "Ah, thank you, sir." Rudiger continued, "What do you think? Can you command that horse to do what you want?" Vlad blinked, not quite understanding what Rudiger meant. Seeing his confusion, Rudiger shifted gears, moving on to the strategy. The only way to keep the pilgrims safe is to eliminate that death worm. Now it's time to gamble. Hearing such a bold plan, Vlad hesitated. "But that thing is a drake." Rudiger, eyes firm with resolve, replied confidently, "You and I can take it down." Noticing Vlad's unease, Rudiger's gaze sharpened. He looked directly at Vlad and said, "You carry Dorothea's seal, and you're riding one hell of a horse." Meanwhile, the death worm continued its rampage, thrashing wildly as dust and sand filled the air, its massive jaws opening wide in a frenzy. Rudiger continued, "So you can lure it out of range from the pilgrims then strike." Processing the plan, Vlad looked at the horse beneath him, wondering whether he could truly ride it the way he needed to. At that moment, the horse's eyes flashed as if it understood. Vlad murmured, "So that's it. You're here to protect your herd too." After a brief pause, Vlad nodded in agreement. "All right then, let's do this together." His gaze steeled with resolve. "I'm ready." "Yes, sir. I can do this." Hearing Vlad's determination, Rudiger laid out the plan more clearly. "Good. Circle around that hill and return to me from the other side. I'll be waiting there." As soon as Rudiger finished speaking, Vlad and his horse took off at full speed, leaving only a brief response behind. "Yes, Sir Rudiger." Vlad split off from Rudiger's unit, and the death worm, still in a frenzy, immediately locked onto him and gave chase. Seeing that it was working, Vlad thought to himself, "That's right, come after me, you monster." And with that, man and horse surged forward toward the agreed rendezvous. "Let's go." Back at Rudiger's group, several soldiers watched in awe as Vlad sped away. Their jaws dropped as one of them exclaimed, "How can he accelerate like that? Both the rider and the horse are incredible." At that moment, the corner of Rudiger's mouth lifted in a faint smile. Now, on the hillside, it was just the death worm and the thundering hooves of Vlad's mount. Then, that voice spoke again, calm and commanding, "Lower your sword to the ground. Let the essence of your very being flow through the seal's resonance." Hearing that, Vlad brought down his sword engraved with glowing seals, and a wave of energy radiated from the blade. It was exactly what the voice had intended. It continued, "Look closely, boy. A dragon is chasing you, following the trail of light you're emitting." Indeed, the death worm behind him was charging straight after the luminous trail left in his wake. Meanwhile, Rudiger had shifted focus back to the pilgrims, issuing commands to aid their evacuation. "Move the pilgrims to safety. The remaining soldiers will stay on alert in case of emergency." "Yes, Sir Rudiger." The others responded without hesitation. Vlad now stood alone on the vast field, the death worm relentlessly pursuing him from behind. Seeing this, Rudiger narrowed one eye and murmured, "It's coming." He then raised his sword high with solemn authority. As he touched his blade, sparks of red flame ignited with each contact, until a whole forest of molten lava erupted enough to scorch anything in its path. Even while sprinting at full speed, Vlad could sense something was about to happen. He glanced toward Lord Rudiger, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Sensing Vlad's wonder, the voice answered him as if to clarify, "He's temporarily expanding the reach of his inner world. It's a technique only knights who can deeply reflect upon themselves can use, like the Wayfarer Bayezid." The flames roared higher, declaring the might of the calm, poised man wielding them. Then the voice continued, "He's far stronger than I originally believed." Even without the voice's insight, Vlad could feel that this man was powerful. He muttered, "He's merciless. He could burn down his inner world without hesitation." Meanwhile, the battle between Vlad and the death worm raged on. The creature grew more ferocious with each attack, launching blow after blow aimed directly at Vlad. As the tide seemed to turn against him, the voice warned urgently, "This is bad. The remnants of the dragon have sensed a threat from Rudiger's inner world." Frustrated, Vlad cursed under his breath, "Damn it, I can't let this continue." My own inner world is too weak to distract the beast again and buy him more time to charge up. Just as he finished, the horse beneath him suddenly behaved strangely. It swerved without warning. Caught off guard, Vlad shouted. "Ha! What are you doing? Where are you going, little one?" He couldn't control the strange steed anymore. It galloped in circles, then charged straight toward the death worm. Alarmed, Vlad panicked. Hey, we're getting too close to that thing." Then, suddenly something shifted. Some unspoken link between Vlad and the horse seemed to awaken. The voice returned, filled with awe. "How fascinating. This is the resonance between your inner world and the blessing of the white serpent. A sacred secret long forgotten is stirring within the memories of your soul." The death worm sensed something had changed. It paused for a brief moment, then resumed its furious growls. Now man and beast moved as one, charging forward in defiance. The voice echoed like a vow. "Advance now, hornless unicorn, to the side of a knight who had no steed. At some far horizon where you and I met we became us." And in that ink-black sky, a single white star appeared. Back in reality, Lord Rudiger remained motionless. It seemed the expansion of his inner domain wasn't yet complete. The voice within Vlad's mind urged again, "It's still not enough. Just a little more time. His soul world is growing stronger, but it must accelerate. It's only a matter of time before the monster's attention shifts away from us." But at that very moment, Vlad's face went pale, his eyes weary. He thought, "I'm almost at my limit. I have nothing left to give." Then, from behind, Rudiger's men caught up with Vlad. They had always been there, standing by him, supporting him. "Don't give up, kid. Hang in there." Together the group fought as one, protecting what mattered most, what needed to be protected. In that moment they became a single, unified force. Their eyes, once colored by different shades of will and belief, now reflected one shared resolve. They had come together, and that was enough. The resonance of their souls widened the boundaries of the inner world. Then, one of Vlad's comrades fighting alongside him shouted, "Hey kid! Keep pushing forward, get past Lord Rudiger." Hearing this, Vlad replied simply, "Got it." Without hesitation he surged toward the light ahead, the place where all hope now rested. As he neared, the flames emanating from Rudiger grew even more intense. At that very moment, Vlad reached him and called out in concern, "Lord Rudiger." As if he had been waiting for what his allies would bring him, Rudiger tightened his grip on his gourd and said, "Well done. Now, it's my turn." The instant those words left his mouth, the grotesque beast caught up to them. Then suddenly, the ground beneath Rudiger's feet transformed into a burning field of molten lava, his soul's power setting the very earth ablaze. He raised his voice in stern warning, speaking directly to the death worm. "This is Bayezid's domain. Monsters like you have no place here, no right to spread chaos." Veins flared around his eyes, and within them, a fire seemed to burn. Then came a roaring vortex of magma, and Rudiger growled one word, "Begone." From above, something radiant descended into Rudiger's hand, a weapon or perhaps a blessing wrapped in light. The ground scorched beneath them. The death worm writhed and screamed, overwhelmed by Rudiger's unleashed might. Everyone watching was stunned. Their mouths hung open, their eyes wide in disbelief. It was as if they were afraid to blink, fearing they'd miss the very moment the monster was obliterated. Vlad, too, stood frozen, finally witnessing the power of Rudiger's inner world. He murmured to himself, "So this is the world of a knight who's mastered deep self-reflection. A true, formidable soul realm. This is on a whole other level." The presence of a knight's soul feels like standing before a mountain with no peak in sight. He wondered, could Godwin ever do something like this? Visions of his former comrade Sir Jaeger, Sir Pablo flickered in his mind. Then he asked himself quietly, could I ever reach that point too? To that, the familiar voice answered with calm certainty. Of course you can if your soul remains steady enough that nothing in this world could shake it. Soon after, the massive beast was reduced to nothing but ashes beneath the roaring blaze. Exhausted from the battle, Rudiger leaned heavily on his sword just to stay upright. Vlad approached from a distance and asked softly, "Are you all right, sir?" Hearing Vlad's voice, Rudiger turned and offered a strained smile. "Welcome back. You did well." Vlad stepped closer, eyeing the still burning flames with concern. "The fire's intense, won't it burn the whole field down?" Though weary, Rudiger managed a reassuring answer. "The grass here holds a lot of moisture. It'll be fine. It might singe a little, but the flames will die out on their own." That said, as soon as he finished speaking, Rudiger braced himself and stood up, saying, "More importantly, I'd really like a cold beer right now. But almost immediately, his balance wavered and he collapsed to his knees. Powerless, he muttered. Oh, for heaven's sake. Inside Vlad's mind, that familiar voice echoed, looks like that's the price you pay when you push your soul's realm to its absolute limit. Seeing Vlad standing there in a daze, Rüdiger extended a hand and asked, You gonna help me up? Instead of offering his hand, Vlad suddenly sat down beside him and replied, I'd rather just fall with you. And so, the two of them sat side by side in silence. The moment felt a little awkward, so Rüdiger broke it by asking, You handled that horse pretty well, huh? Doesn't match the rumors that you can't ride at all. To this, Vlad immediately denied, Come on, you saw it, it's not me that's the problem. At that, they both turned to glance across the field at the strange-looking horse, now resting peacefully. Rüdiger remarked, That horse is something else. Vlad nodded in agreement. Yeah, no kidding. Before either of them could say more, a sudden force slammed into Vlad's back, sending him toppling forward in confusion. Rüdiger blinked, startled. Turns out it was one of Vlad's comrades, followed by several more. The first man to arrive had a look that screamed not to be trusted. His face and scruffy beard didn't help that impression. He leaned in with a grin and said, Kid, you're tougher than you look. You managed to cut through the likes of us. Not bad at all. His words sounded like teasing, but not unkind. Then he added, Well done, kid. Catch you next time. Still rubbing the back of his head, Vlad forced a polite smile and replied, Thanks. Then, a familiar voice called out his name, warm and kind, Vlad. He turned toward it, his face lighting up with surprise and joy. It was the priest, his silver hair shining, posture dignified as ever. Father Andreas, Vlad said with genuine relief, placing a hand over his chest in a respectful gesture. I'm so glad you're safe. The old priest's eyes lit up with sudden recognition. Ah, I see it now. I knew I'd seen that light before. His memory took him back to some distant moment in the past, to when he had once seen that bluish light cut through utter darkness. Clasping Vlad's hand tightly, the old priest fell to his knees in gratitude. Thank you, Vlad of Shawara. Huh? Vlad blinked, confused by the gesture. But before he could ask, Father Andreas continued, his voice reverent. Oh Lord, this boy has received your will. He acts through your will alone. And at that moment, dozens of other priests around them dropped to their knees and began to pray in unison, following Andreas's words, Please grant peace to the child who defended the world within his soul. Bless this shining young man with your mercy and compassion. Today countless hearts became one singular ray of light. His inner world has grown. The crimson-tinted moonlight cast an eerie glow over the grand castle, while the last golden rays of daylight filtered through the windows. In the count's hand was a letter. After reading it, he turned and asked Ragmus, Are you certain this is true? Ragmus, standing behind him, replied, Yes, my lord. Dorothea relayed the message through the crystal orb. The count's face darkened with rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he snapped, I only sent them as a precaution. And now you're telling me it's dark magic. Ragmus answered steadily, It seems some of them remained in the north. The Empire has long turned a blind eye to such things, and now the ancient cursed creatures are starting to reappear. As the words left his mouth, the count's expression grew grim. Still, Ragmus continued, But I do have some good news. The count responded, You're right. That boy's name has been popping up everywhere lately. His thoughts drifted. Last year's royal hunt, the honored duel at Heinel, and now his involved with the travelers. If it weren't for that kid, Bayezid would have suffered utter disgrace. Remarkable, truly. Bring Joseph to me, the count finally ordered. Ragmus raised an eyebrow. You're really going to allow it? Turning to face him, the count replied, We must reward those who've earned it. Out on the lush green highlands under nightfall, 2 campfires flickered in the breeze. A dozen or so people sat together, but apart from the lively crowd, Vlad sat alone, sharpening his sword. He stared at the blade, thinking, Judging by how you look now, you must been through quite a bit yourself, huh? Rüdiger strolled up to him, clutching a bottle of liquor and gulping from it with a deep glug-glug. Then asked, Why are you sitting off by yourself like some lonely wanderer? Startled, Vlad looked up. Sir Rüdiger? Rüdiger glanced around. Where's that fat guy? Vlad replied. Dorothea dragged him off somewhere. No clue what for. Rüdiger raised another question. And Father Andreas? Vlad responded quickly, He's off praying with the others. Rüdiger sighed. Everyone's busy, huh? He held the bottle out to Vlad. Want a sip? Vlad hesitated and declined. I'm sharpening my sword, so, Rudiger cut in. A little dramatically, you're turning me down again. I offered you peanuts, you refused. I reached out to help you up, you brushed me off. Come to think of it, every time I try to connect with you, you shut me down. Flustered, Vlad quickly reached for the bottle. It's not like that. Taking it into his hands, he blinked in surprise. Is this whiskey? Rudiger nodded proudly. Top shelf stuff. From the Count's own stash. As Vlad tilted his head back and took a drink, Rudiger watched him quietly, thinking no matter what, they're still brothers. Different personalities, but the same damn taste in drinks. His gaze shifted down to the sword in Vlad's lap. He casually remarked, "You'll want to keep an eye on that thing before heading back." Vlad paused mid-drink, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and replied, "I checked in with the forge a few days ago. The smith said the hilt needs to be removed." Rudiger looked slightly surprised. Huh? Why would you remove it when everything's still working fine? Vlad replied, because he said the connection between the hilt and the blade was too dangerous. Unless I can find the one who forged it, I'll have to remove the hilt. Rudiger remarked, that sword's a lot like its owner. Vlad answered, that's exactly why I refused. You know I can't bring myself to part with it. Everything in this sword holds meaning for me, it's all memories. Rudiger had nothing more to say to that. After a moment he asked, still you plan to get it fixed, right? It's starting to rust. Vlad nodded. Yes. That's why I'm searching for the one who forged it. Rudiger asked, where is that person? Vlad's expression grew serious. Shura. Rudiger responded, ah, that makes sense. You always said you were from Shura. Then he thought to himself, Shura, the Radiant Land. Vlad of Shura. That nickname really fits. Especially today, when he's shown the brightest. So that's the reason. The reason why my little brother was so desperate to have this guy on his side. Rudiger grabbed a bottle of wine and stood up. He asked Vlad, so you won't be able to fix it anytime soon, huh? Vlad looked confused. Huh? But Rudiger ignored the question and continued. If you're so eager to prove yourself, then sooner or later someone will recognize you. Vlad blinked, completely caught off guard, his mind flashing a giant question mark. Rudiger placed a hand on his shoulder and explained. I mean, you've done well. You lived for something greater than yourself. Now your sword will find the one who can restore it. Go get some rest, we'll head straight for Sturma in the morning. He waved goodbye and turned to leave, while Vlad stood there watching his back disappear into the night. In his mind, Vlad thought, he's right. One day I'll repair this sword. Because both it and I have a place we must return to. High above, a black horse stood watching Vlad. Its glowing green eyes shimmered with a mysterious light, and its stance radiated an uncanny, almost otherworldly presence. Meanwhile, inside a grand manor, Lady Okasana sat with her maid, embroidering a handkerchief. She handed it to the maid and asked, what do you think? Does it look like the Heinel tribe's headdress? The maid smiled brightly. Yes, my lady, it looks just like the drawing in the book. The lady set the handkerchief down on the table. I suppose I'll embroider one more. The maid flipped to a new page and pointed at the illustration. This one, my lady. But Okasana waved her off. No need to show me. I've already memorized every stitch in my mind. This is actually the first time I've ever done something like this. When I was young, I only ever saw my mother doing it. The maid smiled again. That makes it even more special, my lady. Lady Okasana looked down at her hands. You're right. After all, this tradition is slowly being forgotten. Knights these days are all pampered and soft, none of them deserve to carry that banner. Only real knights do. Somewhere out on a vast green plateau, mounted knights began their journey. One of the riders traveling with Rudiger exclaimed excitedly, what a breathtaking sight. I've never seen anything like it. Rudiger followed his gaze and realized what he meant. A massive herd of horses was thundering across the open land, wild and magnificent. The man added, I can't believe humans and horses can move together in such perfect harmony. Rudiger nodded. You're right. It's a rare sight indeed. Maybe the first and the last. He smiled as he glanced over at Vlad, who was quietly watching the scene unfold, and thought to himself. In this short time we've known each other, maybe we've already become quite special to one another. I know this is where we have to part ways. I have things I must do, and you have your responsibility to lead your herd. The lead black horse neighed sharply but suddenly stopped midway, rearing up on its hind legs in a commanding stance. Vlad looked at it and silently thought, This is it. This is as far as we can go together. Then he said aloud, goodbye. Andreas appeared behind him and said, don't be too sad about saying goodbye. Turning around, Vlad replied, it was just something I said in the heat of the moment. Andreas laughed. Haha, humans really are stubborn when it comes to expressing their true feelings. Life is a cycle of meetings and farewells. Partings make us cry, but meetings bring happiness. Even I can tell this was a meaningful encounter. I wonder when the two of you will cross paths again. After all, the strength of a bond isn't simply determined by the amount of time spent together. Vlad nodded. You're right. One day we'll meet again. I'm sure of it. The horse watched the group as they walked away, sunlight casting a warm glow over its lonely figure. In stark contrast to that serene image was the sight of a grand estate shrouded in torrential rain and crashing thunder. Inside the estate, the count sat alone in a large chair, rubbing his temple, and asked Ragmus, did you say the house of Count Rafnoma has fallen? Ragmus answered quickly, yes, my lord. We just received the urgent report. The count sighed wearily, still rubbing his brow as he pondered. The West has indeed been behaving oddly for a while, but I never expected it to come to this. He then asked, is the Gaidar family really that powerful? It seems like the Western houses have formed an alliance centered around Gaidar. Even Rafnoma, the dominant force of the West, was overwhelmed by sheer numbers. Why hasn't the royal family done anything? Ragmus replied, we've been unable to figure out what's going on at the center, so before he could finish, the count stood up and cut him off. I see. He thought to himself, the North has always had a distinct identity more so than any other region. It's never been influenced by the royal family or the central government's authority, thanks to the great walls it built. But that also means it remains ignorant of what's happening in the rest of the empire. With a sigh, he lamented, I never imagined a noble house could fall so easily, not just any house, but one bound by a covenant. His brows furrowed as he thought. In Longshen, old laws and traditions mean nothing now, not under the rule of these new power holders. Then he said, this is an era of chaos. Ragmus immediately responded, indeed, my lord. No matter how weakened the empire's authority becomes, there must still be limits. The count continued thinking, perhaps the fall of the house of Rafnoma marks the beginning of a new age. Looking out the window, something caught his eye and made him recoil in surprise. He realized, damn it, they're not pilgrims. They're refugees from Rafnoma, and they've brought the former covenant with them. Meanwhile, Vlad was exhausted, his face tense with frustration as he silently grumbled, what should I do now? Helping those pilgrims is the right thing to do, but siding with Lord Rudiger, Lord Joseph won't be happy. He imagined Jaeger gearing up to punch him, yelling, you little idiot. Are you crazy? Just thinking about it sent a chill down his spine. Jaeger might actually kill me. With a deep sigh, he resigned. It's not like I had a choice anyway. He raised his hand and knocked on the door. I'm here, Lord Joseph. From inside came a voice, come in. As Vlad stepped into the room, he saw Joseph sitting at his desk and heard him say, you're back a day early, aren't you? Vlad said, ah, yes sir. That's how things ended up. Joseph replied, yeah, I've heard about it already. You're not hurt, are you? No sir, I'm fine, Vlad answered. That's good. Even so, you should still take better care of yourself. Looking at him, Vlad responded, yes sir. I'll take your advice to heart. He was a bit surprised and thought to himself, so everything's fine after all. He seems just like he always does. But unfortunately for him, Joseph was barely holding back his anger. Vlad realized, I'm screwed. I knew it, he's mad. Joseph then said, Shora, but you know I never really knew much about your darker past. Vlad didn't understand what he meant. Joseph continued, I heard that conflicts between those gangs only ended when every last member was either dead or surrendered. Is that true? Why is he suddenly asking about that? Vlad wondered, but he still answered, yes sir. I believe that's how it was. Joseph went on, so you're telling me it's impossible to even send a letter there? A letter? Vlad asked. What kind of letter do you mean? Joseph said, a letter to your little girlfriend at the convent. Annoyed, Vlad replied, she's just a friend. Joseph shrugged, sure, call her whatever you want. It's not like I haven't been aware of the situation there. What I'm talking about is the inability to get any message into Shora, out of fear that the locals will be harmed. I want to sympathize with them. But solving this issue will take time and effort. That guy Jaeger, for all his greed, has his uses. Maybe he's right, Vlad thought. That money-hungry bastard probably did spend a fortune to build ties with the power players in Shora. Joseph placed his hands on the table and stood up. But you've done well to prove your worth to me. You've been through hell, even paralyzed, so I owe you, as promised. Huh? Vlad said, confused. Joseph walked over and said, this is a banner that represents a man. They say that, back in the day, Swiss knights always carried a banner like this. He thought to himself, this is something I could never possess in my lifetime. That's why I've resolved to entrust it to a knight, and you reached out to take it with both hands, without hesitation. Looking at Vlad, who had bowed his head deeply, Joseph pulled the banner from its case and said, you are someone worthy of bearing a banner of your own. And the Bayezid family will vouch for that worthiness. As I promised that day, House Bayezid will fully support you. You've received the title from Lady Alicia, and you are now a retainer of our family. Vlad, hold your head high beneath your own flag. Carry it back to your homeland, and sweep away the worthless fools who once shackled you. Claim your true freedom and return to me once more. Vlad was overwhelmed with emotion, on the verge of tears. His thoughts drifted to the simple sword given to him by the girl and the old man, the crest of recognition affirmed by a priest, the handkerchief embroidered with the noble lady's name, and now even a banner bearing the family crest. All of these things had become the foundation of who he was. They were the proof of everything he had accomplished. With a face full of resolve, Vlad dropped to one knee and declared, at your command, sir. In the solemn grandeur of the palace, the count sat atop the highest seat. Below him stood Ragmus, holding a crimson book in hand. Kneeling before the two of them was a group of white-robed figures. Their leader, Andreas, knelt at the front, directly opposite a large coffin bound with heavy iron chains. The count looked down at the coffin and spoke. So this is the proof of the pact. The coffin was engraved with an image of a serpent, covered in intricate patterns, and exuded an eerie aura of red and black energy. Andreas replied, yes, my lord. Contained within is a fragment of the dragon, a shard of the true dragon of perfection, once defeated by the founding king himself. The count nodded thoughtfully. Andreas continued, it pains me to say this, but the Rafnoma family is the only house in the West still capable of protecting the pact. The count's expression softened. I understand. I'll dispatch my cavalry to escort you. I'll give you everything I can to ensure the artifact's safety during transport. Ragmus added, please, consider this place your home until all preparations are complete. Andreas bowed his head. Thank you, my lord. As his words faded, the attendants rose, gently draped a white cloth over the coffin, and silently filed out of the palace. Noticing the count's troubled expression, Ragmus spoke, you need not worry so much, my lord. They have no other choice left. The count responded, I know. From a Western perspective, the only force capable of standing beside them and safeguarding the pact would be the Northern Sovereign Grand Duke Timur Baranov. He thought anxiously to himself, I know I can't offer them much. But if nothing else, perhaps my actions can lighten the burden of those pilgrims, if only a little. He turned to gaze out the window. Ah, it's been so long since I last saw that flag. Ragmus, curious, stepped beside him. Yes. It's been quite a while since we've seen it fly. The count asked, do you think he'll take a moment to rest before setting off? Ragmus replied, maybe he can't hold back his excitement. I would be the same if I had the chance to return to my homeland. A true knight is one who can master his desires. Go on, then return home and fulfill your duty. Elsewhere, under the black veil of night, in a dusty place filled with loud, drunken men, a chorus of rowdy voices shouted, how long are you gonna make us wait? It's your night, come on out and play with us. Another man scoffed, dream on. Whoever's got the most money gets the first say. Pour me another drink. In stark contrast to the chaotic din outside, Marcella sat quietly in front of a mirror, carefully applying her makeup with delicate precision. Behind her, the madam of the Black Rose Parlor took a long drag from a crude pipe and said, they're squealing out there like a pack of pigs. If you're ready, you'd better get out there. Her eyes narrowed as she stared at Marcella. You've got a mountain of debt to pay off, you little bitch. The only way you're getting out of it is by serving as many of them as you can tonight. So get to it. Marcella shot the madam a cold glance, her indifference stoking the woman's rage. With a sneer, the madam strode over and grabbed Marcella's chin with her bony, purple-nailed fingers, forcing the girl to look up. Let's see how long you can keep that smug attitude. We've got time, girl. In the end, you'll rot in this place body and soul. Marcella smirked, her voice dripping with scorn as she replied. Live long, madam. The madam's face twitched with irritation, but she couldn't find anything to say back. This insolent brat. No matter how many times I beat her down, she always finds a way to talk back. Turning on her heel, she barked. Get ready and get out there. Now. Marcella set her lip brush down on the vanity, thinking to herself, well, I've clawed my way to a better place than most girls in my wretched position. Life here's barely any better than before, but at least I'm still breathing, unlike the poor souls who've lost their lives in this godforsaken kingdom. With that, she rose and walked toward the door. From the other side came the growing roar of drunk, impatient men. There she is. Someone bellowed. Marcella. I've been waiting for you all night. She thought grimly, is this the road to my own destruction? Walking straight into a den of beasts who eye me like ravenous animals. Back inside, the madam exhaled a thick stream of smoke, her withered face vanishing behind the haze. Then she called out, what's the rush, boys? So eager. If you want a taste of the black rose's sweetest nectar, then let's see those shiny gold coins. The men erupted with crude howls. 1 gold, just 1. See, mun. I've got 2. Can we pool it? 3 gold if we split it. A gruff voice snapped, you idiot. That's not how it works. I'll pay 3 myself. You crazy bastard, that's half my money too. Their bickering grew louder, devolving into chaos. Marcella lowered her head, hiding the look in her eyes. The madam, watching her, smirked to herself. How delightful. Even this wilted flower can rake in good coin. I'll squeeze out every drop of sweetness she has left, and toss her away like the filthy stray she is. Suddenly, a bald man with a tangled beard raised 4 fingers high and shouted, 4 gold. That's my final offer. The madam's face twisted into a falsely sweet smile. Now that's more like it. Finally, someone with a price that doesn't make me gag. She eyed the man. You got 4 gold on you. The others grumbled in frustration. Damn it, I could have had a whole month's fun with the others for 5 gold. No one dared raise the bid further. The madam gave Marcella a look heavy with intent, until a voice echoed from the entrance. 100 gold. Silence crashed over the crowd. Every man froze. The madam nearly choked on her own spit. What? The figure stepped forward, calm and clear. I said I'll pay 100 gold. Marcella's face went pale, and her hand clenched tighter around her arm. She trembled with fear. That voice, it's the same. It's the voice from the past, familiar and haunting. The one that brings back the destruction of my family. It sounds just like those days. The madam's voice turned unusually soft. Sir, did you just say 100 gold? The men nearby looked shaken, whispering in confusion and fear, 100 gold coins. Who the hell is this guy? His presence alone is terrifying. The mysterious man, cloaked in black, spoke calmly. May I have a seat here? The madam silently appraised him. Every item he's wearing screams wealth. Even if the 100 gold is a bluff, he could easily afford 10 coins for that girl. With a beaming smile, she handed him a menu. Here's our selection, sir. He waved her off with a gentle motion. Even after all these years, the only thing I remember from this place is the food. Grilled sausages and black pudding, with a side of potato cake and coarse bread. Removing the hood from his cloak, his face was revealed. It was Vlad. He added, just give me the regular menu. The same as hers. Marcella was struggling to hold back her tears, but they still streamed down her cheeks. She thought to herself, that golden glow around him, it doesn't reek of lust or greed. It feels peaceful, like something from the past, a memory of a quiet day when I once gave him a bath. That soft light I saw in that little boy has returned. Vlad placed a hand gently on his chest and said with reverence, I'm home, Marcella. The golden shimmer in his aura pulsed softly. Overwhelmed, she clutched her hands over her mouth as tears rolled down her beautiful face. She stood frozen, while he remained quiet, simply looking at her, his vivid blue eyes brimming with warmth and familiarity. Suddenly, something made her eyes widen. Covering one side of her mouth with her hand, she whispered, you have to get out of here quick. This place is already under Jaeger's control. While she was speaking with Vlad, a tall, stern-looking woman was watching them from afar. Narrowing her eyes, she muttered under her breath, what's this? Do they know each other? There's something strange between those two. Suspicious, she turned away sharply, her gaze calculating. I need to separate them, just in case something unexpected happens. She subtly signaled to a group of men across the room. Among them was a red-haired man and another with a scarred face, who immediately caught on to her gesture. They're cold, Unreadable eyes locked onto hers. They understood. Suddenly, chairs scraped back and heavy boots slammed against the wooden floor as they all rose and marched toward Vlad and Marcella. Marcella saw them coming, their faces hard, their steps full of menace. She began to tremble. Vlad, sensing the rising danger, glanced to the side. Before they could reach him, he spoke to her one last time. "Before I pay, we have one thing to settle." The madam blinked in surprise. "Settle what?" He raised one hand with a sudden snap, startling her. Then he turned, his expression drained of all warmth. His eyes glowed with an intense blue light. "There's something I need to take from him." The transformation in his demeanor startled even the scarred man in his group. The scarred one scowled and began to draw his weapon, growling, "You crazy bastard, how dare you speak his true name out loud?" Before he could finish his sentence, something sliced clean across his throat. A splash of red burst into the air, followed by a shadow streaking past like lightning. A second slash, precise and deadly, landed from a gleaming blade. Vlad had taken down the scar-faced man. His expression remained unchanged, cold and merciless, as a few drops of blood splattered across his handsome face. The man died before he could even realize what happened, collapsing to the floor before the stunned eyes of his comrades. No one could believe what they just saw. They stood frozen in place, speechless, staring at Vlad. Even Marcella was caught off guard by his sudden action. Blood from the dead man was spreading across the floorboards. The madam was the first to react, letting out a shriek of terror. Vlad spoke firmly, "Everyone shut up. Sit down and stay put." He still held the blood-stained dagger in his hand. The madam stood trembling on the other side, sweat trailing down her pale face. He raised the dripping blade and pointed it at the rest of the group, his voice cutting like ice. "If that bastard doesn't pay in full, I'll take your lives to make up the difference." The woman's fear deepened, but the remaining men didn't back down. One by one they drew their swords and shouted, "What the hell are you rambling about? Who do you think you are? Who sent you here?" Vlad's eyes flared with light, his face darkening as several swords pointed his way. Just then, a voice rang out clearly across the room, "George. I am the last blade of George." His enemies froze in disbelief. The blade of George. One of them with a sharp, hooked nose suddenly screamed, "I remember now. Blonde hair, blue eyes, that bastard's Vlad." The man next to him looked confused. "What? That little rat? I thought he got taken care of a long time ago." The sharp-nosed one sneered, "Who knows? What matters now is his bounty. If we bring his head in, the boss will shower us with gold. If you were smart, you would stayed hidden like a rat. But now you show your face here. You're digging your own grave." But Vlad didn't flinch. With calm resolve he began to walk toward them, each step echoing across the silent room. "Enough nonsense. Come at me just like you did that day, try killing me again." His voice rang with defiance, and his fierce expression sent a chill down their spines. They broke out in cold sweat. Vlad now looked nothing like the boy from before. He was a terrifying presence, like a predator about to strike. Some began whispering in panic, "Wait, is this really the same guy? He looks more like a bloodthirsty wolf now." In their minds, an image formed of a mighty blue-eyed wolf, majestic and savage, capable of tearing them apart at any moment. Vlad snapped, still just standing there. And with that he lunged forward like a gust of wind. His compact sword was swift and lethal. His first target went down instantly. As he struck, he muttered, "Then I'll start first." Suddenly, one of the men charged from behind, sword raised high for a sneak attack. Vlad spun around and blocked him in a flash, driving his blade into the man's gut. The attacker stood frozen in shock before collapsing. Another one fell just moments later. Still, the rest of the group didn't retreat. They charged at him together. The scene erupted into chaos. Vlad stood alone in the middle, surrounded. He locked eyes on one of them, his cold stare like a death sentence. In a flash, his sword pierced straight through the man's skull. With every swing came a scream, and with every scream, another life was taken. One by one, bodies fell at his feet. Vlad shouted, "I won't spare a single one of you." The curved blade of his sword cut through the air like a whirlwind. 1, 2, 3 bodies dropped one after another beneath his handsome yet utterly cold face. He wouldn't stop until the blood they shed equaled the tears Marcella had cried. Marcella, watching the brutal carnage unfold before her, trembled. Her hand clamped over her mouth to keep from making a sound, her face still wet with tears. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room, A framed picture of a beautiful woman with a red rose in her hair sat quietly on the wall. A burly man was drinking himself into a stupor, knocking back bottle after bottle. Bang! A heavy object slammed onto the table. Jaeger slumped in his chair, staring blankly at the ceiling as he thought. George, ever since he disappeared, the back alleys of Shora have pretty much become mine. But I've got to go further. He continued his bitter thoughts. I've never been one to stand still. I didn't hesitate to steal wealth, territory, whatever I had to from others. I used the corpses of my enemies as stepping stones. And just when I thought I'd climbed high enough, I realized the streets of Shora are still ruled by those above. He grabbed another bottle, took a long swig, and cursed between clenched teeth. This shitty life, I used to think that winning meant having it all. But even then I still lost. George was the victor once, but he still died. The winner and the dead man were one and the same. His head dropped low, his voice bitter. Maybe one day I'll end up the same. Some bastard up top says one word, and my fate's sealed. It's a damn joke. He wiped the liquor from his lips. Suddenly the door burst open. His bald-headed underling rushed in, shouting, "Boss! It's bad." Jagger looked up. "What is it?" The man, drenched in sweat, replied, "We're surrounded." Jagger narrowed his eyes. "What? Where? By who?" The bald man pointed outside. "All through the back alley soldiers have us surrounded." Another guy rushed to the window, threw it open, looked down and gasped, "Boss! It's true. They're at the rear too. That's Shora's security force." The room erupted into panic. "What the hell are you talking about? Why's the city security here? I paid my dues this month." Another snapped, "How the hell would I know? I thought it was just a patrol. But look at all those bodies, heads chopped clean off. This is real. We're in deep shit." Amid the chaos, Jaeger sat motionless, head bowed in thought. Then, a dark smile crept across his face. He muttered, "So today's the day. I always knew it would come, turns out it's now." A dangerous grin spread across his face, his entire presence suddenly radiating deadly intent. He looked terrifying. "Good, saves me the trouble of picking a battleground. Easier to kill them right in front of me." In the darkness, Vlad emerged, sword in hand, standing over a mountain of corpses. His glowing blue eyes shone beneath a face soaked in vengeance. At the military camp, a group of soldiers had gathered with the mayor of Shora and Vorden. The mayor stood just behind Vorden and said, "We've received orders to finalize the troop arrangements." Vorden glanced at the mayor and asked, "And the other alley, has it been completely sealed off?" The mayor, visibly nervous, dabbed the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief. "Of course, sir. We've done everything we can." Vorden fixed his eyes on him. "Oh? You say you've done everything you can? Then why did you let the situation spiral out of control like this? You do realize the Count is already aware of it." The mayor could only stand there, sweating profusely. "I have no excuse," he murmured. Vorden let out a sharp breath, eyeing him coolly. The mayor kept wiping his face, avoiding Vorden's gaze. Inwardly, he wondered, who is this man? How does a knight know so much about what goes on in Shora's back alleys? Trying to shift the mood, the mayor forced a smile and flattered Vorden. "Still, now that you're here, I'm relieved. Those people who've turned Shora into a cesspool will finally be eliminated." Vorden shot him a sharp glance, thinking to himself, "You're the real rot here." No small-time back alley boss could have maintained control over a network this large. His thoughts darkened. The mayor, sitting on a mountain of gold with those gleaming eyes of his, you're the one pulling the strings. Letting all this happen under the guise of civic duty. And of course, raking in massive bribes in return. Vorden sighed. As if it were all painfully obvious, just like a seasoned butcher recognizing the smell of raw meat. You've been taking bribes. That much is clear the moment I look at you. The mayor, now clearly unsettled, stammered, When will the knights be entering the area? The ones sent by House Bayezid. As he hesitated, unsure of what else to say, a voice rang out, Vlad's. He's already here. Footsteps approached, the boots soaked in blood. Vorden turned toward the entrance, where a silhouette emerged, and added, That's the one. The mayor's face twisted in disbelief. Just one person? He asked incredulously. His voice turned frantic as he waved his hands. Sir Vorden, are you sure he'll be all right? I've already gathered all the knights stationed in Shora. We should be letting them handle this. But Vorden shook his head and glanced at him with clear disdain. Absolutely not. The mayor blinked in confusion. What? Why not? Vorden didn't answer him directly but thought to himself, because Lord Joseph poured his heart into preparing for this. That looming figure, blood-soaked and covered in fresh wounds, was Vlad. As he walked toward them, Vorden silently noted, "This is Vlad's official debut on the battlefield." Vorden lowered his voice and asked, "Are you sure you're up for this? Don't go charging in like that again. Maybe take some soldiers with you. I've heard there are over 50 of them in there. If you get hurt, how am I supposed to face Lord Joseph?" Vlad responded firmly, "Even if I get hurt, I'll make sure nothing happens to you." Vorden scoffed and looked at him with disdain. "I told you that's not an option." He gave Vlad a look of exasperation, but Vlad simply kept his eyes ahead, serious and unwavering. At last Vorden gave in with a sigh. "Fine, but you better keep your word." He held out the flag to Vlad. "Here." Vlad looked down at the banner in Vorden's hand as he continued, "Sir Joseph instructed me to give this to you in front of everyone." Vorden handed the banner to him and added, "Now, let's begin." Vlad took the flag. "Understood, Sir Vorden." He planted it firmly into the ground. Dirt and small stones scattered from the force. The banner unfurled, and Vlad stood silently beside it, gripping the staff with a somber expression, shrouding the moment in an air of mystery. A soldier in the ranks gasped, "Wait! That's the banner? I thought that old tradition had died out long ago." Another soldier chimed in, "Who even is this guy? He's so young, how'd he earn the right to hold that?" A third added, "Word is the Bayezid family personally appointed that night." Vlad's silhouette stood out starkly against the backdrop. He looked utterly alone. His eyes grew cold and sharp as steel. He stood there like a lone king, silently declaring, "From this moment on, this land is my dominion. Under the honorable names that endorse me, I now exercise the right to rule over your lives." His face grew solemn. Vorden then unrolled a scroll and shouted, "To the scoundrels hiding in the alleys, Jaeger, hear this. You have defied the laws and customs upheld by the Bayezid family. You've drained the lifeblood of the people. I, Peter Bayezid, rightful Lord of Shora, can no longer tolerate your cruelty. I have sent my appointed representative." Vlad remained cold and silent beneath the banner, as Vorden continued, "From this moment forward, every authority he exercises has been granted directly by me and by the Church of the True Faith." He shouted louder, "Jaeger and your men, open the gates at once, and make way for my lawful representative." As his words rang out, the soldiers all slammed the butts of their spears into the ground in unison. The impact created a thunderous spectacle. All the troops bellowed as one, "Bayezid! Bayezid! Bayezid!" Inside the alley, Jaeger's men clenched their jaws in fury. Jaeger himself was slouched in a padded chair, surrounded by half-empty bottles, one still in his hand. He heard the soldiers clearly protect the chosen one. "Kill Jaeger." Vorden rolled up the scroll, gave Vlad a side glance and said, "Now you've got both justice and the people on your side. No more hesitation. Go do what you must." Vlad raised his sword. "Thank you." "Just be careful," Vorden warned. Vlad stood before the crumbling building, sword in hand. "I will." Then the voice of the sword spirit echoed in his mind, "He's probably preparing right now. Keep your awareness wide, he'll strike from any direction to take your life. This fight will be unlike anything you've faced before." Vlad closed his eyes and calmed his breath. One of the basics of battle, he thought, is to make the opening strike as grand as possible. He stood still, sword in hand, as if stepping into another realm. A memory came to him. That day, if I hadn't called for Godwin, would George still be alive today? He pondered. Then Vlad stood with bloodied sword in hand, facing Jaeger and his men. Today, or maybe long before today. He thought of Jaeger and reflected. If he hadn't threatened George from the beginning, if I'd just stayed trapped in my own thoughts, maybe I wouldn't have needed Godwin at all. And ever since then, I've been haunted by endless what-ifs and maybes. So in the end, only one solution remained. Vlad opened his eyes, now burning with murderous intent. He was resolute. "I have to kill Jaeger." Summoning all his strength, Vlad swung his sword back, then brought it forward with a force so immense it knocked everyone around him to the ground. The nearby thugs stumbled backward, overwhelmed by his power. Chaos erupted as the mob began brawling with one another, fists flying wildly. Vlad stood still amidst the turmoil, his body covered in wounds. He reminded himself, his world is devouring mine. He gripped his sword tighter. That's why I have to end this right here, right now. Steadying his stance, he planted his feet firmly, ready to sever the chaotic bond between them and move forward. With a burst of momentum, Vlad broke through the wall and stepped into the open, announcing to the crowd ahead, "I am Vlad of Shora." Standing tall above the others, he declared, "Beyond being the rightful representative, I am also a just avenger." He strode forward, voice steady and loud, "I'm here to settle the conflict between us once and for all." Alone and surrounded, Vlad took a deep breath and shouted with unwavering determination, "Jaeger, I've come back." He raised his sword high into the air and called again, "I'm back." Jaeger, seated in a dimly lit room, sipping wine, froze at the sound of that voice. He slowly stood, raised a hand to his mouth, and let out a wild, twisted laugh. His eyes bulged as he thought, "So, you're the rightful representative sent to take my head." Vlad, a shining star among the chosen, stood tall, waiting for him. One brutish man, gripping his sword tightly, pointed it forward and shouted, "We're killing him, right?" That commanding cry rallied the others. Dozens of soldiers with swords and spears charged at Vlad all at once. Vlad didn't flinch. He sprinted forward, sword drawn, charging straight into the horde. With a single slash, he cut them down. His blade moved so quickly it was impossible to follow. Bodies collapsed before they even realized what had happened. Cries of disbelief rang out. "What the hell?" Vlad's eyes gleamed a piercing emerald green. With ruthless precision, he slashed through every enemy in his path. His movements were swift, efficient. His face was cold, completely unbothered by their agonized screams. Suddenly, from behind, a coward tried to strike him from the back. Holding his sword tightly in both hands, the man screamed, "Die." Vlad pivoted, drew back, and sliced through the attacker's neck. The blade severed it cleanly. His head flew skyward as blood sprayed in all directions. It landed with a dull thud at Vlad's feet. The gruesome display struck terror into the rest. Shaken, they whispered, "Is that really Vlad?" A bald brute at the back of the formation barked out orders, gripping his sword tight, "Don't just stand there. Surround him." The mob followed, weapons drawn, fury etched into their faces as they formed a ring around Vlad. But despite their bluster, fear simmered beneath the surface. They pushed each other forward, hesitant. "What are you waiting for? If you're ready, then attack already." But deep down they all had the same terrifying realization: he's a master swordsman. If we charge in recklessly, we'll be the ones who die. They hesitated, paralyzed by fear, glancing nervously at one another, while Vlad stood silently at the center of their circle. Their legs trembled, and they kept pushing each other forward, whispering anxiously, "Someone go first." Seeing the dread in their eyes, Vlad spoke calmly, "No need to overthink it." His gaze sharpened, glowing with intensity as he shouted, "Because in the end, I'll cut every last one of you into 100 pieces." A flash of brilliant white light burst from his body, stunning the crowd. For a split second, none of them knew what had just happened. Vlad's eyes gleamed, sword in hand. He dashed through the crowd like a storm. One by one, his enemies screamed and collapsed backward. In moments, the entire circle had fallen, every last one of them dead. Agonized cries echoed across the battlefield. The survivors stared, frozen in terror, whispering, "How can we possibly stop someone like him?" Suddenly, from above, a voice shouted, followed by the sound of something slicing through the air. A metal net came hurtling down toward Vlad. The person who threw it yelled, "Move out of the way." The net dropped right where Vlad had been standing, but he'd already dashed aside. More nets came flying from above as those on the balcony screamed in frustration, "Damn it. Throw everything you've got at him." Vlad dodged each one with ease, slipping through the gaps with agile, calculated steps. The men on the upper floor grew more frantic. "Stop him. Why the hell is he so fast?" Vlad quickly took cover behind a column. The attackers above yelled, "He's behind the pillar. Get him out of there. We can't hit him from this angle." Then another voice cut through, opposing the idea, "No, forget him. Just block the stairs. As long as the stairs are sealed, he can't get up here." Immediately after, someone barked an order, "All units on the upper floor, get ready. The moment he comes out, throw your knives." A group of armed men stood waiting, swords drawn and eyes fixed on the pillar. Vlad, crouching behind it, glanced at the ambush ahead and thought, "What a pain." He considered his options. Charging through them head-on would be reckless. At that moment, someone taunted from across the room, "Hey brat. If you're so tough, come get us." Vlad tightened his grip on his sword, calmly calculating, "What should I do? I can't keep relying on the radiant sword technique forever." Then his eyes caught sight of a rope tied overhead. He smirked. Dermar always complained about this thing. He looked at the heavy curtain dangling from above and chuckled. That curtain's so heavy it even made it hard for him to walk past. The men waiting in ambush had no idea what Vlad was thinking and murmured in confusion, "What is he doing?" Without warning, Vlad slashed the rope with a swift swing of his sword. A loud snap echoed as the thick rope snapped and the curtain began to fall. Seizing the moment, Vlad sprang into the air, grabbing the falling rope mid-air and riding its descent upward like a pendulum. Gasps erupted from below as they watched in disbelief. Vlad glanced sharply down at them before letting go of the rope and flipping onto the second floor with flawless agility. As soon as he landed, the men stationed there screamed in horror. He flew up here. Panic set in. "Hey, first floor. Everyone get up here now." Vlad glared at the crowd before him, his voice dripping with scorn. "Seriously? This is all you've got to throw at me?" Then, with a sharp, commanding shout, he roared, "Come on, bastards." Without waiting, Vlad charged straight into the group. They raised their swords in unison, screaming back, "Kill him." The leader lunged first, but Vlad nimbly sidestepped the strike. In one swift motion, he slashed at the man's neck. Blood sprayed as the man collapsed. One after another, the rest followed, and Vlad cut them down like weeds. His movements were precise and deadly, dodging attacks with ease and striking without mercy. Their swords may be sharp, Vlad thought, weaving between enemies, but the way they move, how they try to close in, it's unbelievably stupid. He dismantled them one by one effortlessly. Compared to Jaeger's wooden sword, these guys didn't even register as a threat. When the last of them hit the floor, Vlad stood, breathless and dripping with sweat. He exhaled a deep sigh of relief. But suddenly, his eyes widened. He twisted his body backward just in time to dodge an incoming arrow. A group of archers had emerged, taking aim at him from above. They sneered, "Tech. Look at the coward run." From below, another group shouted, "Keep firing. We'll guard the stairs." The archers let loose, firing a volley of arrows down at him. Vlad dodged with lightning reflexes, eyes flicking from one target to the next. Then, spotting an opening, he crouched low, kicked off the ground, and launched himself upward. Grabbing onto a chandelier above, he used it as a pivot, flipping through the air before diving straight down toward the archers. His eyes gleamed with a fiery intensity as he fell upon them like a storm. He landed in the middle of the group, blade swinging in wide arcs, blood splattering in every direction. The few left standing cursed in horror, "Son of a bitch." Vlad took a step forward, calm and composed, then muttered, "What a hassle." He fixed his gaze on the stunned survivors. "Don't worry, I'm coming to you." They froze, eyes wide in terror, fingers tightening around their weapons. Vlad reached for a nearby water jug, raised it to his lips, and drank. Then, with a sudden motion, he hurled the jug to the floor. It shattered, water splashing everywhere. Clad in crimson, his sword soaked in fresh blood, Vlad casually wiped his mouth and asked with a smirk, "So, what's it gonna be? Are you going to let me walk over there, or are you bringing your sorry asses to me?" He scoffed, his tone mocking, his eyes glinting with contempt. "Guess I'll go first. After all, you've been squatting in my house long enough, it's time to collect rent." Terror gripped their faces. Eyes wide, hands trembling, they struggled to maintain their composure. Meanwhile, Vlad mused, Jaeger's lackeys must have thought this place was their turf. But they were wrong. Dead wrong. Sword in hand, Vlad stepped forward, one slow, deliberate stride at a time. "This is Black Rose," he declared, voice low but resolute. "Lad's home." Each step made them recoil in fear. His glowing eyes pierced the darkness, radiating the unmistakable aura of a main character, the kind no one could stand against. Harbin sat hunched over his desk, writing a report with one hand while propping his head up with the other, muttering under his breath, "Jaeger's lost his damn mind. Even the thugs at the market wouldn't go this far. If he's robbing people this openly, what the hell am I supposed to do?" He frowned, thinking. Ever since Jord died, he's been like a completely different person. Sure, he used to rough up debtors, but he never pushed them off the edge like this. If this keeps up, the entire economy of Dark Alley is going to collapse in a matter of months. Frustration welled up inside him with no outlet. He groaned aloud, "I'm gonna lose my mind. How am I even supposed to write this report?" Unknown party robbed a smuggling shipment. As he sat there stewing in confusion, the door suddenly flew open. A man rushed in, panting as he announced, "Harbin, have you heard? Dark Alley's been locked down." Harbin looked up, surprised. The man was out of breath, wiping sweat from his forehead. Harbin narrowed his eyes and asked, "What did you just say? Who locked it down?" "Who else?" The man replied quickly. "Sturma's people. They're here to arrest Jaeger. Shora's guards have surrounded the whole place." Harbin pressed his hand to his forehead, a deep scowl forming. "So Jaeger finally crossed the line, but I can't bring myself to feel relieved. Even if he goes down, Dark Alley will be drenched in blood." The man hesitated, then asked, "But, I thought you were close with him." Harbin blinked, not sure who he was referring to. "Who?" the man answered. "Vlad." Harbin furrowed his brow, puzzled. "Why are you suddenly bringing him up?" Scratching the back of his neck, the man explained, "I didn't see it myself, but there's a blonde kid among the Sturma agents." Still scribbling with a sour look, Harbin shot him a side glance. "Please. He's not the only blonde person in the damn world." The man insisted no. "But he called himself Vlad of Shora." Harbin's pen froze mid-sentence. He slowly looked up, eyes full of disbelief. "What? Are you serious?" The man nodded quickly. "Yeah, they say he's come back to wipe out Jaeger." Harbin began to tremble, visibly shaken. The man grew worried. "Are you okay?" Harbin clenched his fists and ignored him, thoughts racing. "I've been hearing all sorts of rumors lately. In the Dirmar Honor duel, someone spotted his aura. Then there was that hunt for the death worm by Yazid's young vassal apparently played a key role. Vlad of Shora, maybe the rumors were true after all. I need to confirm this myself." With that, Harbin grabbed his cane and stormed out, so abruptly that the man could only stare in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Vlad, his entire body smeared with blood, eyes burning a crazed blue, was cutting down foes like a whirlwind. He was terrifying. In the middle of his rampage, someone crept up behind him with a twisted grin, a knife raised high, shouting "Die." But just as Vlad severed the leg of the man in front of him, he spun around and hurled a dagger straight into the attacker's forehead, dropping him instantly. The remaining enemies rushed him all at once, but Vlad didn't hesitate. He slashed straight through them in one clean arc, mowing them down with ruthless efficiency. In mere moments, the entire group lay at his feet, lifeless. Behind Vlad, the hazy silhouette of a man emerged. Watching silently, the man murmured with a tone of awe, "His speed leaves people speechless. That talent, that relentless drive, and the unshakable will inside him, this kid was born to be a butcher." Unaware of the onlooker, Vlad pinned a still-breathing enemy underfoot and drove his sword into the man's chest. His eyes gleamed as he let out a mocking smile. "I gave you enough time, probably even enough to get those teeth fixed." The man beneath him trembled in sheer terror, eyes rolling back, tears welling up, his lips moving without a sound. Vlad raised his blade again, voice cold and deliberate, "Seems like you don't need them anymore." The man's hand quivered, barely managing to lift as if to shield himself, but Vlad showed no mercy. He brought the sword down hard, killing him where he lay, eyes wide open in death. Just then, the voice of the sword echoed faintly, "That's enough." Vlad straightened up, surveying the battlefield bodies strewn across the floor, blood pooling beneath them. He replied calmly, "Yeah. This is more than enough. I can't recreate the exact scene from back then, but it's time to bring this all to an end." Turning away, he began to ascend the stairs, blood dripping from the tip of his blade with each step. In another room, a man sat with his back to the door. Vlad pushed it open, his eyes glowing faintly blue as he stepped inside and greeted, "I'm here, boss." The room was a mess, furniture toppled and bottles strewn across the bar. Jaeger sat unbothered at the counter and replied with a smirk, "So you're the one with the star's blessing? Huh? Welcome. Fancy a drink?" He slid a glass across the counter, but seeing Vlad still standing firm, Jaeger scoffed, "You're no fun." Staring at his reflection in the drink, Jaeger asked, "Are you really Vlad from Shora? I heard the rumors, didn't believe them." He downed the liquor in one swig and continued, "I should have welcomed you properly. Maybe had the warden teach you a lesson. Or maybe you already killed him, huh?" Vlad stood silent, the air around him thick with murderous intent. Jaeger suddenly rose, drawing the sword at his hip, a smirk curling his lips. "At the very least, I know you're the one who took him down. Truth is, I let you slide not because I couldn't take you out, but because I didn't feel like it. But I like certainty. This chaotic bond, this rotting world, it's been eating away at mine. I no longer feel the reverence I once had for him. And now I'm sure, his world can't hold me back anymore." Vlad raised his sword, ready. "That's why I'm here." Jaeger sneered. Fine by me. Vlad dashed forward without hesitation. Even if this man was once like a shadowy reflection of himself, Vlad had resolved to face him with everything he had won last time. As the two clashed, a powerful burst of energy rippled outward, forcing them both to steady themselves. Vlad pushed forward with strength that made Jaeger falter. The older man swung his sword fiercely, forcing them both to stagger back. Regaining balance, Vlad sprang forward again, raining blows down from above. Jaeger struggled to dodge, the attacks fierce and relentless. It wasn't just brutality, it was a show of dark respect, the kind that unsettled more than it hurt. Vlad charged again, wielding his sword one-handed. Jaeger barely managed to block with both his blade and the iron hook at his waist, grunting as he held off the assault. With a growl he shoved Vlad back, sending him stumbling. Before Vlad could regroup, Jaeger lunged with a downward slash. But Vlad reacted just in time to evade. Jaeger pressed forward, striking again and again, pushing Vlad back step by step. "You've changed," Jaeger said with a sneer. "Didn't expect much from the Stars boy who once fought with a wooden sword. But I'll admit it's good you got stronger. Otherwise, how could you even dream of coming back to take revenge on me?" Jaeger leapt into the air with a triumphant grin, his massive hands gripping his sword, ready to strike down. Vlad, at a disadvantage, braced himself with his blade face tense. Jaeger chuckled with a twisted smile and praised, "Impressive progress." He drifted into his memories, recounting, "I once had a dream too. I dreamed of grasping the shining stars in my hands at any cost. I needed strength to seize those twinkling lights. Stronger, bloodier, I did everything I could. In this place, the line between good and evil doesn't exist. And so, I reached the peak of the dark alley. But even then they were too far away. Even when they no longer shone stained by blood and greed, they were still my stars. In the blink of an eye, a mighty castle was engulfed in flames. At that same moment, a brilliant light burst forth from Vlad's sword, blinding Jaeger, who raised an arm to shield his eyes. From within that radiance, Vlad struck down with his blade, prompting Jaeger's startled exclamation. "What the?" Jaeger clenched his sword as blood sprayed from his hands, splattering across his face. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "To grasp things that shine, you must be worthy of that light yourself." A green glow flickered in Vlad's eyes as he surged forward, energy radiating from his blade. Descending from above, Vlad brought his sword down, severing Jaeger's arm. Stunned and drenched in sweat, Jaeger gritted his teeth against the pain. But only moments later he composed himself and laughed heartily. "Well done. I wish George were here to see this." The sound of that name George drove Vlad over the edge. His eyes flared with rage as he roared, "Shut up," and lunged at Jaeger again. His mind clouded with fury. Vlad thought, "You don't deserve forgiveness. You helped kill George. Destroyed the rose-colored smile of Marcella. You're the bastard behind every sin in this alley. You deserve to die." He struck again and again, but Jaeger deflected the attacks. Blood gushed from his wounds, staining him. Finding an opening, he retaliated with a swing of his metal hook. Laughing madly, Jaeger shouted, "What a glorious day. Should I pop open every last bottle of rum in this alley? You'll go even farther than I ever did." His mocking grin only fueled Vlad's rage. "I told you to shut up," he bellowed, launching another flurry of attacks. Just then, their blades were intercepted mid-swing, sending both fighters tumbling backward. Jaeger, unfazed, taunted Vlad with a defiant glare. Vlad, boiling over with fury, charged once more, their weapons clashing violently. Blood sprayed across the floor in great pools. Vlad's sword pierced through Jaeger's chest, its reflection shining off the blood-soaked ground. Blood poured from Jaeger's mouth as he grinned with twisted satisfaction. "Yes, this is better. Dying here at the hands of some kid clawing his way to glory is still better than being killed by George all those years ago." Calmly Vlad asked, "Any last words?" Jaeger lowered his hook and chuckled, "You did well, kid. Rest a bit before you keep climbing." Vlad stayed alert but eventually withdrew his blade. Blood streamed from the wound, but Jaeger remained upright through sheer willpower. "That's enough," he rasped. "I lived a wicked life," Jaeger thought. "But damn, it was one hell of a ride, wasn't it? In the end I was crushed by your world, one that shines brighter than mine ever did." His voice trembled, but he still smiled. "I did my job well. I lived happily. Now, it's time I go see George." With that, he lifted his hook and let himself fall from the ledge. Vlad stood motionless, staring into the silence that followed. Revenge. when carried out by nature's course, should feel sweet, but why did this feel so bitter? He turned and noticed the glass of rum Jaeger had offered earlier. Stepping forward, he picked it up and drank it in one gulp. Jaeger's final words echoed in his mind. "You'll go even farther than I did." Vlad set the glass back on the table, a sorrowful expression on his face. Next to it, he placed a blood-stained gold coin. "Take it back. A knight doesn't accept free handouts." Without another word, Vlad walked away, never looking back. He moved slowly, each step heavy with thought. This was the alley of sins, where every puddle reflected the tragedy of broken souls. But today, one droplet had left the darkness behind, leaving a void in the heart of the young man who remained. Vorden waited outside, feeling increasingly anxious. Why is it so quiet in there? Did something happen? He thought nervously. Then, slowly emerging from the shadows, Vlad appeared, his body soaked in blood. The sight sent chills down the spines of everyone nearby. His entire body is covered in blood. It was just a passing thought. But still, did he really kill all 50 of them on his own? Even seeing it with their own eyes, it felt impossible to believe. I couldn't even get close. This isn't just respect anymore, it's fear. Vlad let out a deep sigh, his gaze as cold as ice as he scanned the crowd before turning away as if he were about to leave. Suddenly, a voice shouted loudly, catching his attention. "Vlad! Vlad, it's me, Harbin. Over here." Hearing the familiar voice, Vlad slowly turned his head and saw Harbin struggling to get past the guards. Vorden, recognizing that the two seemed to know each other, quickly signaled the soldiers to let him through. Harbin approached cautiously and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" Vlad smiled, dropped his sword, and leaned against Harbin, grumbling, "Ah, shit, everything hurts like hell." When Harbin asked what had happened, Vlad simply gave a tired smile, closed his eyes, and rested his weight fully on his friend, his face peaceful, as if a great burden had finally been lifted. Maybe he had been longing for this feeling for a long time. Sunlight poured across the city, creating a golden, radiant scene, but Vlad still hadn't gotten used to this place. It's not like that dark alley. As he drifted in thought, someone suddenly entered his room. "Oh, Commander, you're awake? You should rest a little more," said the man Goethe. Vlad shook his head immediately. Staying in bed actually made him feel worse. He glanced at the object Goethe was carrying. "What's that?" he asked. Goethe beamed, his grin brighter than a bouquet in full bloom. "Water for you to wash your face, sir." Something about him felt off. Vlad narrowed his eyes. "What's wrong with you?" Although Goethe insisted everything was normal, his mind was elsewhere. Now that Commander Shora's acquaintances are starting to show up. If this keeps up, I might lose my spot. After following him all this time, there's no way I'm going back to standing guard at Bayezid. But Vlad could see right through him. "Don't worry," he said calmly. "As long as you do your job well, I won't abandon you." Hearing that, Goethe's eyes lit up. "Really? You promise?" His excitement got the better of him and he splashed water from the basin all over the place. In the midst of his elation, he suddenly remembered Vorden wanted to speak with Vlad. Perfect timing. Because Vlad had some things he needed to say to Vorden as well. He made his way to Vorden's office and was greeted by a table piled high with pastries. Vlad sighed. If he eats all of that, he'll probably die from clogged arteries. But Vorden didn't seem concerned. To him, not finishing the pastries was the real danger. Still chewing, he turned his attention to the stack of documents in front of him. "Take a look at this mess," he mumbled between bites. "I've been trying to go through all this, but it's endless. Jaeger's shadow has reached even the deepest corners of the dark alleys." Vlad didn't seem surprised. "Of course it has. He grew up here, everything's under his control." Vorden bit his nail. "Yeah, it might take a while before we know the full story. Anyway, what are you planning to do now? I've got cleanup to deal with, but you're pretty much done, aren't you?" Hearing that, Vlad simply responded, his voice vague and uncertain, "I don't know." Seeing his hesitation, Vorden made a suggestion. "Well, how about helping me out with a few things here and there, just until Joseph arrives?" Vlad hesitated. "What can I possibly help you with? I'm not exactly good with paperwork and all that." Vorden handed him a document. Vlad read aloud what was written on it: Commander of the Guard Unit. Representative authority. Vorden then explained, "That's the authority to detain. In short, it gives you the right to strike within reason. Lord Joseph wants to use this moment to clean out the dark alley, wipe out what's left and replace it with something better. That's his next move. And you're the one he's entrusting with the job." After all, you know that place better than anyone. Vlad instantly understood what his next mission was. Vorden continued, take a break first. Catch up with some old friends and maybe your girlfriend before diving into it. The word girlfriend made Vlad sigh in exasperation. I told you already, she's just a friend. But it seemed Vorden didn't care much for the correction. Right. Anyway, the monastery visit has already been registered. I thought they'd approve it right away, but apparently we'll need to wait a few more days. I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything. Vlad couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised by how considerate Vorden was, especially since he hadn't asked him for any of this. But just as he was about to leave, something came to mind. Lord Vorden, have all of Jaeger's remaining henchmen been captured? Vorden confirmed. Yes, we've got them all. Their hideouts were trashed papers, junk, the usual. With that knowledge, Vlad made his intention clear. He wanted to visit the prison where they were being held. He was looking for someone. If I can't find him here, I'll tear apart the entire dark alley to track him down. Vlad headed to the prison where Jaeger and his cohorts were locked up. He asked the guard, "Where are his men being held?" "They're in the innermost block." The guard replied. With the location confirmed, Vlad went straight to their cells. The moment the inmates saw his figure, they began whispering among themselves. That's him, right? George's grandson. No way. Why would Lord Bayezid's representative be someone like him? If that's not it, then why's he here? Don't tell me he's come to hunt down those involved in the Black Rose attack. Panic spread. The prisoners scattered in fear, turning the cell block into chaos. But among them, one man remained unusually calm. He sat silently in a corner, unmoving. Perhaps this was the person Vlad had been looking for. There you are. Took me a while to spot you in the dark, especially looking like that. Just give me 40 silvers, and I'll get you out of here. Orsan, you know how much you owe me. The young man, Orsan, looked up at Vlad with a shocked expression. Men like him, black men, were usually discarded by this society like trash. So to have someone reach out a hand to help him, that was nothing short of extraordinary. The next morning, Vlad arrived at the monastery. The nuns there were practically swooning at the sight of him. That's him, oh Lord. He's so handsome. Look at that blonde hair and those blue eyes. He must be a knight under Lord Bayezid. I heard a knight is coming today. Could that be him? He must be. It's amazing to see such a young knight. Look how sister is guiding him, that's so admirable. And look at the people following him. They all look like officials. If he isn't a knight, why would they be with him? They probably paid a fortune just to cling to someone who serves Lord Bayezid. Totally. He must be someone very important. That's probably why sister stocked up so much wine in the cellar. The three of them were chatting happily when suddenly, another nun burst in and ruined the lively mood. Why are you all still standing around here? Haven't you heard we have an important welcoming ceremony today? Startled by the commanding voice, the three nuns bowed their heads and quickly apologized. Yes, Reverend Mother, we'll get to work right away. The stern woman snapped, make it quick, and stormed out of the room. As soon as she was gone, the three nuns turned and shot glares at a red-haired girl sitting quietly in the corner. Hey Red. We got scolded because of your laziness. You heard her say we need to hurry up, didn't you? We're leaving now, so you better wash those dishes fast. The red-haired girl could do nothing but silently accept their blame. The other three walked out right after barking their orders. Let's go. We're taking front row seats. A little while later, the prayer ceremony began. The head priest addressed the congregation. Today we welcome a special guest. He comes from the noble house of Count Bayezid, and is not only a close knight to the Count himself but also the one blessed and recognized by Father Andreas. Upon hearing the introduction, the three nuns grew even more excited. The one acknowledged by Father Andreas. And he's also the pride of Count Bayezid. He's like a knight straight out of a fairy tale. As Vlad glanced around the room, just that one look was enough to make the hearts of the gathered nuns skip a beat. Oh my God, he looked this way. I swear I just locked eyes with him. But Vlad didn't seem to care about their whispers. His attention was elsewhere. He didn't see the person he was hoping to find. Even though he had requested for all the nuns to be present, she was missing. His expression darkened slightly, but the ceremony continued and he couldn't allow his emotions to interfere with such an important occasion. So despite feeling a bit disappointed, he still knelt down to pray. The sight of him kneeling made the nearby nuns blush even more. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hall. A soft smile crept onto his face. It seems the one I was waiting for has arrived. The bullied red-haired girl had made it to the ceremony. She quietly slipped in so as not to disturb the event. He saw her and clicked his tongue. The head priest, noticing the sound, asked him, "Is something wrong?" But Vlad answered with something entirely unexpected. "She's too skinny. Have you people been starving her?" That startled the priest and those nearby. "I'm sorry, what did you just say?" Vlad's expression turned cold as he slowly stepped down. The watching nuns were puzzled, unsure of where he was going. But he kept moving closer and closer to the red-haired girl. She finally noticed and whispered to herself, "Huh? Is that Vlad? No, it can't be. There's no way that's Vlad." Before she could gather her thoughts, he stood before her, knelt down, and began dusting off her dress. "Why are you so dirty?" Everyone else was stunned. "Wait, what? They know each other?" But Vlad paid no attention to them. He kept fussing over her appearance. "So they haven't been feeding you properly, and they let you walk around in these rags?" She couldn't say a word. Her hand trembled as she reached out to touch his golden hair. And when he noticed her silence, he looked up and realized she was crying. Not wanting to see her in tears, he softly said, "Take care of whatever formalities you need to. I'm getting you out of here today." Then, with the gentlest voice, he added, "Let's go home, Jamina." Just those 3 words were enough to break her. Jamina burst into tears like a child. Because now she no longer had a home to return to. The two of them had survived through times of homelessness, hunger, and loneliness, living in the shadows, scraping by. But that was the past. Now, they had found each other again, and in doing so, they had found the home they'd long dreamed of. Jamina sat clutching her travel bag tightly, her face shy and lips pressed together, stealing bashful glances at Vlad sitting across from her. Vlad, resting his chin on his hand, raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's with that look on your face?" "What do you mean?" she replied calmly. "Why do you keep staring at me like that?" he asked, a little amused. She hesitated, cheeks flushed as she gazed at him, so tall, handsome, and strong under the sunlight. "It's because you've changed so much," she murmured, burying her face in the bag again. Vlad instantly understood and sighed. "It's only been 6 months. You're shy already." They sat in silence after that. Vlad rested his chin on his hand again, looking out the carriage window. The air was slightly awkward, broken only by the rhythmic creak of the wheels. Jamina glanced at his face, radiant, composed, and thought to herself, "He looks like a nobleman now." She grew more tense. Vlad noticed and said, "Look up," then popped something into her mouth. "You've been spacing out. Eat this, and snap out of it." A sweet taste spread across her tongue. "What is this?" "Caramel," he replied. "A knight I know gave it to me. Stuff like this usually only nobles can afford." She blinked. "How did you get something that expensive? Don't tell me you stole it or something?" Vlad leaned back and rested his hands behind his head, exasperated. "Think what you want." Suddenly, Jamina felt a wave of warmth. She smiled faintly, her eyes unknowingly welling up. Vlad saw her shoulders tremble and asked, confused, "Why are you crying?" She quickly wiped her eyes and mumbled, "You took too long to come back." Then she turned her face away. Vlad looked lost for a moment, unsure of how to respond. He glanced outside and awkwardly said, "Man, the weather's really nice today." Outside the window, sunlight poured down gently, the sky a clear, calming blue. No matter where in the world you're born, everyone deserves to carry a star in their heart. But letting that star return to the night sky, that's another story. In a dark alley, the forge was still lit. An old blacksmith with silver hair and beard sat before the roaring furnace. As the coals burned, he muttered to himself, "Just like me, slowly burning out, wasting away." He stood and shuffled toward the door. "That's enough for today. Haven't had a single customer lately." He looked up at the sky, and a certain young man came to mind. Hope the boy's still alive, he thought. Such a pitiful yet admirable kid. In his mind he pictured Vlad worn, weathered, but determined. "Just hope that kid doesn't freeze to death," he muttered, about to shut the door. Suddenly, a voice called from behind him, "You're already closing." "Yeah, come back tomorrow," the old man replied. The youthful voice insisted, "Can't. I'll be busy tomorrow. I need it done tonight." The blacksmith let out a weary sigh. What could someone from the slums possibly be busy with? This sword's in bad shape, it hasn't been repaired in forever. The moment he heard sword, he paused. That voice, it was too familiar. Vlad stepped forward, holding out his blade. The other smiths said they couldn't fix it. Only you have the skill to do it. The blacksmith was stunned into silence. That boy, he's changed so much. Can I really do this? Wait, of course I can. He quickly ushered Vlad inside. Come on in, have a seat and tell me what's going on. Vlad handed him the sword. The old man took it in his calloused hands, letting out an appreciative hum. Incredible. Looks like you've really made good use of this. He examined each scar etched into the blade and asked, where's this one from? Vlad, standing behind him, answered, Goblin hunt last winter. I wasn't used to handling a sword yet. And this one? A duel of honor with Dermar. And this? Had to lure out a corpse worm recently. While I was distracting it, the sword scraped against the ground. The blacksmith studied the blade with a look of admiration. Monster hunting, duels of honor, and even corpse worms, remnants of the fallen dragon. He looked at Vlad with a proud, almost paternal expression. I'm proud of you, kid. You didn't waste your days rotting in back alleys like I did. You've kept walking your path. Suddenly his face lit up with excitement, energy surging back into his old bones. I'm more fired up than I was making the greatest piece of my life. Stay right there, I'll fix it up now. With that, he rushed to stoke the furnace, flames roaring back to life in a vibrant red blaze. Under his masterful hands, the sword was sure to become a masterpiece once again. In the choking heat of the forge, the fire of his passion reignited, because even a fallen star can shine once more. The next morning, beside a riverside camp, Vlad sat drinking with a man who was like an older brother to him. The black rose debt paper, Jaeger, had you said you've got it? The man asked skeptically. Yeah. It was part of a fair deal, Vlad replied. So, are you going to run the place now? I wish, Vlad said with a chuckle. But I handed it back to Marcella right away. She can't reopen immediately, but the place will be reorganized soon. Makes sense. After all, that place was a bloodbath after the fight. The man nodded. He took another sip and asked, so what's next? You heading back to Sturma? I'll be staying here for a bit. I'm technically on vacation, Vlad grinned. It's good to see you like this, the man said warmly. Vlad, ever the dutiful agent of the nobles, added, they also asked me to look into a few things during my downtime. Like what? Vlad's face turned serious. Jaeger's hidden assets. Or anything else we still don't know about. His remnants are still stirring up trouble everywhere. The man leaned forward. Then let me help you. Of course you should. That drink wasn't free, Vlad smirked. The man glanced at the glass in his hand, speechless. Look at you, Vlad continued. Marcella's looking for new girls to help keep the tavern running. But most of them were probably sold off already. She'll find some around here though. The man rubbed his chin. Golden women, huh? There's gotta be a connection there. Vlad frowned. Sounds messy, right? I've looked into a few of them, but they left barely any traces behind. Who? He asked again. There really is someone like that. Her name is Anna, and she had a few people with her, Vlad replied. You're right, this is too strange. There should have been some kind of trace, his brother said. Jaeger did all kinds of things while running the dark alley, but this is on a different level. He offered, I'll look into it too. But the intelligence network in the alley just collapsed recently, so there's not much I can do. Just then, someone called out to Vlad. It was Otar. I checked it out, he said. There really is a suspicious spot like you said. Vlad stood up, ready to head out. Good, let's go check it now, he said, then gave a short goodbye. I'm off. If I find out anything, I'll let you know immediately, Otar replied. He sighed. He just got back and already doesn't get a moment to rest. In the dim alley, at a butcher's shop, Otar stood guard by the door while Vlad went inside. He handed the shopkeeper a small slip of paper listing several names. The butcher glanced at it. And what about these people? Let's say you've met them before, Vlad answered. The man scoffed. Why are you looking for people in a butcher shop? We don't traffic humans here. As expected, something about the place was off. Vlad saw through it immediately. Is that so? He said coldly. I'm swamped, yet here I am first thing in the morning dealing with this crap. Once I find what I need, I'm out of here. The butcher scowled and motioned for him to leave. The thudding of cleavers hitting wood echoed through the room as his expression darkened. Vlad's eyes swept around the shop. Has this always been a butcher shop? I remember 6 months ago it wasn't. Still chopping meat without turning around. The man replied. Blackbeard gave me permission to sell meat here. Vlad sifted through his mental notes. One of the 5 leaders of the dark alley Black Bear, the pig butcher. So this guy's trying to scare me by throwing his boss's name around. Pathetic. A smirk crossed Vlad's face. I'll just ask him myself then. But now it was getting interesting. A powerful, oppressive aura radiated from Vlad. Funny how you knew exactly what names were on that paper, yet didn't react at all, he said. His voice, now cold and razor sharp, made the butcher freeze and tremble. Vlad narrowed his eyes. In the dark alley, when you show someone a written note, the first reaction is usually anger. Around here, literacy's rare, it's not something people learn easily. But you're an outsider. You don't get how things work here, do you? Cold sweat beaded down the man's forehead. He'd been exposed. Vlad pressed further, voice sharp as a blade. You're not just selling pork here, are you? You're running a slave ring out of this place, aren't you? The man's hand froze mid-swing. Then suddenly he turned and slashed at Vlad with his cleaver. Vlad swiftly dodged, stepping back with ease. The butcher snarled, "Who are you? Where the hell did you come from?" Vlad replied with a sneer. "You're asking the wrong guy. I should be the one asking that. Cooperate, or we'll be spilling blood." Veins bulged on the man's neck. "God damn it, Vladimir Mai. Of course. That's more like a true dark alley native." Vlad drew his dagger and called toward the door. Otar, shut it. Shops closed for the day. His glare alone could kill. As he wiped the blood from his blade, he asked Otar, who was casually eating nearby, "When did guys like him start coming in here?" "Lately. More and more of them." "Jaeger can't keep up anymore," Otar replied. "So things are that chaotic, huh?" Vlad muttered. He really changed after that day. Looking down at the bloodied dagger, Vlad's mind flashed back to the night before pinning that butcher imposter to the table and stabbing his hand. The man had screamed in terror and spilled everything. "I'm just a middleman. The slave traders are the ones who know all the real details." Vlad frowned, pondering deeply. Why are those scoundrels brazenly trafficking people right here in the dark alley? And yet, I don't have any solid reason to officially start investigating this. He turned to Otar and said, "We're only looking into it from the surface for now. But I'm sure it's something that must be done." "Of course. But the higher-ranking knights will handle the detailed investigations themselves," Otar replied. At that moment a child came running up, calling out loudly, "Brother Vlad. I went to ask around about what you were investigating. Some kids saw something." Vlad smiled approvingly and handed the child a skewer of grilled meat. "Great job. Here, take this." The child's face lit up as he exclaimed, "Grilled meat?" Otar asked, "Who did the kids see?" "A brown-haired girl named Anna. My friend said she saw her get on a strange carriage about a month ago," the child answered. Vlad thought to himself, "Just as I suspected, she must have been sold off somewhere else." The child chewed with puffed cheeks, then suddenly remembered something. But there was something odd. "What was it?" Vlad asked. "My friend said all the women on that carriage were pregnant," the child said. Vlad was taken aback. "What? All of them?" "Yes, she said their bellies were quite big," the child confirmed. Otar chimed in, "That's strange. Why would anyone buy pregnant women? They can't work. Is there something wrong?" "What's wrong with that?" Vlad asked, then looked at Otar's darkened face deep in thought. Anna being pregnant is already unbelievable. But why would anyone buy pregnant women here? Even in the dark alley, those women can't do anything useful. This just shouldn't be happening. Suddenly an image flashed in Vlad's mind, a wild-haired monster, crazed and rushing forward. Women going mad, locked up in cages. He seemed to realize something. Could it be that these women will lose their children and turn into those monsters? He knew he had to heed the warnings from his own instincts. A bad premonition might be the beginning of everything. His face turned pale. Damn it. I hope what I'm thinking isn't true, but it's better to be cautious. With that thought, Vlad hurriedly stood up and left. At some office, an extravagant meal was laid out, and a voice asked, "Have you found any unusual movements?" Vlad replied, "Yes, Mr. Vorden." The man eating breakfast looked serious and asked Vlad, "What? You're not going to rest? I told you to keep an eye on Jaeger." Vorden said lazily, "I didn't expect you to investigate everything so quickly." He sighed wearily, complaining, "How can I rest if you don't stop and keep digging deeper? I just finished all the paperwork here. This issue is so serious you can't just stay put for a day or two." "Seems like it," Vlad replied indifferently. "Think carefully. This isn't a problem we can just solve easily," Vorden said. Vlad responded seriously. If this goes beyond your authority, I can report it to the mayor. Vorden gave in, saying it's not that. I just don't want to be working on this during my day off. He stood by the window, looking down at the main street. A troop was advancing, bearing the golden-yellow banner of the Bayezid family. Vorden sighed. They're trying to force me to work from every angle. The guy said he'd arrive in 2 days. Leading the troops was Jaeger, Joseph's trusted man, approaching the town hall. Joseph dismounted from his carriage. The mayor was already waiting at the door, rubbing his hands warmly. Lord Joseph, it's an honor to have you visit. Joseph brushed past the mayor, heading straight to Vlad and Vorden. Is everyone doing their job well? Of course. I hope your journey was smooth, Vorden replied. Lord Joseph, nothing unusual has happened here, right? Vlad asked. Vorden smiled but seemed unconvincing. Absolutely nothing. Joseph fixed his gaze on Vlad, making him uneasy. Vlad glanced away. Finally Joseph spoke. Looks like something has indeed happened. Joseph entered the building. I want to hear about it. The mayor led them into his office. Please come in. This is the mayor's office. Jaeger stepped in first. Let me inspect things, my lord. The mayor looked displeased and said, See, it's a bit uncomfortable. But do you think I'm hiding something dangerous inside to harm Lord Joseph? Jaeger turned sharply and glared. I will examine it thoroughly. The mayor was startled and quickly bowed. There really is nothing suspicious. If you don't believe me, go ahead and check. Joseph said to Vlad, You did well, kid. Oh, thank you, my lord, Vlad replied. Joseph looked at him intently. You noticed immediately. So, what do you want to tell me now? Vlad answered, I just hope not to complicate the matter unnecessarily. No problem, speak freely, Joseph said. Vlad glanced at the mayor and said, I need assistance for some reasons. It would be better if I could discuss this privately with the mayor. Joseph felt a quiet satisfaction, thinking to himself, the harsh education and training have finally paid off. Now you can handle one side of things on your own, huh? After all, even with my family backing you, that support won't last forever. You have to manage everything yourself. He spoke aloud. You've made the right decision. Inside the room, Jaeger reported, Lord Joseph, everything is in order. As Joseph entered, his eyes scanned the room. You have a very impressive office. He walked over to the window glass, looking down. The view from here is excellent. That's right. You can see the entire city of Shora from here, the mayor added enthusiastically. But then Joseph touched the mayor's chair beside him. This chair should be replaced. It looks too large and out of place. The mayor stammered, confused, What, my lord? Is there something wrong with this chair? He quickly realized Joseph had already decisively sat down in the chair, leaning back and commanding, Now, Vlad, you can speak freely without worry. Vlad then began to speak to the new mayor of Shora. All 3 people in the room were taken aback, mouths agape. Joseph had practically become the mayor, allowing Vlad to present everything. Later Vlad trudged along the rough, blood-stained, muddy path, complaining. This smell is driving me crazy. This place is so hard to move around. Odor sighed. They're walking through the poorest and most chaotic part of the dark alleys, a place mixed with strange odors and the scent of blood. Vlad glanced toward a cold, damp basement nearby, and above all, caught the intense gazes of the residents here. When death is always close because of starvation, people naturally resist outsiders. There must be a reason why Jaeger avoids this area. They arrived at an old, dark building, the very place the butcher had mentioned. This is the alley. Vlad stepped forward and knocked on the door. A burly man peeked through the crack and called out, Who's there? Vlad's face was cold and expressionless as he replied, I'm sure you've already heard from the alley entrance. Everyone's on edge. Hearing that, the man slammed the small flap on the door shut. Hold on a moment. They were playing a psychological game. Vlad pressed his lips together and thought, maybe I shouldn't let myself be ignored like this. My old self would have had to endure this kind of treatment all the time. But he remembered everything he had been through since swearing loyalty to Joseph Bayezid, meeting Jaeger, kneeling before Marcella, facing countless trials. Vlad lifted his head to the sky and steeled his resolve. I can't just let this slide. Frowning, tired, as the daylight began to fade, Vlad stood firm before the slowly moving door. A man's voice invited him inside, Come in. Yet Vlad remained where he was, eyes shut tight, silent. The men inside called out, What are you waiting for? Aren't you going to come in? Otar stood nearby, unsure of what to do. The men shrugged and started to turn away. If you're not coming in, then get lost. Only then did Vlad speak. If you shut that door now, you won't be held responsible for whatever happens today. His piercing blue eyes suddenly flared with intensity, radiating a deadly aura. The men hesitated, suspicious. What did you say? Grasping the flagpole in Odor's hand, Vlad slammed it down firmly on the ground and spoke clearly and forcefully. You started this, didn't you? I am Vlad of Shora. Above me flies the banner of 2 powerful houses, and below are the honored names who stand as my guarantee. I will exercise the authority granted to me. His terrifying gaze overwhelmed them, sending chills down their spines as he threatened, tell Blackbeard to come out and face the legitimate representative of Bayezid himself. His voice was like a sharp blade pressed against their necks, exuding a terrifying presence. Vlad declared, you've probably heard the rumors. If I plant this flag here, you know what follows: a storm of blood and fury. Don't take my warning lightly. Consider this your last chance. Meanwhile, at the mayor's building, the former mayor the old mayor quietly slipped away from the place that had just become someone else's. With a lingering, regretful glance from the upper floors, Joseph looked down and said, I didn't mean for that to happen earlier. I feel a little guilty. Jaeger replied. He's only getting what he deserves. The corruption of the city's rulers has been exposed in full, and he won't escape his punishment here in Sturma. That's true, Joseph continued. Because of me, his sentence came sooner than expected. I do feel a bit responsible. Then, glancing at Vlad through the glass, he asked, by the way, what did Black Bear say? Vlad reported to Joseph. He said he'll do his best to cooperate. Seems like things are going smoothly. I thought he'd be stubborn. Joseph smiled softly, a hint of disbelief in his voice. No way. No matter what, he's the ruler of an entire district. He's not used to this kind of work and should have run into trouble. But he handled the job exceptionally well. He watched Vlad's rapid progress with great satisfaction. The plan to train him as a perfect knight, rather than just an ordinary swordsman, was going remarkably well. Joseph turned and praised. All right, very well done. At that moment, Jaeger sheathed his sword with a sharp metallic sound. The troops immediately stood at attention, displaying their impressive discipline before Joseph. He surveyed them one by one, 5 knights, a mage, 10 officers, 30 elite soldiers, and a bodyguard, Vlad himself. These were the subordinates who would share his fate. If he became the next head of the family, they would enjoy great privileges. But if he were eliminated from the race for leadership, they would fall with him. Rise or fall, this battle would only have one victor. Shuwara would be the stepping stone for everyone. Joseph declared firmly, from now on, I will begin ruling Shora smoothly. His face was more determined and trustworthy than ever before, as he vowed silently, I will do my best, but I won't have time to worry about anything else. He thought to himself, though we still can't fight the darkness that has engulfed Shora's streets, we also can't prepare for everything perfectly. If until now we've only been stumbling forward, from this moment on, we must start moving with purpose. This moment may be the last chance granted to me. Turning back, Joseph addressed everyone, therefore, this task will be handed over to Lord Godwin. Sir, please select the members of the investigative team here. Godwin folded his hands over his chest, and bowed in acceptance. Thank you, my lord, for trusting me with this responsibility. Sure enough, Joseph had already planned for this. There had to be a reason for choosing him, a knight who maintained neutrality. Even within the family, he was not the kind to be blinded by sibling rivalry. Though not fully one of Joseph's men, he was competent enough to take charge of this mission. Godwin continued, given the nature of this mission, many situations will require pursuing others. I wish to work alongside Cade, who has exceptional tracking skills. The man mentioned was a handsome young man with striking curly hair. Godwin smiled, extended his hand toward Vlad, and said, and I hope we will cooperate well. Bright star with great potential. Late at night, rain poured down like buckets in Mosium, the residence of Baron Uthman. Thunder and lightning illuminated the room in the mansion. A child lay on the bed, pale and in pain. The Baron stood beside him, his fists clenched. If I do this, will it truly save the boy? Of course, my Lord Baron, a haunting female voice answered. Looking at his son suffering on the sickbed, the Baron made a painful decision. Then I am placing my trust in you. His face was contorted with agony, tears streaming down. As long as my son is saved, I will pay any price. Do not grieve so deeply, the voice echoed again. A woman stepped onto the floor, slowly opening her violet eyes. She spoke further, because the gods cannot see everything. Dressed like a sorceress, her cloak draped over her face, she clasped her hands as if preparing a ritual. Dark magic radiated throughout the room. Her evil eyes gleamed, and her smile turned mad. They could never know that someone like me exists. The dark magic enveloped her body. Outside, under the gloomy night sky and heavy rain, a group of hooded figures stood silently. An old man with thick beard and hair looked up at the weather and said, "Terrible weather, isn't it?" Vlad stood beside him, gazing into the distance. "Yeah, it's a shame. We almost made it in time." Godwin replied, "That's life. Man plans, but heaven decides." Godwin pulled a bottle of liquor from his coat, popped the cap, and offered it over. "It's pretty cold out here. Having a sip might not be a bad idea. Want a taste?" Vlad didn't take it, instead turning away and changing the subject. "Let me go gather some branches." Watching him walk off, Godwin said, "They're all soaked through. Won't be easy to start a fire." Vlad sighed, "Still worth a try." Godwin took a sip and glanced at him. "You're just like him, definitely Jaeger's bodyguard." Vlad moved deeper into the forest, sat down, and picked up a branch. "These are useless. If this rain keeps up, we're done for." Kate approached, carrying some branches wrapped in a cloth, standing behind Vlad. "These might actually work. They're hollow inside." Vlad stood, reaching out to take them. "Thanks, Cade. I'll hold on to these." He accepted the branches, ready to leave, but Cade hesitated for a moment, struggling to find the words. Finally, he said, "Didn't get a chance to say this on the way. Thanks for last time." Vlad turned and smiled. "Just doing my job. Don't worry about it. How are you holding up now?" Cade scratched his head shyly. "I'm fine, thanks to you. I thought I might have lost an arm back then." Godwin, noticing Vlad hadn't returned yet, ventured into the woods to find them. Seeing the two talking, he smiled and spoke, "Seeing you two makes me think I made the right choice. Plenty of knights refuse this job just because they're knights. From now on, I'll be under this identity, not a knight anymore, but a mercenary. We're already within Baron Uthman's territory. Luckily, Black Bear has agreed to cooperate. We have leads on them, but no solid evidence yet. Although we're in the north now, this area lies outside Bayezid's domain. Joseph can only get us this far. Our mission is to stay under the radar and investigate the village. Understand?" Both listened quietly. Then Cade responded, "Yes, sir." Godwin and Cade headed back to the tent together. Godwin instructed, "All right, let's get back, rest up and prepare for tomorrow." But Vlad didn't follow. Instead, he turned, looking off in another direction, lost in thought. The mournful cries from that winter day, I hope I never have to hear them again, he thought before following after the other two. The next day, just at dawn, the group packed up, mounted their horses, and continued on their journey. Godwin gripped the reins tightly, uneasy. "Man, I have this feeling we're about to get ambushed." The carriage driver grimaced as he held the reins, adding, "Suddenly, I've got a bad feeling. And there's nobody else around." Vlad walked behind, scanning the surroundings. "Maybe it's just because it's early morning." Cade pointed ahead. "I see an inn up ahead." Godwin followed his gaze and brightened. "Oh, that's good news. Let's head there." The innkeeper stood behind the counter, looking annoyed. "At this hour? Guests already?" Godwin led the group, Vlad, Cade, and the others trailing behind. He smiled and raised a hand in greeting. "It rained heavily last night, so we couldn't reach the village. Could we each have a bowl of soup?" The innkeeper eyed them suspiciously. "Mercenaries, huh? Things have been chaotic around here. We can't just let anyone in." Behind the counter, a young girl peeked out, watching them. Seeing the group being turned away, Godwin frowned in frustration but kept smiling as he pleaded, "We just want to stay for a few days because of the weather. Are you really sending us away? We'll eat here too." Vlad waved his hand and smiled at the girl, thinking to himself, she looks so young, which made the girl blush. Suddenly, a man's voice called out Vlad's name. Startled, Vlad stepped aside to a quiet spot and spoke softly to the man. "What is it? This doesn't feel like the usual." The man replied, "I think this is the place. I'll lend you the soul world. Look at that girl." Vlad tapped into the soul world and looked at the girl. Dark, ominous streams of black light emanated from a collar around her neck shaped like a cross. He recognized it as a curse. Kids are usually innocent, but they're always the first to be sacrificed. I'm used to seeing this. Adults snatch everything from children. What awaits these poor kids is death, freezing cold, starvation, or exhaustion from crying while searching for their parents. Those who used curses and dark magic in this hellish place, Vlad vowed silently. When I grow up, I won't be like them. I will never live like that. Those are promises I've made. And knights keep their promises. Right now, here, these children need protection. Following the man's guidance, Vlad walked up to an old church. The man's voice rang out again. Looks like the energy from the collar stops right here. Vlad said coldly, let's go in. He entered the church and surveyed everything carefully. Seeing nothing suspicious, he asked, do you see anything odd? The man answered, not yet. Vlad replied, yeah, it all looks way too normal. Suddenly he turned around sharply. What's that? I sense something strange. The man warned, someone's coming. Feeling uneasy, Vlad thought, I can't look like I'm investigating. I have to act natural. He quickly knelt down and raised his hands, pretending to be praying. A man appeared, dressed as a priest, holding a Bible. He approached and said, you must be new here. Vlad feigned surprise and turned his head to look, then replied coldly, just arrived this morning. The priest smiled warmly. Ah, I heard, so you're a mercenary. Vlad stood, showing contrition, and bowed his head. Sorry for barging in, Father. He noticed the priest holding the Bible firmly and thought to himself, that's why I felt something off as soon as I entered this village. I haven't seen a proper cross anywhere here. The priest looked at him kindly and said, you don't need to apologize. It's all right. The arms of the divine are always open to everyone. Always. The other man spoke again, just loud enough for him to hear. I don't see anything unusual about him, at least, not right now. The priest quickly changed the subject. I'm afraid I may have interrupted your prayers. He placed a hand on the priest's shoulder and bowed his head. It's no problem. I actually feel more at ease now that I've been allowed to pray here. I'll leave as soon as I'm done. The priest added, this is a place where people come to find peace. You're free to do as you wish. He sank into his thoughts. That girl with the collar who led me here. There's definitely something strange going on in this town. The priest always smiles, but I can't let my guard down. I have to stay calm and think this through. After a moment he spoke up. Thank you, Father, and then turned to leave. The priest walked in the opposite direction, his smile still fixed. I should get to my prayers too. Please don't let the plague spread in this area. Hearing the words made him startle, muttering under his breath, a plague? The priest pushed his glasses up, smirked, and spoke loud enough for him to hear, and protect our children, God's children. Leaving the church, he came across an old man gathering dry grass and approached to probe. The old man looked surprised and asked, a plague? Where did you hear such rumors? He replied honestly. When I was praying in the temple. The priest told me. The old man kept working and said, well, if the priest says so. His trailing off seemed like an unspoken confirmation, so he smiled and replied with concern, according to our plan, we have to stay in this town for a few days. Hearing about a plague here worries me. The old man paused, wiped sweat from his brow, and reassured him, don't worry too much. It's only a disease harmful to children. Curious, he asked, only children? But how? The old man put his hands on his hips, turned to face him, and said, how should I know? I've heard it's a plague spreading through most of the lands of barren youthmen. Maybe the gods are angry. Hard to believe, but that's the situation. He nodded, thanked the old man, and left. Women disappearing in Shora, and here, only children are dying from disease. These things must be connected. It's definitely not an ordinary plague. But I still don't have any clues. Should I go back to Shora and borrow some holy relics to bring here? The man's voice echoed again. The relics they lend you won't help. I think it's a curse cast by some dark sorcerers. Only a highly trained cleric could detect this. He asked curiously, how do you know such important things? The man answered, I'm not sure. It's just speculation. His face grew serious, genuinely puzzled. I'm pretty sure I felt something. But I still don't have any clues. Voices of children talking to a person dressed in black, hooded head to toe, caught his attention. That's the church for us kids. Hiding in a corner, a slender little girl smiled and introduced. The priest also gave it to my friend. The hooded figure held a pendant shaped like a cross, examining it for a moment before handing it back to the children, then walked away. He stood behind the wall, watching everything unfold, and thought, this person looks suspicious. If I'm lucky, I might find some clues here. The mysterious man's voice echoed again, warning him, be careful with your actions. That one gives off a strange aura it won't be easy to deal with. His voice was steady as he replied, it's fine. I used to be a thief and a pickpocket was my longest gig. The man scoffed, I don't think that's something to be proud of. He followed the hooded figure, wondering, why do I feel like I'm being let out of town? The man's voice returned with a warning, hey, pickpocket, looks like he's already noticed you. Leaning against a tree, he thought, honestly, I already remember his face. I should head back and report to Godwin. The man noticed something odd and said, well, it looks like he's not letting you go. Here he comes. The attacker charged, sword in hand, aiming straight at him. Forewarned, he drew his sword to block, but the force was strong enough to push him backward. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he muttered, what the hell? The man advised, don't stop, keep moving. Dodge the attack. To your left, watch out. He followed the advice, dodging and retreating. With just a few sword strikes like that, I'd say he's a knight. Whether disgraced or still in service, I can't judge his exact skill. If so, a critical strike delivered from surprise could mean death. Snapping out of his thoughts, his eyes burned with deadly intent as he launched a counterattack. I have only one chance, just a single moment. His sword seemed to sense his resolve, glowing with a brilliant blue light as he struck. The opponent's sword and left eye gleamed with golden light. Astonished, he realized aura? The mysterious man warned Vlad, stop. By the time he heard that, it was already too late. Their weapons clashed with a thunderous bang, sending out a dazzling burst of multicolored light and a cloud of dust and smoke. He stumbled back, dropped to one knee, using his sword to support himself. The man's voice said, we've faced someone like this before. The attacker stepped forward and recognized his foe, a girl with white hair. That's a holy knight. He whispered, a holy knight. So I'm supposed to try to clear up the misunderstanding with her, right? The man replied, well, I think it's too late for talking now. The faster the sword, the fewer the words. She's probably already decided to defeat you before saying anything. The moment the two of them approached, they launched into an attack without exchanging a single word. He felt a bit concerned. That's intense. The nature of her attacks is completely different from Pablo's. How did she suddenly unleash such a powerful aura? The man explained, that's what they call a blessing. As the girl struck, a yellow cross-shaped symbol appeared, with a circle in the center just like the one the little girl at the inn was wearing around her neck. He analyzed, she doesn't need to create her own world because the word of God stands above this world. Struggling to block her strike, he thought, it's unfair she gets this immense power just by following God's will. But even with such a heavy blessing, the Holy Knight still has a weakness. Seizing the moment, he fiercely charged forward with an attack. However, she was no ordinary opponent and blocked his strike, smirking, got you figured out. The battle continued relentlessly, each attack met with a block, neither willing to yield. Noticing he was losing focus, the man reminded him, concentrate. Regain your balance quickly. They fought fiercely for a long time with no clear winner. Finally, he weakened and was knocked down, lying flat on the ground. She pressed her sword to his chest, giving him no chance to counterattack. Sweat drenched his body as he questioned, what was that just now? How is that even possible? The man's voice explained, it's called armor magic, a special technique used by holy knights to control their sword's tip. Recalling the fight, he mused, blessing and armor magic combined. That's downright cheating. On top of that, she didn't even break a sweat, she probably let me see a weakness on purpose to lure me in. I just got played. She asked coldly, who are you? He raised both hands in surrender and answered, I'm from Shora. I'm here to investigate. She frowned. From Shora, huh? After clearing up the misunderstanding, he led her to the inn. She bowed and introduced herself. I'm Justia from the northern San Rogino Archdiocese. It must be fate that I met the Knights of Shora here. Godwin bowed in return, I think so too. Justia, please have a seat, Godwin invited. She agreed, replying, thank you. They sat at a nearby table with Cade standing behind them. Justia began, I'm investigating strange happenings here. At first, I thought it was some kind of plague, but it seems to be a curse. I discovered traces of an ancient relic. Godwin's face showed surprise. A curse? But isn't there a church here? Dark magic shouldn't be causing trouble, right? She leaned forward, voicing her suspicion. I suspect the church itself is spreading the curse. Everyone was startled and shocked, finding it hard to believe. The man's voice remarked, "She's sharp." Godwin frowned and clenched his fists. If that's true, things are more serious than I thought. A holy knight who follows God thinks the church is the culprit, but this isn't Bayezid's territory. This is beyond my reach. Justya interrupted his thoughts. Please convey my thanks to the new mayor of Shuara. He's truly far-sighted and has uncovered clues we didn't have. Godwin pondered her words, wondering inwardly, is she asking us to stay out of this, or does she just care? Matters involving dark magic are the church's business. I have no reason to dig deeper. He replied, understood. Vlad stood quietly behind, as if about to say something but then stopped, thinking to himself, the line has already been drawn by the weight of power and responsibility. Night had fallen. Vlad sat inside the inn, resting his chin on his hand, staring out the window with a thoughtful gaze. Looks like I won't be able to find Anna after all. The innkeeper's little daughter stood nearby, nervously twiddling her fingers and shyly asked, "Are you leaving soon?" He kept looking out the window and replied nonchalantly, "Yeah, I guess we'll be leaving soon." Her eyes filled with sadness as she asked again, "Why in such a hurry?" He answered, "Because our business here is done." She frowned at that and argued, "There's no such thing as business done in this world." He turned to look at her, his expression complicated, but said nothing aloud. Instead, he thought, this little girl really hit the nail on the head. Folding his arms, sitting upright, he asked seriously, "Don't you have any friends? You're always here alone." She answered honestly, "My dad told me not to go outside." He nodded thoughtfully, "Makes sense, nothing around here feels normal." Her big, bright eyes looked up innocently as she said, "Can you stay a little longer? The church said they're going to give out presents." Surprised, he exclaimed, "Presents?" The innkeeper, wiping cups nearby, smiled and explained, "They plan to gather the kids to celebrate a bit. In times this tough, that means a lot to me." Curious, Vlad asked the innkeeper, "When is that happening?" 3 or 4 days from now." The man replied. "They said the priest himself will come to call the children." The little girl pouted and added, "Can you stay until then?" He didn't answer immediately. Instead, he picked up his beer, took a sip, and pondered quietly. Justya has sent a pigeon with a request for aid. The holy knights will arrive here in 4 days. Hopefully it'll be in time. Finally, he said, "It should be." The girl's face lit up with joy. "Really?" She rummaged in her pocket and pulled out something, holding it out to him. "Here, keep this." Curious, he asked, "What is it?" She smiled brightly, holding out her hands. "It's a flower ring." He took the ring, turning it over in his hands, puzzled. "What flower? I don't see any." Looking closer, he realized, it's probably made from the grapevine growing on the inn's wall. In a town like this, even a little flower is hard to find. The innkeeper, looking annoyed, waved his hand and called out, "Marianne, which floor are you on? It's bedtime, get upstairs now." The girl startled but didn't want to leave yet, stammering, but seeing her father urging her, she reluctantly agreed. Her spirits dampened. "Okay." She turned to him and asked, "Will you still be here tomorrow?" He rested his chin on his hand, smiled, and replied, "Most likely." Her eyes brightened as she waved goodbye. "You have to stay here, okay? Promise me." As she started walking back to her room, suddenly her whole body trembled, swayed, and she collapsed backward. Her father, seeing this, reached out to catch her but could only shout helplessly, "Marianne." He was startled too, glancing over. The father rushed forward, cradling the convulsing girl in his arms, screaming, "No, Marianne. Marianne." He hurried over as well, muttering a curse under his breath. "Damn it." The mysterious voice echoed, "I lent you my world just to observe. You might not be able to fix things, but at least you should understand the situation." As the voice faded, his eyes glowed a deep blue. Tragic scenes flashed through his mind. The curse had already taken hold. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Godwin led the way, with Justya rushing in behind him. He asked anxiously, "What's going on?" On the other side, the shopkeeper sobbed uncontrollably, tears falling like rain. "No, Marianne, wake up, sweetheart." The girl's body continued to convulse. Her limbs were turning bluish, her eyes rolled back. Both Godwin and Justya were stunned by the sight, speechless. Godwin turned to Justya in a panic, "This is..." At that moment, Vlad once again heard the voice of the mysterious man in his head. "The girl's life is slipping away. It's definitely a curse draining her life force." Furious, Vlad cursed silently, "Damn it. That white mist is flowing toward the church. How the hell am I supposed to explain all this to them? Standing behind him, Justia, her expression unreadable, spoke up, sharing her suspicion. Looks like they've sensed my presence. She blamed herself for being careless. I thought I was holding back enough. I didn't expect them to still detect that much divine energy. With that, she turned and walked out of the inn. Before leaving, she added a final instruction. If I don't come back, explain the situation to my colleagues when they arrive. Godwin looked down helplessly, gritted his teeth, and nodded. Understood. Vlad's fury boiled over, his eyes glowing blue as he growled to the man in his head. Why? Why are you just watching this happen? Is it because of your damn rules and limitations? Suddenly, a scream from a neighboring house pierced the air, cutting through everyone's thoughts. Honey, something's wrong with our child. One by one, homes with children experienced the same nightmare as Marianne's. Kids were convulsing violently, eyes rolling back, foaming at the mouth, limbs turning cold and blue. Parents screamed in panic, breathe. Come on, breathe. Or no, please wake up, son. The cries and chaos spread from house to house. Every home with children was in complete disarray. Vlad could only watch, his fists clenched in frustration, his expression twisted with rage. I didn't escape the slums just to survive. I didn't pick up the sword just to admire the knights. If I stand by and do nothing, I might as well have stayed hiding in that filthy alley. I have to move forward. He reached for his sword, ready to confront the people of the church. But before he could take more than a few steps, Godwin stepped in and stopped him, placing a hand on his sword hilt. I understand how you feel. But listen, kid, you've got potential. A knight's sword must be as heavy with responsibility as it is sharp. You'll become a knight one day. So remember this, our sword demands justice and responsibility. Vlad fell silent, visibly frustrated. But if we can't protect what needs to be protected, what good are justice and responsibility? Godwin gave him a stern look. Exactly. You get it. Now repeat what I just said. Vlad blinked, confused. Huh? Repeat what? Godwin clarified, right now that sword is the only justice we can depend on. It's the knight's blade. Meanwhile, Justia had arrived outside the church. She stood before it, taking in the sinister curses swirling around the area. No matter how much dark energy surrounds this place, this is still sacred ground, forged by the divine. Nothing can defy the will of the gods. She pushed the doors open and stepped inside. As the doors creaked open, she froze. This is the symbol of blasphemy. Gripping her sword tightly, she stared at the priest standing before her with his back turned. He smirked and spoke calmly. You arrived sooner than I expected. But why come alone? Just you and me, how could we possibly deliver prayers for the people here, right? He turned to face her, but Justia frowned, confused. The people here, she thought. This place is thick with strange energy, but there's no one here. Her eyes narrowed as she spotted something surrounded by the curses. The priest raised both hands joyfully toward the light emanating from within that cursed aura. Let the ceremony begin. Just as he finished speaking, he unleashed a horde of tortured souls. These grotesque beings, no longer human, yet not quite demons, burst out from another locked chamber and swarmed toward the door, desperately trying to escape. But the door had been sealed shut. Unable to break through, they clawed at it with long, razor-sharp nails, gouging deep gashes into the wood. One by one, their ghastly arms reached through the cracks, forming a terrifying sight. They cried out in anguish, "It's too dark, I can't see. Where is my child? Help me find my child." Witnessing this, she glared at him in fury and shouted, "How could you do this? Aren't you afraid of the gods?" He calmly removed his glasses, smirking as he replied, "Sure, the gods are frightening. But what do they have to do with me? I no longer need to return to God's embrace." He tossed aside both his glasses and the Bible he was holding. His face began to distort, and a dark purple aura surged around him as a wicked grin spread across his face. Meanwhile, the souls from the neighboring room had broken free and were charging forward in a frenzy. Surrounded on all sides, she drove her sword into the ground with all her strength and began to recite an incantation. "O glorious commander of the heavenly scales, Saint Rogino, who stands beside the Lord, face this evil oppression and pay the price. Set these tormented souls free, I will be the one to bear the cost." With eyes full of resolve, her body suddenly glowed with a golden light, and a pair of enormous white wings unfurled behind her, stretching across the entire building. As debris crumbled from the ceiling, the light grew ever stronger, pushing the wretched souls back. They shrieked in agony as the light burned them, shielding their faces in terror. Even the corrupted priest cowered before the power, covering his face with his arms. "This must be the exorcism of the fountain of light," he muttered, rattled. "It grants vision to the blind and shines even into the deepest darkness." He managed to slip out of the light's reach, narrowing his eyes with disdain. "Summoning that kind of radiance without a formal ritual. You're more impressive than I thought. Still, no matter how bright a flame burns, it always has its limits. That magic will take a heavy toll, won't it? After all, it draws power by trading the caster's life force. You of all people should know this. At the end of that glorious beam lies only endless darkness." The golden radiance had scorched much of the cathedral, leaving charred, writhing spirits strewn across the floor. Yet more of them still poured in from the rear. Even so, witnessing the devastation, they hesitated in fear, unwilling to advance. She was nearly spent, breathing heavily as she stared at the remaining spirits. Her thoughts turned grim. There are still so many. How many people have died here? Seeing her on the verge of collapse, the priest stepped forward, looming over her. "Now," he declared, "let the darkness fall." Though exhausted, she refused to give in. Gathering what strength she had left, she began to chant again, "O glorious commander of heaven's armies, Saint Rogino, beside the Lord may your church conquer all who stand in its way." He scoffed in contempt. Futile. However, he couldn't keep laughing for long. Her eyes turned golden as she raised her sword high into the air, flooding the room with radiant light. Feathers fluttered down like falling petals. He stared in disbelief, mouth agape, stammering, "What is this?" Gripping the sword tightly with unwavering resolve, she declared, "At the very least, I'll take him down with me even if it costs me my life." The room burst into flames. She had chosen mutual destruction. But just then Vlad burst in, charging straight at the man. "Damn you." Both she and the man were stunned by Vlad's sudden arrival. The room was engulfed in fire and nearing its breaking point. Before the explosion, she bolted out. Godwin stood outside, assessing the situation. "Get back," he shouted. The man was surrounded by fire, yet completely unharmed. He let out a loud, mocking laugh and slashed at the flames with his sword. What a joke. At the same time, Vlad lunged at him again. "You crossed the line when you hurt children." The man parried his attack easily. The two clashed fiercely, neither willing to back down. Then, all of a sudden, Vlad's eyes turned bright blue. His entire body transformed, radiating a glowing blue light, as if he had shed his old self and been reborn. The man noticed the change and smirked with interest. "Now I see, so it's you again." Vlad, unamused, shot back coldly, "Save your breath and die." With everything he had, Vlad launched a fierce blow, forcing the man to retreat to dodge the strike. Meanwhile, Godwin rushed to Justia's side, his voice filled with worry. "Lady Justia, are you all right?" Nearly collapsing from exhaustion, she used her sword to prop herself up and urgently replied, "Lord Godwin, you shouldn't be here." He closed his eyes, frustration clear in his expression. "We had no choice. The children are dying." Then he turned to survey the scene and asked, "What's going on here?" She looked up and explained, "We have to get to the bell tower. That's where the curse originates." Godwin nodded, understanding. "Got it." He quickly assessed the situation. "There's no time for a careful approach. We'll have to split up. Cade can't use aura, so we'll need to separate him first." Having reached a decision, Godwin readied for battle. His right eye seemed to glow as he shouted, "I'm coming in." He charged at the priest, forcing Vlad to halt in surprise, and step back to give him room. The two clashed with explosive force, then came a loud boom. Boom. Smoke and dust filled the air. Godwin paused, then pointed upward. "Promising young man, there's something up in that bell tower. I don't know what it is, but destroy it." Without hesitation, Vlad responded, "Yes, sir," and dashed toward the tower. The enemy noticed too. Extending his index finger, he unleashed a beam of purple light, commanding the spirits to attack Vlad. They lunged with savage ferocity, forcing Vlad to grit his teeth. Damn it. Though he easily took them down, there were too many. He was getting overwhelmed. Just then, a golden arrow flew in and pierced a spirit right between the eyes. It screamed, tears streaming down its ghostly face. Vlad looked over and saw his ally Cade with a bow in hand, shouting, "I've got your back." Vlad called back, "Thank you, Lord Cade," and pressed on toward the bell tower. The voice rang out again, urging, "Hurry." Vlad weaved through the demonic spirits and charged forward, eyes blazing as he shouted, "Out of my way." As he pushed past each barrier, Old memories surged back. Echoing in his mind were unfamiliar yet solemn words. Everything in this world is precious. Yet not everyone can protect themselves. But you knights who have taken the oath, you will protect them. If you find yourselves in a place of suffering, when evil runs rampant, and the moment demands action, do not hesitate. Be the flame that lights the darkness. That is my second teaching.